I don't mean it. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. 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 Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your mom? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his wife. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your child? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his child. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill. I mean just
Hello, everyone. Welcome to DPA Open Mic episode number 56. So welcome back to DPA Open Mic. Actually, I wanted to do this yesterday, but again, I'm very tired, so I decided not to do it. I got lazy. So I spent the few hours later just to watch The Invincible. And then I went to sleep late. But yeah, and it is stressful. I don't know why the life is constantly stressful. So yeah, but life is much better nowadays. Because Russia is doing well. As a result, the Ukraine sit rep is doing decently well. At least there is some kind of a stability. So less anxiety on my side. The Singapore report was doing decently well as well. It did pretty well, and you can see that a lot of the Singaporeans commented, acknowledged that they actually corroborates my view. So my sentiment of the Singapore view is correct. but a lot of people misunderstood the Filipino video. So I'll do a follow up on that. So anyway, so I already pinned the link for to join the open mic. As in the link to the open mic channel stream on the DPA main channel's YouTube live chat. So if you want to join the link to join the open mic, will be on the open mic channel's live chat. So now I'm going to paste the link to the open mic live chat as well as on Rumble. Those watching on Twitch, if anyone actually watch on Twitch, you may want to come to YouTube to watch. No, but of course, if you chat on Twitch, I will still see your chat because it's linked. So, what is the link to join? Okay, let me see. Copy. So I'm gonna paste. Give me a while. Give me a second. Yeah, copy. Save. And I have pasted the link and pin it to the DPA Open Mic YouTube channel stream, and then I also have pasted into the Rumble live chat. So Rumble just now has some problems. The site seems to down for like 5-10 minutes. So has Singapore put all its eggs in the USA empire basket? No. Singapore have sent high-level delegates to China to pay the respect to the new emperor, and basically, multiple times. So we definitely is licking up the legs of China for sure. Hoping that by dealing well with China would help us appease Russia. But honestly, China is a much more important partner than Russia for Singapore, because China is just way closer. So yeah, and China has announced it will allow some Taiwanese to settle on mainland. Of course, they will just allow. China would do whatever to brainwash the Taiwanese into thinking that it's good to join China. So that's a given. So when I was in Hong Kong, I went on holiday to Taiwan. Chinese think Taiwan is a good holiday destination. It is. Taiwan is a fantastic holiday destination. So which is why I don't really want to see Taiwan at war, because I want to go holiday in Taiwan. China is non-interventionist. Why Singapore still need US? Who says China is non-interventionist? China is among one of the countries that uses the most espionage and hybrid warfare in around the world. I think way more than Russia do. At the level of United States or worse. The United States is still primarily CIA led. China is government led. Their espionage and everything is government like the full government is a full hybrid warfare. Whereas United States is a CIA operation thing, and then sometimes you're not sure if the president actually know what the CIA is doing. China is not the case. It's all linked. It's a full China thing. So yeah, don't underestimate China's espionage capability. I can see you just had a shower. Actually, not just that. I cut my hair as well. In fact, I colored my hair, so there's no more white hair. It's really weird. I bleached my hair and then it was totally blonde, and I was like, that looked like shit. Hey, nobody want to come on the live chat, or is the link wrong? then if not, then this is just going to be a monologue. The DPA open mic, the open only me talking. So I think over the past week, the biggest thing I think would be the Russia's offensive in Ukraine. Definitely is ramping up. Ukraine's line is cracking in multiple spaces, and of course there is multiple incidents between Philippines and China in South China Sea. A lot of issues. That's why I covered a bit on the Philippines perspective. I think the next video I will talk about the China's perspective, so that you guys will fully understand what the hell am I talking about in the Philippines one, because people cannot stop attaching this mindset that it's you are either pro-West or anti-West, or pro-US or anti-US. That is the wrong way to look at things. In Asia, in Southeast Asia particularly, things is very nuanced. The real reality is that in Southeast Asia there is actually no choice. China is not exactly that kind of how the Africans look at China. Africa look at China like, wow, China is this great nations, come and help them invest and whatnot. This is not the case in Southeast Asia. So that's why in Southeast Asia, the view of China is very different. It feels very aggressive, and China does not treat Southeast Asian countries, or in fact most of the Asian countries, that well. Don't mistake. Africa feel China is very well because the West is treating them like shit. So which is why in contrast they think that China is very, very good. But reality is that China is just there to do business. So in Southeast Asia it's a bit different, and geopolitically speaking, Southeast Asian countries don't have a lot of choices, because if you capitulate, then what you have is that China will dominate the entire geopolitics in the Southeast Asia, which is why South China Sea is such a big thing. Because if South China Sea, all the islands, is recognized as China, then China is part of the Southeast Asia. And then China, if they force itself into ASEAN, into the Southeast Asian Association, then they will dominate every single issue. They will dominate every single topic. They will take the lead. It will be like United States control of the entire Central America. So it is that kind of situation. So if imagine United States do not have that kind of control over Central America. If you are now in Central America, you're a Central American country, do you really want United States to meddle in your affair? That is a kind of situation we don't want. So the reality is that we don't want. But the reality, however, is just different. China is very assertive, so that's the reality that we face. So that's why the countries here are mostly, even though we know United States cannot be trusted, we still work with the devil, because there is another more dangerous dragon on top. So it's it's choosing between the lesser of two evil, that kind of thing. So, but of course, usually you will choose along the further power to protect you from the nearer power. That's usually what happens. Just like in Eastern Europe, they depend on the United States to hedge against Russia. So that is a natural thing to do, because you cannot depend on Russia, because Russia is your immediate threat. So you'll find a bigger power or a big power further away to hedge it. So and there is no other options. India is still not there yet. So India can't help us. Japan is not a major power as compared to what United States is. Yeah, so there's only a few major powers. There's only Russia, US, China, and India. And India is not even a major power. So at least, so that is the situation. I will talk more about, you'll be surprised when I do the China's perspective of South China Sea. You will be mind blown. So, hi, Atui. I thought that the link that dropped is wrong. Like suddenly no one is like coming on. It's like, what the fuck? Then it's going to be like a monologue all the way.
No. So because I saw the link, and then I think I want to join real quick, because I'll just take a short break, but it's a bit earlier than expected. What's up, Juan?
He's doing that. He's doing that because all these Europeans are always crying. He's not. They're not strong like us Singaporeans, Americans, and Taiwanese, some Surinamese. Hey man, what's up? You're on our trail. What's up with your neighbor there next to Suriname? You gonna be joining the Guyanese army?
No. So here's the thing. So from Surinamese perspective, the Guyanese actually they are a little bit in a unfortunate circumstances, because the borders between Venezuela and Guyana, they are devised by the Britons or by the British, and then when Venezuela tried to fight it out by the international court, they got favored, or the British got favored by the international court and the European powers. So that became the border. But from the Surinamese side, the Guyanese actually have a border dispute with us too. So there's a region in the south, it's called the Tigri. So both Suriname and Guyana claimed it. And Guyana actually backstabbed Suriname in agreement as to where both troops were supposed to pull out. So
you know what I'm thinking? You know what I'm thinking of, Trail? I'm thinking Suriname is Russia, Venezuela's Germany, and y'all just divide up Guyana.
So here's the thing, though.
Just do a
At least
non-aggression pact, man. Those always work out.
no. So from what I could follow up, the majority of the Surinamese political elite, the current ones and the former ones, we are all pro Venezuela. And then there is some economic agreements with Guyana, but it is with a crooked eye because they are still backstabbers. And then also they are unable to keep agreements. So now the problem is that a lot of Surinamese politicians fear is that if Guyana receives help from the US, it will receive modern weapons. If they can resist Venezuela, their attention would most likely focus on us. So there is it's a bit of a fear from Surinamese side towards Guyana. So if it turns out to go into a military conflict, we just hope Guyana is not going to receive the same Ukraine-like treatment and actually survive, because it's not going to benefit us. So
If they
in a
just
way,
if they just give the Guyanese the ATCAMs and some F-16s, they can win.
no. Venezuela has a air defense system, has several S-300s. How much they have, I don't know, and if they are capable or functioning, I don't know. But they have some form of air defense systems, so it's not like you can just give them F-16s and then done. I think and then also the terrain. So 80% of Guyana and Suriname is jungle. So you have to commit to infantry warfare and
We'll send you
maneuver
some
warfare.
Agent Orange, bro. We got some Agent Orange for you from America to get rid
But
of that
send them to
jungle.
Suriname, not to Guyana, because we need to protect ourselves too.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. I'd rather send it to Suriname. You know, these Guyana guys sound like they're troublemakers. You know,
But so the biggest problem is that there's a lot of American investment in Guyana. So there are several oil companies from the US that now are populating the oil fields. And then I think the biggest problem is that both Guyana and Suriname, they have been finding oil reserves like mad. It's ridiculous. So only last year, Guyana
we're coming
found
to save you. We're coming to save you for sure.
Yeah, man. I'm
You know,
just
you know what's funny though? It's funny that you say that because I was watching a clip last night, and it was some parody, and this guy, he's like a American diplomat walking through the jungle, and of course he's got a 3-piece suit on, and he's walking with these African guys, and they're like, we really need your help. You know, every day we're attacked by terrorism, and they attack. He's like, that's really horrible. That's really awful. He goes, but we really can't do anything. He goes, we're really overextended right now, and he just keeps giving them excuses why they can't help. And they keep giving him reasons. And then the guy's like, looks over at him like, okay. He goes, well, we really need help protecting our newly discovered oil reserves. And the guy's like, oil? And all of a sudden he picks up his phone. He dials his number. He goes, Operation Golden Eagle is in effect. And all of a sudden you hear all this like sounds. And they look up in the sky and there's like hundreds of helicopters coming out of nowhere and shit. It was hilarious. I'll see if I can post that in the main. It was just funny. Because it was like, we can't do nothing. We can't do nothing. And then all of a sudden the guy's like, well, what about protecting our newly discovered oil reserves? And they're like, what? All of a sudden it was all hands on deck.
Yeah, man. No, but that's basically what it looks like it's going to come down to. So last year, Guyana found 2 new oil reserves. Suriname found 1 new oil reserve. So America is all the way up invested in the total region. So actually the total region, including the east of Venezuela and the rest of the Guyanas, we all call it the Greater Guyana region. But they have been finding oil too much, and the US. So I think it was ExxonMobil who is the most invested in the Guyana regions. So the US is going to at some point give us freedom that we don't need.
Hey, I do want to. I might hop off for like 20 minutes, but I just wanted to throw this out. I did hear somebody talking about this whole situation, and they were saying that they didn't think that Venezuela would go with like a full military escalation. They think that they would their point was that they would probably take indigenous people and maybe like military people disguised as indigenous people and start popping up in this area in Guyana and putting up Venezuelan flags like they agree that they're part of Venezuela, and that they won't actually use military unless that gets wiped out or whatever by the Guyanese. But they think they're going to try and just do a low intensity, occupy the land, put flags up, and kind of take it through, kind of like the green men in Crimea. No one knew who they were. They had no uniforms. Same concept, except they're going to have these guys dressed as indigenous people who've suddenly decided that they want to be part of Venezuela. And that way they can avoid probably a direct confrontation with the United States. Whereas if they went hard on the ground right off the bat, they might, they were saying,
So
if they tried to do an amphibious assault on Georgetown or airborne assault or land on the beaches, the United States will intervene directly. So they have to do something else.
So there are actually several points to this. So the indigenous people, there are two tribes in particular, which are the Guyana and the Tirio. So these two tribes, they cross-travel between Suriname, Guyana, and Venezuela. It's because they are actually they all have relatable communities and a shared language, shared
They're the
culture and
gypsies
stuff.
of South America, is what you're saying.
No. They are just the jungle people that live through a stretched area. So basically, they are not bound by borders or by conventional borders as we see it. So for them, that could be a reasonable or a sensible way of working. And then as for warfare, like I said, the Guyanas is predominantly jungle. So infantry warfare is one, and then the rivers are actually very wide, so that would surmount to amphibious warfare. And then the majority of the urban areas are at the coast, so a naval warfare would also ensue.
Yeah, I think they were also saying too that I think the Guyana only has like 3,000 or 6,000 military personnel versus 100,000 plus, whatever.
Yeah.
Plus, I think Venezuela's got F-16s, but it's it's questionable on how operational they are. But that doesn't really matter because they got 20 Su-30s. So, they'll probably. I mean, they can obviously control the airspace if Guyana's only got like 6,000 guys, and I think most of them are ground-based type people, not pilots and stuff. So, I mean, it really made sense that what the guy was saying is that they'll try basically to use some kind of indigenous insurgency to claim the land without directly going at Guyana and maybe drawing the United States in. That's why they don't think they'll do any big operation, because if they start getting all their stuff together, I guess they're afraid the United States might hit them to stop the attack on, let's say Georgetown or wherever. So it makes sense, like you're saying. I mean, with all the jungle and the fact they don't have a big army, I mean, I don't really think Venezuela's going to have to put a whole lot of effort into it if they want. Like it sounds like a good plan. Just send a bunch of guys in there dressed like Indians and say this is Venezuela now.
No, but the jungles are also extremely dense, and without proper training and navigation, you probably won't survive a week inside the jungle. Because you have to understand, so when I lived in Suriname, I used to work for a company called Hijet. They lost a helicopter in the jungle, and it took them 5 years to find it, and then an additional year to recover the remnants of the helicopter. So understand that.
What was the deal with that crash the other day? You got any info on that? The guys that they lost, like some NCOs and officers?
No.
I didn't follow this. Anyone else?
I first going to. Do you hear me?
Good.
Okay.
Very
Yeah,
good.
I hear you.
I first going to respond to Mr. Da Silva. I am not French. I am from Belgium. I am Flemish. Ik spreek Nederlands.
He's from South Netherlands.
So fight back on the chat. Ook Nederlands, ja? Okay.
And may Allah be with one. Da Silva said.
No. No, I didn't hear nothing
Thank
about
you
the
very
crash.
much. Thank you very much. I'm always glad Allah's with me.
Also, we have another Belgium guy in the chat, also from the same part of Belgium like me. So that's cool. Fight back. Good.
Yeah.
No, I didn't hear nothing about the crash for the moment. I watched it, the video of Wyatt today about the evolution in Ukraine. That was so. Also, the report about the Sukhoi 24 that crashed over the Snake Island. So that's confirmed or not?
I heard it was shot
That
down.
is reported by the Ukrainian armed forces. So that's as much as you know.
Yeah.
It's reported by the Ukrainians, but it is the first aircraft in half a year to be shot down, as per reported by the Ukrainians. So it's not a Russian propaganda; it's a Ukrainian propaganda. But half a year. So they could have said they had shot down a lot more, but this is the fact. So
yeah, Russia shot a lot of friendly fire. Also, they did a lot of friendly fire. The S-400 system is too good.
So no idea, man. You can only take it with a pinch of salt, but like the Russians always say that they shoot down this, shoot down that. It's like, okay, whatever. The Ukrainian Air Force is still flying somehow, after taking down so many aircraft. So just take it with a pinch of salt.
They have a lot of aircrafts, and the problem is a lot of aircraft. So if you're looking at the statistics they had, like in 2022, like for the Sukhoi 24 in 2022, I think they had something more than 20 flyable Sukhoi 24s. And during the USSR, so during the Cold War, they had, I think, 120. So a lot of them.
That should be the number that at least they will be able to get back like a quarter to half.
Yeah.
Like all the old airframes and they just put it together because they simply mothball because there's no need for 100 aircraft of that type.
Because you need to have the pilots also for it, But the biggest change was the biggest change was the Sukhoi 25. There they during the 8 years between 2014 and 2022, they put a lot of these planes back to service. So but we just can't know how many they have and how many numbers of them still flying.
Yeah.
I think another thing too is if you look at that map they released the other day, it showed all the routes of the Garans for like the last, I don't know, month or two, and it's crazy. I mean, they really, really went after the air bases that were launching the aircraft that were carrying the Storm Shadows, it looked like. So, I mean, that goes back to what we talked about before, like based on the aircraft they have to constantly move them around since they're always under attack or threat of attack. And then, like we've talked about before, when these F-16s show up, if they do, same problem, even more so because they're even more high value and they're going to have a bigger footprint of maintenance. So, I mean, I just don't get how they're going to, it's one thing to land a plane somewhere loaded up with bombs, take off, bomb something, then fly somewhere else and land. How are you going to move maintenance crews around? Because, I mean, as soon as they take off, they're going to know where they took off from. So that's going to get targeted. And as soon as they take off, I would assume the maintenance crews have to get the hell out of there because it's going to be targeted and go somewhere else. So, I mean, I really don't see how that's going to work out for them.
You can be 100% sure they're going to be high priority for Russia. Russia is going to do everything to drop them down. Here on the chat, I also read that it was like did a bomb drop of attack, the Sukhoi 24 that had been shot down in the Odessa region. And while returning back, it went shot down by, I think it was a SAM missile. Some people say Patriot also, but I don't know if they still have Patriots inactive. And also in the Odessa region, it's not like Patriots. I don't know. It's more like in the region of Kiev. They're going to say, okay, they're going to put Patriots there if they still have some, but not in the Odessa region. But yeah, it can be happening. Sukhoi 24 is actually a pretty easy target to shut down. And also, it's not a plane that can defend himself. So if he's been attacked by another plane, he's just screwed. And just by his high speed, he can maybe go off of the enemy. Like a few years ago, Turkey attacked the Sukhoi 24 with their F-16s, and that Sukhoi 24 couldn't do shit, So it's not. It's why that the Sukhoi 34 is a replacement plane of the 24 because it's also a better plane to use in a combat situation because that plane is also capable to defend himself. So yeah. It's it's not something surprising. What surprised me is that if it is really confirmed, it's really Sukhoi 24 they used. it's just strange they still use that old airframe. Normally we didn't see it in action from Russian side. So yeah, I don't know why they use it. Maybe they know the risk after that. They know the risk for that bombing, and they decided to not use their more modern planes. I don't know. It's a strange one.
So actually,
Did
I
they
wanted
ever?
to.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, man. I wanted to bring it back to Venezuela, actually, because a few months ago, me and Alan were having a bit of a debate on who the US is going to target next. I was considering that the US and Iran is going to have an altercation as to where it would benefit. It's a sizable country, but still not to the same caliber of the US. And Alan was actually the one who was contemplating that the US would probably provoke Venezuela. But it seems like he's going to be on the right side of things, because with all of the oil found and me forgetting the oil to freedom ratio that the US handles, so I guess Venezuela makes a much easier target. And then also it's close to home. Imagine that all of the oil that is now coming from the Middle East can be retrieved in the US backyard. I think it's a quite big benefit for the US. And then also I think Wyatt mentioned it in his video about the whole situation, where the Americans relieved some of the sanctions on Venezuela. So it could have been as a provocative action. But yeah, it's still debatable, I guess. We still have to wait and see how it's going to develop. But yeah,
So
that's it, man.
So imagine this entire thing is US sanctioned. So the United States want Venezuela to invade Guyana, so that because they already have a deal, it's easier to deal with a corrupted leader, a dictator, so that they can have better deals, or whatnot, better control over Guyana, because Guyana is not yet considered a dictatorship kind of thing. So that could be also a possibility where it's actually a ploy between Venezuela and United States, to take over this place, so that they don't need to sign deals. They can just do whatever they want. That could be also a possibility, because they want Venezuela to be part of the United States sphere right now, because they are losing the Middle East, so they need someone else to replace Saudi Arabia. I think that is a possibility, but of course, yeah, this is a bit out there.
Don't you think it could be exactly the reverse? Because maybe
Again?
Venezuela, it could be the reverse things, because maybe Venezuela is looking at the US Army and US Navy and seeing that there is absolutely no available aircraft carrier in the moment. So
I
maybe
think
they decided
Venezuela
to...
will, in this case, Venezuela will find out why Americans don't have free healthcare. I am not convinced. I don't think the Venezuelans are that idiotic to think that the US has no availability at home. So being spread around the world is problematic for the US, but at home they still have a very sizable and capable army. I don't think the Venezuelans would underestimate this, because
It's not exactly at home, They
it's
still
like
need
2 hours.
airbase near Venezuela to use the
So
aircraft.
in this case, so you have to see is that both the Dutch, the British, and the French, they have colonial remnants in the Caribbean. So, for example, the ABC Islands by way of Aruba, Curacao, and Bonaire,
Yes,
there
and the
is
French Guadeloupe.
that's a stone throw away from Venezuelan shores. And then the British have the what are those islands? Barbados and a few others, Saint Martin. So these are all landing bases and potential buildups for the US it can use, because they are under control of the European powers. So
You are
it's
right about that, but don't forget that Venezuela, to put pressure on USA, don't need to invade Guyana. They just have to make sure that USA could think they are going to invade. Some kind of trap to force the USA to spend more and more money in this area.
This could be, but I think we also need to include Brazil into this factor, because Brazil also have interest, as they don't want a conflict on the South American continent, but then also they don't want further American influence. So there is going to be a power dynamic between several nations. And then we also need to think about how Colombia is going to respond, because Colombia and Venezuela are neighbors. So Colombia at the moment is already taking quite a lot of refugees from Venezuela because of the extreme poverty. So if a war were to break out, there's going to be a refugee crisis, more to the liking of what happened in Europe, but then Colombian style. So I think this is also something we need to take into consideration, is that the dynamics are a bit more complicated than just provoking one another, because the consequences can be quite great.
That's why I don't think there is going to be a war. I think it's just going to be about some kind of putting pressure on another state, you know.
I think the pressure has been there for decades. It's just that it seems to flare up more significantly now because of the oil finds. Because I think over the span of the last 5 years, if not more, Guyana alone has found 5 or 6 oil fields. So this is quite significant, that basically oil is the main factor for a potential conflict. And then the amount of oil reserves it could, or amount of oil barrels it could retrieve out of these reserves are no small numbers. So it gives countries like the US to actually compete with Venezuela in its own region based on the oil. So I think that's another factor we need to also consider, is how important would US treat the oil reserves, and how much do they really want to have it? Because all of these reserves are in under American control. And then maybe here's you will find a British and a Dutch company, but in comparison, it's predominantly US who is investing in these fields. So
you
can
think a scenario like Iraq and Kuwait is possible?
I'm not too sure, because if you compare the terrain alone, I would say no, because this is not going to be, if it amounts to a war, it's not going to be an easy war. And then if you look at if we then look at the countries itself, Guyana has a population of 800,000, and then Venezuela has a population of 30 million people. So the dynamics is going to be an elephant against a fly. But if US is going to get involved, then Brazil is most likely going to get involved. And then you have smaller nations like Suriname. But even though I think Suriname is going to be irrelevant in the whole dynamics, it's just going to have a second, a second front line. But then you also need to consider how Colombia is going to respond. So it's going to be much bigger than Iraq and Kuwait. So it's
But
not going to just
be a
stay.
UN operation.
No,
like
probably not.
There wouldn't be like a UN invasion like in Gulf War 91. It's not possible.
No.
Russia and China would definitely veto any actions. So it's going to be a regional war without the United Nations. It's going to be maybe another like more like Afghanistan kind of thing. No.
So you have to see it like this. So the problem for Suriname is that besides being bordered to Guyana, it also has on the other side, on the eastern border, it has French Guyana. So this is a land border that the US might find useful. And then you can involve the French and then other European powers just to use French Guyana to muster up power. So Suriname will be inflicted in this simply because it has a border with both countries. And then it could ease or simplify logistics for that matter. So I think Yeah, it's going to be a regional war, but more in an extended scope.
I still
then
don't see
consider-
that it's going to be a war.
I hope
think
not.
it's
No,
just
no.
about putting pressure on. If the USA did absolutely nothing, maybe you could have a war. But basically, it would mean that Venezuela has asked permission to USA to attack. Because if USA try to actively defend and to do some a show of strength, and I think they already did that. So for Venezuela, it's a clear signal that means don't go. And I think Venezuela is going to understand that very well. They don't want to see all their nuclear, not nuclear, but all their power plant destroyed by US aircraft.
No, but I think in this case, I would agree. Is that show of force is most likely occurring at the moment. But then also considering is that Maduro, he has some problems internally as well. So it could be a desperate maneuver from his side. So I think we have to investigate on what's going on in Venezuela in order to understand why he is now using this into his political campaign, because there is going to be some sort of elections in Venezuela as well. So this could also play a role.
You know what I think? It could be like the Falkland for Argentina. The junta in Argentina decided to attack the Falklands and to take them back from Great Britain because of internal political struggle. To reinforce nationalism and to avoid a counter coup, basically.
Yeah, could be. This is quite reasonable, I think. But yeah, going to war with Guyana is probably going to be a challenge for Venezuela. It's because there are going to be other powers involved very fast, and especially if you look at the U.S. and its invested interest, the U.S. is going to be the biggest factor involved.
I think if there is a conflict, they are going to use some kind of proxy. We are going to have some strange rebel in Guyana who want to rejoin Venezuela or things like that. I don't think the Venezuelan army is going to invade Guyana directly. That's just not how today's the war is done, except in Ukraine.
So this is what Vaughn was mentioning earlier, that maybe Venezuela would be using the indigenous. So the Creoles, they live predominantly in the Demarara and Berbice area, which is on the east side, and then Essequiba is on the west side, which borders Venezuela. But there is like 100 to 120,000 people who live there, of which the predominantly make up of the indigenous people, which have relations with Venezuelan people, or at least with the Venezuelan tribes, who are technically the same tribe, and that they can cross borders. So it is possible, but I don't know how.
We are going to see volunteers, we are going to see mercenaries, and all the usual stuff.
Yeah, he's going to be. I don't know how capable Venezuelan intelligence agencies are, to be honest. So it's going to depend on what conditioning they provide and what guarantees that they can give, because that's going to matter at some point.
I don't know, because honestly, even if everybody understands that they are basically Venezuelan regular troops, if the disguise is well enough down, it doesn't matter if everybody understands what's happening. Just you could officially say to United Nations, they are just volunteers, they are not your army, so you cannot attack us because we don't have declared war to Guyana. It's just an internal struggle for Guyana.
I don't even know what's happening in Venezuela. What the fuck? I'm learning, guys. I'm learning.
Yeah, no,
so
I'm
Venezuela
following
basically,
it because of the. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
So for those that do not know what is happening with Venezuela and Guyana, what is the thing that they're talking about? Just to bring you up to date. Venezuela basically. Whoops! I hear Vaughn got feedback. So the Venezuela basically declared 2/3 of Guyana, the country just east of Venezuela, as part of Venezuela. So they basically want to annex 2/3 of the neighboring country. So yeah, that's it. So and then it's totally one-sided. In terms of military power, population is worse than you are Russia with Ukraine. Von, there is
Well,
feedback from your side.
if you want proxies, there's no better person to call than Wagner. I mean, Russia and Venezuela are friends. You don't think there might be some guys floating around over there, maybe checking things out, letting somebody know back in Moscow what's up?
And we all know how it's cold in Ukraine, so maybe they want to go
I mean,
to
it's
the
been pretty
sun
clear
for the winter.
that Wagner is always the tip of the Russian foreign policy spear. So I would just wonder if there's some guys floating around down there to kind of help things go the way they need to go.
Maybe
So
they
I
could
wonder what's
train
the
the
Russia's
new
interest, though.
created rebel group.
But what would be the Russia's interest in Venezuela and Guyana?
Just to
Just
met
allies.
with
It's a base. It's a base in the region. It's an ally in the region, just like Israel is, or just like Ukraine was supposed to be. I mean, if you want to play the game where you just piss off your rivals, then Venezuela is ideal for that. And plus, I mean, Russia owes the West a lot of payback for the troubles they've caused Russia. So Venezuela is another place where Russia can insert itself to create problems for the United States or the West, just like they create problems for Russia in their backyard. I mean, there's a lot of ways it can play out without really getting into a war just to cause problems. I mean, you don't even have to have Wagner guys fighting. Just have a press story that they're down there. People will lose their shit, just like they did in Africa.
And don't forget that every artillery shell which is fired in Gaza or in Venezuela or in Guyana is not fired in Ukraine. Everybody knows that the military industrial capacity of the Western world is limited. So the more they have to use it everywhere else than Ukraine is a good win for Russia.
I mean, I just look at it. It's a good play for Russia if you just want to continue to extend the West out on frivolous military adventures. I mean, that's what I would do. I would just, I mean, seriously, base some Russians in Venezuela, then dare a motherfucker to bomb the base where the Russians are living. I mean, you don't have to start a war. You just have to park stuff there. And then it just gives the other side hesitation. Like, am I going to bomb that, Venezuelan air base where they've got two 160s parked and a Russian advisors or something? I mean, who knows what the hell's going on, but there's definitely reasons for Russia to be involved because you've caused problems for them, so they're going to cause problems for us. I mean, I don't think that's petty or childish. I just think that's the way it works. You fuck with them, they're going to fuck with us, and Venezuela presents that opportunity to, start fucking around in our backyard. And Russia's in a position to do it. The United States isn't really in a position to do anything other than attack people. So, I mean, if they want to start another war, I guess they will. But, I mean, I think that's the whole point of this game is just to continually, extend the United States and the West out all over the place to where they just get tired of it. And the population's tired of it. We're tired of wars here. And now they're talking, China, now Venezuela, then there's always Africa hanging out there in the wind. I mean, that's what I would do if I was Russia and China. I would just keep causing problems over here for us to deal with so we don't have things to deal with over there. Like Shadowy said, dropping a shell in Guyana, they ain't dropping in Donetsk.
Yep. And the question, excuse me, Wyatt. The question is USA doing the same thing in Myanmar?
No,
so
there's no oil in Myanmar.
No, but
no oil in Myanmar.
the only reason the US could be meddling for Myanmar is because there is a train track going from China into Myanmar all the way to the coast. But other than that, I don't see any reason for the US to be busy in that region.
And don't forget the gasoduct or the oleoduct they want to build to avoid the Malacca Strait.
Oh yeah.
So
Yeah, but
for that route that you talk about, there's supposed to be some kind of pipeline or railway track all the way from the Rakhine state, which is where the Arakan region is, which is where the Rohingyas are supposedly around, all the way stretched all the way to China. But the problem is the Rakhine region, they have very loose control because they are struggling to deal with the Rakhine army over there. So there is this Arakan army, which is the rebel army fighting over there, and they are struggling to deal with them because they are quite powerful, this rebel army. So it stretches all the way up, and then all the way now in the northern area, where there's currently there's an alliance of several rebel groups. They're launching a major offensive against the junta, and the entire eastern border with China is almost largely gone. It's all rebel-held territory now. So basically, the link between the junta and the Chinese is very limited right now because from what I went through briefly when I was looking at the information, I think most of the border towns are now under the rebel control, but there is a lot of different rebel groups. So I just want to highlight there's one that is totally funded by China, totally funded, and they are the Wa State army. So that is but then ultimately, the region Myanmar is totally unstable for China to do anything, and China will not dare to go in because it's another Vietnam. The all the rebel regions around Myanmar, the border regions, they are all mountainous, just like Vietnam. So going in militarily, you are going to get killed off. You're going to be a Vietnam for China, so China will not dare to go in. So yeah,
okay,
that's the situation in Myanmar.
The thing is what I was reading on a news article on the Washington Post, who was speaking about the situation in Myanmar, and they were saying that some of the rebel group were basically financed by China directly to fight against some kind of very high-level criminal activity on the other side of the border, who were targeting the Chinese citizen at a very high capacity, very high level. So basically, they use them as mercenary to deal with the criminal gang.
Yeah. So anywhere outside of the plains. So how do you visualize Myanmar? Is that in the middle is all the plains, very fucking
Could you
flat. Like,
put a map on screen?
I have to step out. I'll try join later.
Okay.
Please.
So
Sometime
Take it easy, Atreo.
So let me see how okay. I think I should put up another different map. Present, share screen, which entire screen, share. So not sure if you guys can see it. Let me try. Oops, wrong button. Okay. Yes, so let me full screen this. So this is Myanmar. So this is the DPA's mapping. So this is Myanmar, and there is all the rebel groups all around the border regions. The one that is entirely China run is actually this one, the Wa State, United Wa State Army. So this is entirely funded and powered. They are like Transnistria, but more organized.
Country within a country.
Yes, it's a country within a country. So the rebel army currently is fighting around this area. Most of this crossing here, I think, is all under rebel control right now. So it's all this one around here, Muse, Monongkoi, now this whatever these names are.
I think that most of the crossing.
Yeah,
all these areas crossing to China border is controlled by rebels mostly.
Not all. So this one, actually all the crossing was previously under the junta control. So even though at draw in this way, actually all the roads are all traversable by the junta. It's just that only so the rebels are all hidden in the jungle, in the mountains and in the jungles. Basically, the army can basically just take the main road and just drive anywhere. It's only now that the offensive is currently ongoing, which is why they can't. So anywhere, as you can see that all these darker green, this is all the mountains and all the jungles. This is where all the rebels are active. And then you see this entire central area of Myanmar, these all plains. So all these plains regions are all junta strongholds because these are plains. It's very easy to move around. So the rebels, as all rebels are, the freedom fighters are always in the mountains. So which is where all these rebels groups are. So it's extremely complicated. And you can see that this entire area here, this is the Arakan army. They control vast territory, and the junta generally don't dare to touch them because they can't afford to fight multiple fronts. So the Arakan army has been busy with building government administrations and then whatnot. And then recently, I think they are a bit more aggressive. So it's very hard because the pipeline is, I think the pipeline is maybe around, I can't remember where.
Nearby Rakan. Nearby Rakan.
This is Arakan. This
Slightly
area is
lower.
Arakan.
Lower than
So it's
Rakan.
around here. So it's around this area here, but I forgot where is it. So it's supposed to stretch all
lower
the
than
way up.
Rakhine area.
Yeah. So anyway, whatever it is, this is just a shit show. It's very hard to cover this war because it will never end. They already fought since independence, since World War
It's sort
II.
of like another version of Afghanistan where all the tribal leaders have divisions around, where Myanmar is made up as a rebel groups.
So the only way to unite the country is an exterior, out of the country invasion.
Don't forget
only way
that
to unite is a
Aung San Suu Kyi
confederation.
has his own rebel group as well.
They don't. There is not.
No,
She don't
there's,
control it.
there's some. No, so there's a rebel group supports Aung San Suu Kyi one, but Aung San Suu Kyi is not in the command. But
There is not a rebel group. There is actually a government in exile. So there is called the NUG. The NUG is a national unity government. So basically, they are the rebel group. They are previously the party under Aung San Suu Kyi. Aung San Suu Kyi did not endorse, until today, have not endorsed this group. So this one I just have to take note. It's not an Aung San Suu Kyi group. They fight on a nationalistic anti-junta thing. And then they encourage all the youngsters and the citizens to uprise, and then so they form all these PDF, People's Defense Forces, and then they just spawn all everywhere, and then all these PDF are trained by all the different rebel groups. So they basically have local alliances with all the different rebel groups, and then the rebel groups help to arm them, train them, and then the NUG try somehow to bring in money or equipment or technology into this PDF, but it's very, very hard. The PDF generally is powered by the rebel groups, just that they do not they fight together, but they do not identify themselves as part of the rebel group. They call themselves the PDF. So there is a lot of different divisions of the PDF. So just now you can see a lot of the maps, a lot of the red flags is actually the PDF forces. They are all in different divisions. So there is one in Yangon itself. Then they are all different groups. It's very, very disorganized. There are certain groups that towards the west is more organized. The others are a bit more disorganized. It's very, very confusing. So and Aung San Suu Kyi did not endorse them at all. Like so far, at least maybe she cannot. They shouldn't dare, because once you do that, maybe things will get more messy and more worse. So Myanmar situation is very different because all the ethnic group they've been fighting for so long, so they would not want to they're not so easy to be integrated into one country. So the only way is a confederation.
The problem largely created in the pre-independence time. They will sign the agreements that each of regions of it, the rebels control as autonomous area. As seeing is that because the main majority race, which is a Burmese race, does not disagree for them to have autonomous, give them the power. So they want to conquer for their own. So that's why the division is up to fight among each other right now.
So my understanding is different. My understanding is what happened is that after the independence, so British give Myanmar, the Burma, basically at the time it's called Burma.
Yeah, they do not honor.
So they are supposed to form a
agreements.
federation. So they are supposed to be a federation. There was a federation. The leader of this entire group is Aung San Suu Kyi's father. Aung San Suu Kyi's father got assassinated. Then the junta took over After assassinated, there was a power vacuum immediately. They took over, and then the military control ever since. All the different ethnic groups decided to rebel against this junta because they do not recognize the authority of the junta, which is why the civil war fought until today. If not, if Aung San Suu Kyi's father did not die, there should be a united country today. So that's the difference. The only group within the whole of Burma at that time that will be ostracized is the Rohingyas, because the Rohingyas are actually they are Bangladeshi in ethnic, but the thing is that they did not agree to join Burma, and then they rebel. They wanted to join.
Rohingya was brought in by the British
No,
to do the
they are
plantation
locals.
work.
No, they are locals. They're ethnic. They live there because the next door is Bangladesh. So they're ethnic Banglas. They live there, and then but the thing is, they wanted to join East Pakistan because the way how they draw the border, they got cut into Burma. They want to be part of Pakistan. So they want to join East Pakistan. They appealed to Pakistan. Pakistan rejected. They say that no, we do not want to have problem with the Burmese. So then this group of people decided to launch a Mujahideen of operation. They want to free their own
Separatists.
land.
Yeah.
They fought, they lost, they got defeated, wiped out. And then so after that, the entire thing just disappeared. Nobody think about it. But the ethnic group itself, the group of people who self-identify as Rohingyas, got stuck. They're stateless because they went to fight against the Burmese. Then after that, Bangladesh have an independence war. Then refugees flooded in from Bangladesh, and this inflated the number of the Bangla population within the Rakhine region. But the thing is that nobody can tell the difference between one from another. They all look the same because they're all the same ethnic group. So as a result, sorry, Vaughn, I have to move first. So as a result, the population grew even further. When Bangladesh is formed, because East Pakistan fallen after the independence war, they refused to recognize this group of refugees that's in Burma. Then then they just say no, these are not our people. And then the entire group of this Bangla ethnic group got even bigger because now the refugees can't even return. So the stateless people become bigger and bigger and bigger, and then they continue to get stuck until today. So
it's the local
They're very
Gaza
productive.
It's worse.
The Rohingyas' birth rate is super high.
No, so it's all Muslim countries or all Muslim groups. So it's just that
Like in Gaza
got
Strip.
nothing to do, right? They are very poor, and that's the only thing they can do.
It also creates lots of problems in Malaysia as well.
Yeah. So the main problem is that just like the Palestinians, Rohingya is a perfect propaganda and unity tool for any Muslim leader, religious leader, whatnot. They like to use Palestinian issue or Rohingya issue to take money, to get donations, to build unity, to build synergy with all the Muslims around the world. That's what they do, and they got weaponized. But the thing is that they weaponize. Of course, there's a lot of money that flow into the Rakhine region, just like in Palestine. There's so much money flowing into Palestine, into Gaza Strip, into West Bank. Same thing. A lot of money flow into the Rakhine region for the Rohingyas alone, only for the Rohingyas. But this actually created tension because the local Burmese people, the local people who is not Rohingyas are just as poor. They are living in exact same poor conditions. But then the Rohingyas people keep getting more aid, get a lot of money and help. But they themselves who are just as poor, living the same conditions, the same life, do not get anything. So this also created tension. So it's a freaking big mess, and it cannot be solved because the Islamic extremist group are weaponizing the Rohingya issue. They are also recruiting from the Rohingyas, from the refugee camp in Bangladesh, also from within Myanmar, and they are trying to create their army. They're trying to destabilize the region. They want to build up another country or another state in the Rakhine region, which is Islamic. So these people are just very sad. Then because you can be weaponized, no country will want to help you. The Myanmar will not recognize you because it's dangerous. It's just dangerous to deal with them. Just like Israel do not want to recognize Palestine into a state. It's the same thing because it represents a threat. That is why it's very said this entire thing. So, but the reality is, in the entire situation in Myanmar, the politics of Myanmar, Rohingya is a non-issue. No one talks about Rohingya in Myanmar because they're so small. They're super tiny in terms of the massive rebellion problems that they have. All the different groups are way bigger than the Rohingyas. Because even Arakan itself, the Arakan region itself, they have their own independence movement apart from the Rohingyas. Rohingyas have their own terrorist group called the Aqsa, and then the Arakan itself have their own group called the Arakan Army. It's totally separate. It's not a Rohingya army. It's Rohingya, they have their own called
So
Aqsa.
we could have rebel group fighting each other.
There are rebel groups that
have.
fight each other. In fact,
have.
there is like two Shan states and two Shan state armies that they fight each other as well. So it's extremely messed up. So then
Even the Han ethnics also fighting among themselves in the northern Myanmar.
that is a very small
Okay.
group. So
Very
the thing, the only, I'm not sure if you can call it positive, is that the international powers have not really entered in. The only one that entered is China. But even China also was very careful. They supported only the Wa state, only the one right at the border of China, one group. So they have their own, like they are like a mini North Korea. So only that one state that is fully powered and supported by China. Everyone else, there are a few groups that they actually provided some arms and whatnot. Definitely, there is the Communist Army. So there's a People's Liberation Army, Myanmar.
No,
I don't know if
communist
it's
is
called that.
disbanded already.
No, there's another PLA, the Myanmar version. So it's currently fighting right now. I believe that is 100% supported by China. So all these different rebel groups are not exactly friends with each other. They
The
have deals
Myanmar
together. They have
communists
broken
is
deals.
disbanded, become another groups.
I'm telling you, there is the People's Liberation Army. The communists are there. They are fighting alongside with the current group that is currently fighting the counteroffensive or the offensive operations. So, it's in the north, in the northern area next to they entered from China. So, but of course, they are super small. This group is very small. You can totally ignore, but they exist. The group that they actually fight together with is way bigger.
The idea I had from the outside of the situation, because clearly I understand absolutely nothing to the situation. I was sure that the junta was supported by China and the rebels were supported by Western world. I was totally wrong.
China is more friendly
But it's
with
not.
Aung San Suu Kyi, but they are very careful with the juntas. Because juntas has their own agendas. It's not very, has a very kind of what it is, undercuts China's deal.
So currently, right, the West have not entered Myanmar at all, which is why if you look at the Myanmar community or
By the way,
within on
sorry,
Twitter,
I have to add one more note. Okay, because most of us juntas loosely control their command, their generals, and the generals involved in the drug trafficking into China border, that is causing by the Beijing is very unhappy about it. They also has protections for the scam groups in the northern China.
Yes, I read about that.
Yeah,
Hey, can I ask a question real quick? Is there any economic reasons that China would want to get involved with Myanmar at any point, like resources or markets?
They need
China got involved because there are lots of scam victims is Chinese there. They've been kidnapped and been held under hostage over there. That's what they are Chinese unhappy about it. So that's why they're giving pressure on the Myanmar governments to act on it.
So geopolitically, the
China could support a change of regime in Myanmar.
I don't think they support anyone change.
China will support anyone that helps out with maintaining security for the Chinese people.
They want to stabilize relations.
And number two, stable economy, because they want the pipeline, the railway line from the port, so that they can go around. They do not need to go through the Malacca Strait. They can simply park at port at Myanmar, and then they can send by rail everything to China. That's the plan.
China
that's
has
part of the Belt and Road.
Yes, but to do that, they need to at least change the attitude of the current junta, because the current junta is basically supporting or being themselves criminals against Chinese citizens.
The junta. So actually, the junta, right, try really, really hard to help the Chinese. They really
Okay.
extra effort to
subordinates,
try to protect the Chinese citizen because they
subordinates of
depend on the
junta is
Chinese
not
for
very
funding, for weapons.
loyal.
They
The subordinates of
okay,
the
you have to
junta are
understand,
not
right?
loyal.
Junta, right?
Mm.
Okay, Myanmar today, right? No one, they are under sanction. No one can trade with them. So the only trading partner is actually China, which is why
And Russia.
the junta will work with China. Then they want to work with the Chinese, but they have a lot of corruption within the whole system.
Okay.
Basically, all the level of officers are all corrupted. They have their own businesses because Myanmar army is a weird thing. Once you get in, you cannot get out. It's like the mafia. So once you go in, you lose your passport as well. You have no more passport. You cannot travel overseas until you are going out on a diplomatic mission for the Tatmadaw, which is actually the military.
Tatmadaw.
I know this because my ex-girlfriend is Burmese, and his brother is military. He has no passport. There's no way he can go overseas. So, but he's an officer. So that's the reality.
thing. The northern parts of the Burmese people that don't issue the ID card to them, so they cannot travel elsewhere. So only the place will controlled by the juntas. They can give them the identification documents, like such as passport. They can over there.
So basically, most of Myanmar, most of Myanmar that is controlled by the government have the right to get passport. So the people who are controlled in the rebel groups, of course, they don't get to have passports.
The whole ASEAN is very concerned about Myanmar because Myanmar is part of ASEAN. So that's why there are a lot of talks with on the Myanmar side.
Yeah, but actually, the reality is ASEAN don't really care about Myanmar. That's the reality. So
they create the Rohingya refugees over there. Recently, it happens in Indonesia. They chase them out for sea. They want them.
Yeah, but there's nothing to do with ASEAN, right? There's nothing to do with ASEAN. There's also nothing to do with the government.
I mean,
the population want to chase the people out. But you see, the Rohingya is a non-issue in Myanmar. So if you go to the junta, you go to Aung San Suu Kyi's government, you go to the NUG, you talk about Rohingyas, they will ignore you. I can tell you 100%, they will ignore you. It's just like you go to Israel, you talk about Palestinians, they will ignore you because it's a non-issue to them. The real issue for them is these rebel groups. These rebel groups are way more dangerous than the Rohingyas. Rohingyas is just a bunch of like a big group of people who is totally uneducated. They are very poor. They can't do anything, and they have a potential to become terrorists. And that's about it. And even if they become terrorists, they can't really do much. And then when they attack, then more Rohingya villages will get burned down because the military will just wipe them. So it's a non-issue to them. The real issue is the one that have guns. The real issue is the ones that have uniforms. They know how to fight, which is actually all the different armies. There's a lot of different all these rebel armies that's more scarier. The West have no interest to go in because this is not their playground. This is India and China's playground. So India is just next to Myanmar. India do not do anything. The West don't dare to enter, except the Americans. But the Americans have no interest in Myanmar because Myanmar has nothing. Except gold and jewels and everything, which is not important to the Americans.
Not government directly.
I
think there's more funded groups support the Christian factions of the rebel.
Yeah, but this
not governmental.
The one that is currently part of the offensive, one of them I believe is the Christian groups. I think it's the Kachin, if I'm not wrong. So
no, not really. It's another groups is they all same group. I think they call the Chinese name called Peng Jiasen's sons who leading the rebel groups.
You have to actually talk about the actual group name though. I wouldn't know.
They call the Chinese name is Guo Gan Tong Men Jin.
Kokan army is
Kokan actually is Han Chinese. It's a Chinese. Is they exiles from a Qing dynasty. They settled there.
My understanding of the Kokan army is they are not strong. My understanding.
Kokan also have a few factions over there.
So I talk about the Kachin. Kachin in the north. I'm correct. So generally, I don't want to go into too much details in terms of the, because that one I could have just do a video and explain all, because
apart
it's
from
very
Golden
complicated.
Triangle there, before they do the scam crime on it, they are doing drug trafficking. They're planting poppy gardens on that poppy plantations, so to harvest the heroin. But due to pressures from China, because the only way to can smuggle out all those drugs is through China-Yunnan borders. That's a larger market they can go to. So China giving the pressure to the juntas to get rid of the drug problem. After they get rid of drug problems, then come to the scam syndicate. And before scam syndicate, there is a gamble. They try to scam Chinese tourists over there across the border.
So there is always a criminal activity in this part of the world.
Oh, it's quite a lawless area.
Yes.
It's quite a lawless area.
If the government is as low power, of course, the criminal is going to take control.
Just like the border of Mexico, there is the drug cartels easy cross the borders.
So it's not just cartel. The junta itself, some of them actually do all this illegal trading.
That's some of the generals involved in.
And then the rebels themselves are also conducting all this smuggling as well, and maybe opium trade and whatnot. So it's literally everyone is doing it, because that's the only way you can get money. So or you just exploit land that's not yours.
It's the same thing. One of the most powerful cartel has been created by ex-military and ex-policemen in Mexico. So
it really depends on who you ask. Sometimes the rebels do not have very good reputation among the Burma people because they feel like some of these are just criminals. So it really depends. And all these different armies, they have clearly no democracy, because there is no way to conduct a democracy in a land that you don't really have full control over. So
I think China I think China's carefully watching the things how they progress. The main thing that China concerned is their criminal activities along their borders. Once they sort out that place, in the regions, they will come out as a middleman to broker a peace deal within juntas and the rebel groups.
It won't work.
Stabilize.
Nobody trusts the Chinese in Myanmar. It won't work.
It's not to China.
No one will trust the
use of powers.
Even the groups that are financed by China. Because one of the groups, you said earlier that one of the groups
is multiple
financed
groups.
by China.
There's multiple groups. There is mostly on the northern border.
They come a few hundred years ago to settle that place.
No. You have to drop
during the Qing Dynasty.
That is a very tiny group. It's non-issue also within the Myanmar's general thing. You have the Kachin, which is all the way in the north. They definitely buy from China. China probably sell them something, but it's very limited because they don't want this group to be very strong. There's one group called WA, which is fully powered and funded by the Chinese. So, and then there's some other groups. There are also communist groups. There's another group is previously from the Communist Party of Myanmar that forms they call the MNDAA. So this one was most probably also funded by the Chinese. So there are different groups. But the thing is, for the Chinese, they just want certain control over the certain places because Myanmar is totally chaotic. So they just fund this, have some communication, just to have some sense of control of their border. It's not really to control Myanmar, because you can't control Myanmar. Myanmar is a total mess.
What China's main concern is they don't want any other superpowers like in United States to exploit these rebel groups just as a proxy to disturbing China as skirmishes.
But nobody will, because there's nothing to fight for in Myanmar. You're fighting for mines, gold mines and whatnot, but no. Well, you have a lot.
You don't fight to destabilize China.
They can't, because they can't get through over to China. Because if you look at the map,
why US entered Afghanistan is as a staging point to engage China that time, but it failed the plan. They tried to exploit.
For that 20 years, no one can penetrate into Afghanistan. They delayed whatever plans that the Chinese have in Afghanistan for 20 years.
The border with it, they also tried to bribe the Uzbekistan to have a US base over there, but somehow it failed the plan. They foiled the plan already.
Okay, so I would again, like I said in the beginning, I do want people to remove the anti-West or pro-West idea when it comes to talking about Asia, because generally everybody is for themselves. So there is in Myanmar, right? There is no interest, no Western interest in Myanmar, like zero. You see how fast they turn on Aung San Suu Kyi. They don't care. Aung San Suu Kyi, you can see Aung San Suu Kyi is a pro-West person, but when she become president, she really, or not president, like state councillor, she can't really control everything because everything is in a mess, and she don't have real power. The real power lies with the junta, because the military, because foreign policy. I think all military security police is all under the military, and then I think even for foreign policies, I think the military need to be consulted. So it was very difficult, which is why she tried to pull in the UN previous Kofi Annan to come, to try to help with, but they can't. She have no power because everything is so complicated within Myanmar. So my suggestion is don't bring this pro-West, anti-West sentiment idea into this region, because every rebel army have their own motivations. They all have their own thing going on, and from what I observed when I was reporting on it 2 years ago, and then from my previous I went through and updated what I know last year. There is not a lot. There is not a lot of Western investment or no support for all these rebel groups. If not, you will see much more advanced weaponry on the field. In fact, the rebel
Private
armies,
funding, yes. No from governments. Private funding, yes.
but they don't. They don't have even the weapons to fight. They have to create. They do 3D printing of the arm, or certain limited parts. They try to do very traditional rifles.
No,
they're
not
very limited.
They smuggle in.
Yeah, they smuggle the 3D printer because they know that they can create certain things. But all this is only possible because of the uprising, because the young people who are educated, they went to join the rebels, and then they bring all this knowledge and technology, like the understanding of internet and everything, to these rebel groups. The rebel groups don't really have all these things, so there is this change. So the modern rebel army, with the help with PDF and everything, is a bit different. It feels different from previously before the junta took over and everything. But ultimately, my suggestion is don't think too much in the West, pro-West, pro-East, kind of thing. No, China don't even dare to go in. India also don't dare to go in, even though India have a lot of border and rebel issues on their border with Myanmar, because the Indian rebels keep running into Myanmar and then running back in, they have even the Indians have problems with that border there. So nobody wants to go in because it's just a mess.
Hindu versus Hindu, not Muslim versus Hindus, right?
Not Hindu. It's not a religious thing. It's an ethnic thing.
I mean, it's ethnic.
It's a Naga.
It's not Muslim ethnic, right?
It's not an ethnic. It's not a religious problem. Nagaland, the land that is linking with Myanmar is called Nagaland. Nagaland have its own independence movement. They want to secede away from India, so they have all this rebellion thing ongoing as well.
As similar to Khalistan now.
So I saw on the chat. Yeah, Assam is another one. Assam is another old kingdom, ancient kingdom. Nagaland is another ancient kingdom. All these are all looking to rebel, and they are right at the edge of India's border. So which is why they are very far away from the capital. They want to get out. They want to be their own country, which is the exact same thing as all the different all the different ethnic group within Myanmar. They all want their own country. But of course, it's always nice when you want to have your own country without thinking about economics. So once you get your own country, the shit. You become like not here, not there.
Just like Sukarno that time, they want to create Malipur. They is combined with the Philippines, Malaysia, Borneo states, and the whole Indonesia, become a super state, just like USSR. But
that's the aspiration. Is basically a Malay super state. So it is the combination of the entire Malayan archipelago. But it did not work out because the geopolitics just don't allow. So which is why the geopolitics is important. That's why in DPA,
Sukarno is pro-USSR, so that's why the MI6 and the CIA is planning a coup to overthrow him, replacing by another general is pro-United States, which is Suharto. Yeah, they recently declassified the documents from the UK that MI6 really involved in the coup overthrow the Sukarno.
Yeah, that's normal. Espionage is normal. What I'm trying to say is that what I'm saying that it may not necessarily be like pro USSR or pro West or pro what. The thing is, when you're at that position, you're the leader of this country. You do not have the kind of military technology to fight a war. Where are you going to get your weapons? Who is going to support you? And if your enemy is the West, which is the British, because the British controls Malaysia, Singapore, and Brunei, then you have the Americans in the Philippines. You have no choice. The only ally you can find is USSR. There is no China during those days. India is shit at that time. India is very weak at that time. The only one is USSR. So it's not a pro-USSR, but it's a matter of you cannot get the Western support. So there's the only one left is the USSR. That's all. So that's why I say don't bring the pro-West, pro-Russia, it doesn't apply actually in today's Malaysia. Is it pro-West or is it pro-China or is it pro-Russia? So honestly, it's only pro-Malaysia. They can swing any direction.
Oh,
Singapore
they're
is the same
pro-Islamic.
that is what they need to show.
Ideologically, they are pro-Islamic. Yeah.
That's just the image. What did they do with the Islamic world? They did nothing. There's nothing. There is nothing in the Islamic world. It's just it's just to make the population feel okay, feel happy. Oh, you're part of the Islamic community. But among the Islamic countries, they don't do anything. There's literally nothing. If you look at even Saudi Arabia, what do they do with the other Arab countries? They don't do anything. The main relationship is with non-Muslim countries, like with Israel, with Russia, with China. It's not an Islamic thing. No, Islam is always just a tool that they use to do their geopolitics.
Malaysia has a very good strategic place, but it's just that the leadership does not make use of it. It's unlike Singapore. Singapore is tiny dot over there. They make use of it as punch above the weight. Malaysia have the potential, but they don't do punch above the weight. You can see geographically they are very strategic in the Malacca Straits. Currently, the Thailand has Prime Minister proposed a land bridge, which is they do another port into east coast and west coast each side of it to transport cargo. That's a plan to undermine
the plan was actually a few years already. So the plan was actually to have a port on one side and then a port on another side, then the railway track.
Land bridge.
It was actually a few years already, the idea. It's too expensive to build until now. Because to justify that, you have to clear mountains, clear forests, and then you link up the whole place, build a railway track for that distance. So who will use it? That's the problem. It's still cheaper to ship around. So the whole thing is a Chinese thing. It's not it does not really benefit that much to
that's why I say it's a plan C. Plan A is in Pakistan, connect to China. Plan B is a connect from Myanmar, connect to China. Plan C is Thailand.
Yeah, of course. But the thing is it wasn't the topic that I was talking about. So I was talking about Myanmar itself. That was then. So yeah, but no, Malaysia, I think you underestimated Malaysia as well. If you look at from the Islamic world perspective, Malaysia is actually that shining star that everybody wants to become. That is the reality.
No, they think
wants to be like Malaysia.
They think they are the shining star, but it actually it's just that they're doing a very populist approach, just like in Turkey. But Turkey has more potential than Malaysia in terms of military power.
No. I'm not talking about military power. I'm talking about like as a nation building, as an Islamic country, as a Muslim majority country. Most of the Muslim world actually looks up to Malaysia, particularly under what Mahathir has done. Until all the corruption problems all come in. Before that, Malaysia has
But
rise up so
all the
quickly, do
Mahathir's
so well.
plans is being backfired.
No, but let me finish. So all Malaysia in the beginning, they were they have just jungle and everything. So they embark on a lot of industrial revolutions. They bring in the palm plantations. They do all sort of oil exploitations and everything. So Malaysia, in a very short time, even though it did not reach the kind of ratio that Singapore did, Malaysia actually did very, very well. So they become one of the richer countries within the Islamic world, without like what the Middle East is doing, which is exploitation of oil only. So Malaysia did a lot. So which is why most of the Muslim country actually looks up to Malaysia. It's only Malaysia over the past 10, 20 years is a mess because of the politics. But within the Islamic world, they actually have a lot of respect for Malaysia. This is if we are non-Muslim, we are not in this Islamic world, you cannot feel it. It's within the
right
Islamic
now,
world.
Indonesia is trying to surpassing Malaysia right now because Indonesia has more resources and manpower.
I saw
what happened to Mr. Lambo?
He's bored.
Yeah. Okay.
Is Brunei
What's
part
the
of
problem?
that? Is Brunei is that the country that's real rich from the oil? Or the
No, it's just the Sultan itself. Sultan to have say of it. It's
no,
not democratic
I don't want to
country.
get too far off track, but what's the deal with them? Are they basically like one of the OPEC countries where everyone's well off to a point and or at least taken care of socially, like medical and housing? Or is it top heavy? Like with the wealth, is it all focused at the top?
They have a wonderful welfare system in Brunei.
So Brunei is actually a very small country in between Sarawak and Sabah state in the eastern Malaysia. So basically, there's a Borneo island, very big island, where it's below half is Indonesia. So they're right at the top, near the top in the middle. So in that area, just nice, they have oil. So they become very rich because it's a kingdom, it's a monarchy. So the monarch is an absolute monarch. So they have direct control of everything. So he owns everything. So as such, because the Brunei have all this oil, so he owns all the oil. So he's the richest man in the world. His
brother is such a stud. Brother is such a stud.
No, but I mean, do they take care of their people pretty much? I mean, is it pretty good to be a Brunei citizen?
They have a welfare system.
Free food, free healthcare, free food, free education, free
houses, free wedding
but
costs,
you cannot party.
expenses.
But no party, no nightlife, no
Well, they
much
come
entertainment.
to Miri to have fun in Sarawak there. They can cross the border there just by going by boat or by car ride.
Yeah.
Just
so
like
generally, the country itself has.
So everyone's pretty much taken care of, but it's an Islamic state as far as social life.
And
then,
maybe I think mistake, but I think most of the population is not citizen of Brunei. In this kind of country, most of the population is from immigration, and they have a very low social status.
But
and they are doing all the jobs that the Brunei rich citizens don't want to do.
But currently, Brunei have overspent the money. They're seeking China help them to fund them.
Fund them in what?
No, their economic problem is in the bottleneck. I think they show sign of
what kind?
decline.
Decline.
I mean the income.
The income, the total GDP was 32 trillion last year.
I know.
This year, estimate.
What about their military?
The militaries, they use Gorkhas mercenaries to protect the Sultan.
No, I mean, what kind of do they run aircraft or any kind of ships or any kind of land forces? Are they mercenary just for hire? Are they actually pretty decent?
They rely on Singapore defense spec.
I'm not familiar with the military because maybe it's not very significant.
Very tiny.
Because their population is very low actually. So they only have less than 500,000 people. They are basically half a Guyana. So, but they are as rich as they have the oil that is as rich as it is.
I just assume, even if they have a small military, I just assume maybe they'd have top-notch stuff since they have the money to afford it.
No,
even if it was only like a little bit.
They spend more on cars and women.
They probably have because the So because Singapore and Brunei basically have some kind of alliance.
They peg their
I'm not sure it's
currencies.
overt. I'm not sure it's overt or covert. But I believe Singapore is obligated to defend and protect Brunei. And so there is this symbiotic relationship between Singapore and Brunei. For example, Brunei actually peg their currency to Singapore dollars. So
They can get a cheap oil from Brunei.
which means Singapore actually have Singapore dollars actually have a backing, oil backing.
Which is a
and how
smart thing to
significant is
do.
this backing is that, so I just checked in terms of the estimates, it's $32 trillion GDP just for a tiny country of less than 500,000 people. So it's a significant economy just by oil export. 32 trillion, you know, it's not billion, 32 trillion for a very
But
small country of 400,000
in a
people.
way that Singapore had a better oil price from
I don't think
Brunei.
Singapore buy oil from Brunei actually. I think Singapore import oil from other places.
Well,
Because
whichever
you
they
buy
do,
oil from Brunei,
they must have consumer rates benefits for both sides mutually.
Yeah, I would
mostly-
assume they're getting something out of that deal.
Yep.
it's
Military corporations could be one of them.
so military wise is very limited. So like for example, okay, so we send our troops to Brunei for training, for jungle training. So but that's about it. I'm 100% sure that we have some kind of pact that Singapore will protect Brunei. In the case where, for example, Malaysia attacks Brunei, they try to conquer it, we'll go to war with Malaysia, something like this. So I believe that is for sure. And then because of the pegging, Brunei dollar is pegged to Singapore dollars, which means that Singapore dollar is backed by oil. So which makes Singapore dollars very strong. So that is also another benefit. And diplomatically, they are very close. Singapore and Brunei is super close. For example, when we invite VVIPs to our National Day or certain big events, the Brunei Sultan, the king of Brunei, will be sitting right at the front together with the prime minister, right at the closest.
They're more
way
friendlier
ahead
than
Malaysia.
Malaysia's.
Yeah, and in fact, we are also very close with the Sultan of Johor. So the Sultan of Johor will also sit in front and ahead of the Prime Minister of Malaysia. We are very
Because
close with all
Sultan
these.
Johor invests lots of money in Singapore.
It's not just that; it's easier to deal with dictators. it's just that
not
the Americans
dictators.
love dictators. It's just
But
easier
just
to deal with
that-
dictators because you can make a deal.
Just the
they will
formations
honor
of
it.
a state on Southern Johor is different from other states. That's why they're allowed to have a little bit more power to dictate their
But
own
it's-
fate.
But that's not what the point I'm talking about. I'm talking about is that when you are a country, it's easier to deal with dictators. That's all. You make deals, it's easier. Just like why the United States love all the dictators. They love Saudi Arabia. They love Qatar. They love Jordan. They love Egypt. It's easier. It's just easier to deal with all these people because
And
they will
call
not disappear.
themselves democratic country. How ironic. They want to spread
Yeah, but
around
that's-
that democratic view, and they like dictators to control over them as a proxy. Very ironic, isn't it?
I'm going to disturb a little bit. I'm going to leave for an hour. Going to eat. I'm at mommy's house.
Go ahead.
If I come back in 1 hour and a half maximum, it's good. We are
Mommy food always
opening the top.
tastier.
Yeah, it's very good. And she always giving me some extra food for in the week,
Oh.
No, but it's good if I'm come back. We are opening the topic about Ukraine in 1 hour, something like that. Because I am here
Alright.
for the moment. I am just watching because I am
I
not
read
at
something.
that.
Indonesia surpassed Malaysia quite some time ago, and now Indonesia
Yeah.
ranking up 16th biggest economy. Yeah, that's what I'm
Wait.
talking about. They have a population.
So that's
they
why
have resources.
they don't need to try.
They have the land.
Indonesia, basically by population, they will surpass Malaysia for sure. So that's why that's what.
Whichever
Taiwan, you're back.
countries.
I
Whichever
am back in
country has
1
a
hour,
large-
guys. I'm back in 1 hour.
See you
Van,
around.
we speaking to Ukraine if I'm coming back. If it is good for you. Wagner,
Whichever
come on.
country.
Is there still a war in Ukraine? I think it was over now.
Yeah, but big changes, interesting things.
No, it's over.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We
we
are
can
just
talk about
waiting
Ukraine
for
right
the
now.
Senate, US Senate to
Let me say
stop
Lambo cannot
the
eat.
funding and it's over.
No, we
I'm
can stop.
actually- I'm actually
No, we
interested
didn't
to
talk
hear-
enough.
I'm actually interested to hear about Malaysia and Myanmar because I don't hear about it often.
Yeah, but you can still talk for 1 hour and a half, something like that. Good guys are going to leave. See you
I mean,
maybe
I think
later.
we covered it. I think we covered it good. I mean, that and what's going on with Guyana until it kicks off or don't kick off. I mean,
We'll see. We'll see. Good. Bye-bye, guys.
All right, buddy.
Bye, Mr. Lambo.
See you in a bit.
Yes, it is.
oh yeah.
So just to sum up the Myanmar issue is that it's not going to change a lot of things because Myanmar is still a very fucking big place. It's huge. It's a huge country. It's like it's another like Ukraine. You think that it's a small place, but it just goes on and on and on. I was in Myanmar before. It's ridiculous. That highway. I fall asleep. I wake up. I look around. It still look the same. But actually, I already traveled like hundreds of kilometers. So it's ridiculously big country.
During World War II, there is a very sad story that the Myanmar, the Birmani jungle killed more British soldiers than the Japanese soldiers.
Yeah, they also killed a lot of Japanese soldiers. In fact, there was one battle that I read. It was quite horrific. So the Japanese soldiers like lost the battle. They run into the swamp, and then they try to cross the swamp into the other side. All of them got killed by crocodiles. So Myanmar is a ridiculously scary place. No one want to fight there.
Okay. Nothing is going to happen there. I understand that now.
Japanese Imperial Armies, those time World War II, is not as strong as the scene. It's just that other countries very weak by the military standards. Because Japan is the first country who are in this industrialized in Asia compared to other countries. So they have age of
but during those days, there's no other countries. But during those days, there's no other countries. They are all colonies. They are fighting the British. They're fighting the French.
Not
they're fighting the Americans. There's no countries around here.
There was a Thailand kingdom.
Not really. Thailand stay neutral.
Yeah, Thailand is the only country. There's no other countries. Everyone is colony. There is no countries in the region.
China.
During those days.
China was fractured.
China was in
time.
Civil War.
In Civil War,
but
after the independence overthrown their
concession in
factions of
port,
warlords.
but that's all.
Before the
so I was talking about like in South Asia, in southern part of Asia and Southeast Asia, because before there was Southeast Asia, we usually just called like Indonesia and all this South Asia. So in South Asia, it's all colonies. There is no countries.
Even Malaysia
Philippines,
is not
Indonesia, Indochina is French, and then the Thailand is the only neutral kingdom, and then Malaya at the time is British. The whole of Indonesia is Dutch. Myanmar is British. India is British. Nepal, I believe, is maybe semi-independent. Probably
Australia is British.
Yeah, Australia. But there's no country. There's no country in those days. So it's not the right way to say that. Every country is weak. There is no countries. The only country is Thailand, and Thailand is weak. Thailand is weak.
I'm so sad about the
everyone is powerful because they are surrounded by colonies, the colonial powers.
So sad about James Brooke. He can form his country in Sarawak, but his descendants didn't stay on the course, so he just let go.
You have to go into a lot of details, right, to explain who is he, what happened, the history, because all of them would not know who is he. So he's talking about one of this British guy that was offered to be the
explorer.
Monarch.
But
then
he
rejected it. Yeah. So
no,
if you go into
descendants rejected it.
Yeah, if you go into
3 generations after they rejected it.
Yeah, so average dude, if you want to go into detailed information, like history specific point, you have to explain the entire history or the entire context, because they're not going to understand. Like I know because I read about it, but they wouldn't know. So it's like suddenly you talk about like certain tribal chief in Pakistan.
You can entry knowledge. You can watch we call The Age of the World. Then you can ideas what they all about the James Brooke. Yeah, The Age of the World.
So okay, change topic. Southeast Asia is enough already. So Elon Musk unbanned Alex Jones on X. This comes after Alex Jones was interviewed by Tucker Carlson. I watched the whole interview. It was a fantastic interview. It's easier to watch. It's easier to watch because
is that a beef up guy?
Talk about
Is that beef up fat guys? Alex Jones.
Yeah, he's a fat guy. So 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 a lot of things Alex Jones said came true, which is why it's easier to listen to him now, because in the past when he say things, right, it just sounds like conspiracy theory. So
He's just
so
shouting
Tucker Carlson is
around.
on his side now. So now he got unbanned after Elon Musk put a poll and asked the people in Twitter, do you want to unban him? So he got unbanned. So far he haven't really posted anything yet. He retweeted Andrew Tate's welcome. So that's the update. But I think what is the significance is is in terms of cultural war, in terms of the battle against the deep state, and the battle for free speech and the ability to discuss and have all sort of perspective. I think this is very, very important.
I always regard him as a nut jobs.
I don't know enough about him. Like I've never followed him. I don't know what he's all about. I do know what got him kicked off was the whole thing with Sandy Hook. He made a comment about how it was all a hoax or something, and that got him booted off social media. Yeah, I don't agree with his comment. I'm pretty sure it wasn't a hoax, but I defend his right to say whatever he says, as nutty as it is, So if he's back on Twitter, X, whatever we're calling it, I prefer Twix. If he's back on Twix, I guess good for him. I'll continue to not follow him because, like I said, I don't know. I've never watched anything about the guy. Couldn't tell you about him.
Hey, Doug, if you're listening or watching, you do a hell of a Jones impersonation. You need to get in this open mic. But anyway, I follow Alex Jones to a point. I watched him off and on. My thing with him is he's annoying because he has really good guests on, but then he doesn't shut up, so you can't ever hear the guest. But he is right. He's very outspoken. He called. What happened was he said that the Sandy Hook was basically not a hoax and a government operation, and then all these parents were crisis actors, and the rest. He got sued for $1 billion. Now he's on another channel doing his thing. It's really good that he got put back on, because the more voices out there, the better. And he may be loud and come off as crazy, but he does end up calling out things that end up coming true, or at least along the lines of what he was thinking. It may not be an exact, prediction, but, a lot of things he say end up coming true, or at least, happening, or people become aware of them. So I think it's a really good thing. I'm glad Elon Musk is doing it. It's just another notch against the culture war. So I don't see anything negative out of it, other than the left is going to just freak out and cry and, claim I don't know how they expect him to pay $1 billion though, if he can't earn a living. So,
it scares me though. Because if he's so accurate, right, some of the shit that he says that is going to come is fucking scary. So it's like I rather that he's not so accurate, because some of the predictions that is coming is outright.
Yeah,
horrifying.
That's the thing. It's like it's some crazy stuff, and then you're like, oh, that's crazy. It's even like Rush Limbaugh. Back 20 or 30 years ago, he would say stuff, and people will be like, oh, that's crazy. We'll never try to ban cars or do this or do that. And then you look at all the green energy stuff that has happened, and even worse than he even thought. It's like anymore. It's like, don't make predictions and shit, because it's like, hold my beer. It's going to happen probably.
So I heard all this about like the conspiracy, so-called conspiracy about they want us to eat bugs and eat insects and whatnot. Then I was like, oh my god, that is so ridiculous. I was thinking, we have very good farming technology. We can eat chicken and pork and whatnot. Then after that, Singapore, not long after that, Singapore approved a new law that approved the import of insect meat, insect-based protein. I was like, what? It's like,
don't knock it, guys. I've eaten dried beetles when I was in Africa, and they tasted like walnuts. But anyway, I'll leave it at that. They weren't bad.
Hey,
yeah, I saw a meme the other day of Alex Jones, and it said, he goes, the only conspiracy theory now is that everything's going to be okay. which
That's a
is
good
like
one.
you said, is pretty scary because he's, it's not just him. There's lots of people looking at stuff, making predictions or whatever, but he seems to be the guy with the right calls.
You're gonna eat bugs. They're gonna make the frogs gay. Oh my god! And then he's proven the frogs turn gay. They're like, fuck.
I know. I mean, people used to make fun about that. Then it turns out that there's all these chemicals in the water and pharmaceutical stuff in the water that's messing with the sex of the frogs. It's like, okay, I mean, that's what like you said. It's kind of creepy because he's got some pretty far out predictions you hope don't happen.
Yeah.
Well, and that's a good point. And I pondered this myself quite a bit. You look at the average sperm count of a male, it's declined dramatically in the last 60, 70 years. It used to be hundreds of millions, and now the average is considered like 20 million. So we're slowly killing ourselves off with some sort of chemicals. It's in the environment somewhere, yet we don't bother to investigate that at all. We're too busy fucking around with nonsense. I don't get it.
Yeah. We should encourage fucking. Okay.
Well,
that's
Hey, ladies, I'm here.
Changing topic. Did you guys know that Zelensky just popped up in Argentina for the ceremony of the new president in Argentina, the Milei?
Where all the good Nazis go to retire.
Well, I was very surprised because
That's very, very sad news.
Bolsonaro was there, the previous president of Brazil, the one he loves because he says that Lula is a communist. And also Erdogan was there. But the interesting part is all normal presidents were on the right side and Zelensky on the left side because, of course, he couldn't be near Orban. But Milei hugged him really strongly, like a man. Oh. Zelensky just got the picture of the day.
Is he wearing his green shirt and his khakis?
Yes, of course. He won't let that.
What do you want him to wear?
Well, he's a clown.
I figured, maybe he'd dress up for carnival or something, or maybe he'd wear like a brown shirt and a brown pants.
Come on, he donated all his salary and all his entire wealth to the military. He have no money. He can only wear the military clothes. So he have no money. He donated everything. He's the president. Come on.
No, it's because he's in a country without war. So he has to dress like a soldier to motivate the troops, because I'm sure that to see your president dressed in khaki is a good thing for the morale of the troops.
Yeah, I mean, can you imagine, if I saw Joe Biden in a military uniform, I'd probably re-enlist, because that would be so inspiring.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I'm speaking about.
Excellent point.
How long do you think Zelensky was in the ceremony? He was just there for the hug. He left right away. So he traveled all the way from Ukraine to Argentina to hug Milei. And then the rest of the ceremony, he's away. He's not there.
Maybe he just go for an R&R, just to relax and have fun, because this ceremony is pointless.
No, I mean, he's buying a new plane after the next election in a few months.
Am I reading this wrong? It just seems like he's trying to go everywhere and be seen and just be everywhere. Like, Look at me, I'm here. It's pathetic.
Hey guys, before I forget, I saw this meme the other day, and it was a picture of Biden compared next to the banjo player in Deliverance. It's uncanny. Check it out.
Yeah, they said he grew up. Remember that kid from Deliverance? This is him all growing up.
That's great.
But it's a bit far, right? From Ukraine all the way to Argentina. It's a very long flight. His country is losing the war right now, and he went on a ceremony in Argentina that does nothing for his country.
Well, wait, it's wonderful in the picture because Argentina was a country that should be triumphantly be a member of BRICS after January the 1st, and it's not going to become a member. It sounds like, we still don't have confirmation on that, but it sounds like it's not going to become a member. And then Zelensky appears like the opposition, so he won the battle, so he's against the BRICS as well. It's a bit strange, but it's amazing because you made that really good video about Singapore and how Singapore might be turning away of the wave that is going in the world, that it needs to catch that wave as well in order to, especially
to at least secure the future. To secure the future. The main thing is, my worry is just not securing the future, because you do not know what will happen in the future. And if you are not in neutral and then have the possibility to go all directions, if you pick one side and this side lost, you're doomed, man. And that's what facing most of Europe, which is also very concerning for you guys, because you do not know what's going to come later. So Singapore we are not that yet, not at the level where the Western Europe is, but it's dangerous, you see, because we are surrounded by countries that never sanctioned Russia, and everyone is friendly with Russia. No, we are sucking up to China very hard. Like we suck China super hard. So I should do a video. I show you how China, how Singapore suck up to China. Like it's like the ancient kingdoms, small little kingdom go to the capital in some Chinese empire and then kowtow to the Chinese emperor. That kind of level. No, and then like the rest of the world don't really care about it, but Singapore media will report full front page reports about how we are welcome in China. We go and visit. High level. We bring all the ministers there and whatnot. It's hideous.
I think it was just a formal state. As far as I understood, Singapore actually behaved quite well. They found they were in bad sheets if they didn't sanction Russia at the beginning. It was a mistake because most countries didn't, but the people in Singapore thought everybody's going to sanction Russia, let's do the same, and they did, but they didn't do much. Singapore actually, like you said in your video, it was a great video. I love to saw it. I really love to see it. And the thing is that they actually work with the Russians completely. They continue to work with the Russians with no problems and doing business like usual, and even didn't destroy the hub for. I think it's more like it's a pre-gasoline stuff that the Russians export a lot to Singapore, or oil, pretty much.
It's so because. You have to look. If you look from the perspective of Russia, Singapore is just one tiny little country, which they actually invested the most money in. So all the foreign direct investment by Russia, the most money actually goes to Singapore, and then we sanction them. So to Russia is like, what the hell are you doing? But I'm 100% sure under the table, behind the scene, they're telling Russia that we have no choice. We have to do this.
Yeah.
But Russia was like, no. This is not okay. So they brand us into unfriendly country list. And that creates a lot of diplomatic problem for us. So, and then we lost all the opportunities. Imagine when all the Western brand and countries leave Russia, how much opportunity is there for Singapore to go in? We lost so much opportunity by no sanctioning Russia. It's stupid.
Yeah.
We could have buy direct from Russia. The oil, it will be even cheaper than probably whatever we are doing.
But I'm not sure that people at the moment, at the beginning, I say, okay, I agree with you. It was a rush, stupid decision. If you think like this now, but it was rush. It was like at the moment, at the beginning, nobody knew how things were going to turn, and it was obviously this rush, and it was like misleading. I hope that the elites in Singapore did realize what geopolitics really means. It's not so easy to change things one night to another. But on the other side, I think Singapore actually did a good job in not arresting Russians too much, because as far as I know, actually they did a lot. business. They continue doing business, like you said, under the table. I hope that somewhere in time they imagine they have to get out of that list because it's very important. But I wanted to come back with about the things that many people, I never realized it until these last days, that BRICS actually can be a kind of, Mehdi was saying that all the time, alternative to the UN. I never realized it. That didn't make any sense to me until a few days ago, because when the United States blocked this Article 90 of the Secretary General asking for a ceasefire, urgent ceasefire in Gaza, and the United States blocked it, I think many countries started to understand, because that's why I'm reading now, that the United States is doomed. It doesn't work for this world anymore, for the contemporary world we are living in. And the only organization we have in the world at this moment, sorry, Shadov, you're having your point, Finger. You want to say something. I hope I can finish
I
before
wanted
you
to
get
speak
mad
about
at
Singapore.
Yeah, before you get
You
mad
speak
at
about
me.
3 different topics, we have to follow.
Yes, but okay, finish now. Like, the only organization at this world that could appear with something like near to the United Nations, if United Nations is really to be doomed somehow in effectiveness, then it will be the BRICS, because the G20 it's pretty much just economics. It's there, and the BRICS don't have really a charter, but they have customary pretensions, which is just to accept all countries by equal, and at the moment they are a big part of the world.
Oh,
So,
he said something
since
censored.
he has crashed, I'm going to speak.
Yeah,
If we-
Shadowy, continue. He said something wrong.
Yes. I just
He's
wanted to
getting
add
censored.
something about Singapore. I think maybe I'm mistaken, but immediately the Singaporean diplomat has been sent to Moscow to appease the situation with a bad channel discussion with Moscow, I think. That's channel talk. And I think they are trying to lowering the tension with Russia, with the diplomats.
I don't think
it's obvious.
I don't think there is tension per se between Singapore and Russia. It's just that we put ourselves in a very bad situation. For example, Russia actually invested a lot of money in Singapore, and it's actually the most amount of money anywhere else. In terms of foreign investment, Singapore is the biggest pre-war. So if we continue to be ostracized on one side, over time Singapore will become irrelevant because they will find alternative in other countries. This is the fear. So that actually I have, because once you have alternative, you don't need to come back to Singapore. So that is the main risk. Shadow V just went drop off. Oh, okay, Prata, you can continue. Or Prata also drop. Oh, okay,
No,
Prata
I finished. I just launched this idea that I never agree with, that many people were saying that the BRICS could be actually a kind of a solution for the new United Nations, because so many countries want to join in, and it's the only organizations we have at the moment that is, it intends to be universal, and it intends to be democratic in terms of decisions. Because in terms of decisions,
it's
no,
not possible.
I don't think it's democratic.
Oh,
it's
yes,
more like...
I agree with you, Shadov. It's not possible. But as far as I notice in these last days, the reaction of countries around the world towards the decision of the United States to block the ceasefire in Gaza was too intense. It was too intimate. It was like that didn't even happen before. There was like 3 times that the Secretary General invoked the Article 90, and he got his way through the Security Council. That's the first time in 3 times, the 4th time, where actually one of the countries blocked it. And I think many countries are frustrated and are claiming and are talking about it loudly. So I see the United Nations in a very bad situation at this moment.
I agree. The
You are right about their reputation, but I think they have to deal with it. The United Nations couldn't exist without the Security Council.
Yeah.
And
True.
that's going to continue like that.
because
And
I
if the
think
BRICS wants the same kind of level, they have to have their own Security Council. Because China are not going to accept, on India for the same reason. They are not going to. They are big power. They don't want to be imposed a decision by other country. So they want the veto right, basically.
Who? India
Oh.
wants a veto right.
Everybody want it, but
so. I think the BRICS problem is that they are still very new. So what happens is that eventually it will still lead to a Security Council kind of arrangement because the bigger power will want more power in terms of say. So you can't. There's no possibility that they will run into a direction of European Union where no one country can veto the whole thing, and then you have 20 over countries that nothing can get done because of one
that's what I
country.
think, Wyatt. The structure is going to be very different. I don't think there is going to be some kind of a decision that apply to everybody. It's going to be just a place where people could make agreement, and they are going to create some kind of communication network and some kind of structure to make agreement. But they are not going to force anybody to sign the agreement.
But that's what
That's not the
BRICS is
idea, I
about.
think, of the BRICS.
It's exactly what you described, Shadov, is exactly what BRICS is about. It's about
Von
the
wanted to say
forum
something.
where people conversate, where people change meaning. And I think the power of it is the idea that you are equal, that you can conversate in the same, that you are being listened. That's a forum. I don't think this is a workable alternative to the United Nations at all. No, it is not. But I see the United Nations very, very weak now, like never before. And this will be very, very problematic in the future, in future decisions that we have to take. It's like the United Nations is a country like the Turkish, okay, he's a horrible person. Erdogan just said, like, we can't have a fair world with the United States in it. That was a comment of the Erdogan.
Von.
Yeah, I would, like with the whole BRICS thing, the way I would look at it, the way I look at it is you have the BRICS and then you have the multipolar world. And the way I would look at it is you would have like China would be the obvious choice to lead the Asian pole, with maybe Japan and South Korea and North Korea as some, they would obviously be partners, but they're obviously not going to be equals to China. And then India, I guess, maybe deals with their area, maybe some of that area. And then maybe Iran and Turkey would be the obvious choices for the pole in the Middle East. Obviously, Russia would be Eastern Europe and, all that. And then you'd have the EU, doing whatever, maybe try to have their sphere. Obviously, the United States would probably be North and South America. My only question is, would it be like Brazil and South America? Would they be a big enough country to be like not like a forceful head, but like the figurehead of that pole? And then the other question would be, obviously, Africa is too chaotic. I can't think of a single country there that could be like an agreed upon figurehead of their pole, even if they're not like the boss, they got the most organizations, so they're going to be the administrator of the African pole. India's the Indian pole, China's the Asian pole, Russia's the European pole, America, am I off base there? Because that's kind of how I see that going.
Am I next? I don't know. Does anybody want to answer Vaughn before I go into my diatribe?
Yes, me. I see the multipolar world as too chaotic to ever work. To be fair to you, Vaughn, I see a more workable solution. We have the 5 biggest countries in the world. They are spread around around all continents. It's the United States, Brazil, China, India. I'm missing one.
Russia.
United States, Russia, China, India, and Brazil. And these 5 countries, they are the most important countries in the world. If these countries sit at the table, the world will get some peace, because what we have now is a dispute between the big powers. And within that dispute, all little powers are trying to change matters on the ground, because they have little conflicts with their neighbors. Venezuela now in Esquibo, we have Turkey trying to change borders again. You have everybody trying to do something little around them. Even Israel, because that's what we are seeing it. Or perhaps Gaza, who knows. But the thing is, if these 5 countries go to a table and sit and show to the world there is some order, someone is pulling the strings, because the feeling we have now is that nobody's pulling the strings. We are in complete chaos. People are doing little stuff, each one is doing their little stuff, and nobody knows where to go to, where to navigate. And everybody who feels this freedom does whatever he wants. So that was my point. Sorry.
But that's what the multipolar world is, right? No, everybody doing their own thing.
Well,
Yes.
I just wanted to make a point, because we're talking about all this, right? But in the grand space of human history, like, we're pretty lucky to be living through this, because we're seeing the beginnings. Actually, probably 20 years ago, we saw the beginnings of the end of this Western hegemony. For the last, I think Lavrov said today, Western hegemony is now ended. For the last 500 years, it's now ended. He said that either today or yesterday, and he's right. So when we talk about this stuff, what my point is, all of this takes time, right? Like, keep in mind that the Roman Empire was essentially defeated by the Germanic tribes, yet they still carried on for another 300-400 years before they finally collapsed. I think what we're going to see in our lifetimes, let's say, we're starting to see now, you hear, like we were talking about earlier, Erdogan has basically thrown the US under the bus. You see all of these countries at the UN, 97 countries co-sponsored that resolution. The world is pretty much done with the US. And you can tell, I'm a big fan of body language and watching how people react. You can tell when you listen to a Biden or a Blinken and stuff, those guys know it. They know that they're defeated. And they know that they've got major problems on their hands. So, I think what we're going to see, at least, for our lifetimes, next 50 years or whatever, you're going to see, they're going to talk a lot about this multipolar world. And I think during our lifetimes, you're going to see an elaboration of BRICS, an elaboration of a multipolar world, whereby, we call them poles, but I don't necessarily see them as poles. I see the next 50 years as just them trying to figure out what a multipolar world looks like. However, while that's going on, you're also going to see the rise of China, India, so on and so forth. And eventually this idea of a multipolar world is just going to be overtaken by yet another unipolar world, hegemon. Who that is, my guess is China, could be India. Who the frig knows? I'll be dead. But that's what I think we're going to see in the next, 50, 100 years, whatever it takes to play out.
It's very interesting, the person that gave that super chat, the multipolarity will be something like the post-Napoleonic Europe. Well, NGS somehow brings a good point, because that post-Napoleonic Europe actually worked quite well in Europe. Yes, let's not forget that we had the Conference of Berlin, where these big powers of Europe, of the post-Napoleonic Europe, decided to bring everything to themselves. So, so it worked until it didn't work, until it became very mean.
This is exactly actually what I wanted to add to Nunez, because I say that what will happen is eventually, after they cannot figure it out, they will say that, okay, we're going to cut up the world into turf. India, this the India turf, this is the China turf, Russia turf, and then we are all back to the same old place. Then after that, someone not happy, some little princeling got killed. Then suddenly World War III, because that's what happened, right? No, that's exactly what happened. That's what leads to World War I, because of the post Napoleonic world where everybody is just too balanced. That's way too balanced, and everybody think that they can beat each other. So welcome to World War I.
Yes, quite interesting. I think we have to understand we have balancing powers in this world, which we have to embrace their potential. I'm talking about Brazil and India especially, but also China in a way. China is not trying to really conquest nobody. It's just trying to secure their position in the market, mostly and foremost. They are not, at least we are not seeing them. Okay, they have border conflicts with their neighbors, but they are still not like trying to conquest different parts of the world yet. And
I want to add yet as well.
Yet, yes.
Yeah.
But I think so. We need actually a third, more balancing power. And like Vaughn was saying, we don't have anybody in Africa for that. Complicated.
You heard South African heart. No, South Africa is that we are the leaders.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they are and they are not.
I mean, I can see some countries with potential, like maybe Morocco or Egypt or South
DRC.
Africa, but they're all so far apart. I don't see how they could get the rest of the continent to buy into anything.
I know who can be the leader. That new federation that is going to come up, the new confederation between Niger and what's the freaking country?
Mali,
Mali and
Guinea-Bissau for Conakry.
Burkina Faso, Niger.
Hey, I wanted to ask a quick question that's way off. In that Azerbaijani thing, that city that they abandoned, is that city just empty now? Or did the Azerbaijanis occupy it, or at least, I don't know.
Which city are you talking about?
I don't know. It was like the capital of that breakaway republic, whatever. They showed it like just empty.
Armenian minority who left the place.
Conquered.
I don't think the Azerbaijanis will go that far. I hope not. Well, they know they are not stupid. I don't think they will do that. I think they will invite.
Well, I mean, they were showing pictures of it, like the whole city was empty, like everybody left.
It's empty. Everybody left.
It doesn't matter if the whole city is empty, because most of the people left, so most of the city is going to be empty, except for some of the old people and the people who don't want to leave. And then Azerbaijan will just move new people into this territory.
You think so?
Yeah, they already have the plan They already planned. They already have the plan to build new settlements.
It's their country now.
So we're talking about Nagorno Karabakh, whatever it's called, Karabakh.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, when you've got the Armenian president saying, this is no longer our land, what do? Like the guy, I don't know what he was thinking.
What do you think is going to happen to the Gaza Strip in 2 years?
Yeah, so I did report it during because the video is very few people watch, so I can understand a lot of people did not know. Azerbaijan already have a massive plan to redevelop and rebuild the entire of Nagorno Karabakh, including rehoming populations back into that region. So there's no worries about people living there. People will live there eventually when they build new condos and beautiful houses, tourist resorts, and then one day we'll have a DPA, retreat, at Nagorno Karabakh and say, poor Armenians. That is going to happen. Eventually they're going to redevelop that place into some tourist.
And don't forget, they're going to destroy everything that comes from Armenia. They're going to rewrite all the history book to say that 100%. This place was Azerbaijan from the beginning of time.
It was what was the name? I spoke about it in our video from Armenia. Sorry, not Alanian, but I forgot the name. Sorry, but the other peoples that existed there before. That actually are
just to make sure that there is no
Oh,
Not
they have
one
been doing
sentence
it.
about Armenian people in the history book.
Yeah,
That's all.
well, they have been writing about it. They've been complaining that the Armenians have been.
You
And
see,
we'll
say
do
the wrong
again.
thing again. Yeah, he keeps saying the wrong thing. Keep getting censored.
Exactly.
But this Alan's yeah. So the thing about I think you.
He has a serious problem.
You see, he cannot. He's censored. He's totally censored.
Yes.
But didn't
if we follow the history of Nagorno Karabakh, I was very surprised that people left. There is something there. It's not so
They
easy.
left because they were going to be killed if they stayed.
They think that they're going to.
Yeah, I mean, the way I took it was like the Azerbaijanis kind of told them like, don't be there when we get there. And a lot of people left because I mean, like I wasn't kidding. It looked like a ghost town. I mean, it looked completely abandoned downtown, wherever the hell it was.
30 years ago, there has been another war in this place, and the Azerbaijan army has made a lot of war crime in the area. And when I said a lot, it was really a lot. So the civilian population have a very, very good understanding that they have to leave. And the Russian army was there to protect them for a few weeks to allow them to leave. So they use the help of the Russian army to leave the area very quickly.
I would be surprised. We made that video about Armenia, and I talked a lot about Nagorno Karabakh back then, trying to introduce a bit the story. And the thing is that people has been there against so many circumstances over the centuries, again and again and again. I can't imagine they losing their identity so easily. So I presume, if I am allowed to say this, I presume there's a kind of a backstage agreement where these people can come back inside.
No,
I find it very unusual that these people just left the country without no assurance from the Russians or from someone else that they could come back.
I don't know. I mean, when they fought last year or whatever, it was pretty damn brutal. Maybe they just didn't want to get caught up in it. I mean, they were fucking doing war crimes, if you want to say it like that, as far as what they were doing in each other's military.
You know what they were meaning.
I mean, they might just not want to be there when those guys show up. Like I said, I took it as like, get the fuck out of town. Don't be home when we get hurt. That's the way I took it. And like I said, it was like they ran. I mean, there was like just shit laying in the streets, like people just ran.
Yes. And they were very afraid for their life.
Yeah, I'm just
correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't the Armenian president cede the entire territory to
Not
Azerbaijan?
exactly cede. He decided to not protect the territory. So he let the local militia to fight alone. And they were destroyed in 1 week.
Yes, and then he made something worse. He recognized that the territory is part of Azerbaijan internationally. And then the Russians said, well, then we can't do anything because then we are going to be the ones hurting international law. So they said, well, now we can't do anything. If Armenia says it recognized that as part of Azerbaijan, then the situation gets very complicated. But my feeling is there is a kind of a gentleman's agreement, a kind of a backstage agreement that will allow these people to come back. We have this. Well, I'm sorry, Shadovia, I have to disagree with you. I can't imagine people that had fought for their land for so long just to live in 1 week. It doesn't make any sense to me. And
some people in the comments were saying that people actually burned their houses down when they left. So that might be.
Yeah, but that was the first stage, not the second stage. That was the first stage because that was the parts that didn't belong to Nagorno Karabakh that were occupied by Armenians, but historically belonged to Azerbaijanis. Yes, because you see, Nagorno Karabakh is like an island, but what the Armenians back then in the 90s did was they make kind of a connection, a land connection to mainland Armenia, and all those territories in between, they were occupied by Armenians, and there was these houses they were burning actually, not in those territories because they knew they couldn't get them. 5G? Well, 5G?
5G is only dangerous if you sniff it all at once.
Okay. So we are having to we have to slow down to 4G.
Alex Jones is in the chat.
So, but I would. So I can explain maybe the possibility of why the population of the Nagorno Karabakh did not stay. Is because what the Armenians did when they invaded initially. So when they invaded initially, they conducted some level of massacre, and they were very brutal. All the Azerbaijani people was chased away, and then there was they are afraid of revenge. That's the main thing. So, but there's a possibility that the Armenian government has been spreading certain level of propaganda and whatnot about how the Azerbaijani will come in and then they will massacre everybody. So everybody will just run. But although it's also funny because the Azerbaijani has already closed the border. So the Azerbaijani troops opened the border for them to cross, didn't massacre them. So there's also a contradiction. So, yeah.
Well, if you've got the president saying we're not going to defend you, I'd be taking my family and getting out of there myself, right? Why? Who wouldn't?
I think they will try to bring people in. Not everybody. They will synchronize people and see who can come in and not come in, which is of course very unfair. But they will do that. But some people will be allowed to come back in. I see the Azerbaijani government very preoccupied in the last year, lately, to treat certain ethnicities with full respect. Of course, they always respect the Russians living there, Russian old believers, and so on. They have like the Udinis, which are also a very old Christian population that lives in a few cities. They had like their life improved by the government, building rich church and culture centers and all that. Yes, we have seen that some other Muslim peoples have been forced to be converted into Azerbaijanis. Well, it's not converted into a religion, but converted into an ethnicity. The lads, which are Iranian-based, Iranian, Indo-Iranian, if you can call it like this. Yes, those ones, for instance, continue to be suffering the Azerbaijanization, if we call it. But there hasn't been any persecution towards Armenian or other Christian peoples within Georgians, Russians, as I said, Udinis, or even the very little Armenian community that stayed in Baku. So I see the Azerbaijani government is the one that can be a bit more balanced here, because the Armenians are not balanced at all. Okay, we can understand historically they are very afraid, they're very competitive, they are very aggressive because of what happened the last 2 centuries. It's really bad for them. But I see the Azerbaijanis trying to hold the future to themselves. The problem here is actually the Western intervention. How much will they try to provoke a conflict or to hold the conflict going on? That's probably the biggest concern.
Yeah. So we will know whether Azerbaijan is a good thing or a bad thing for Karabakh over the next few years. Because once they play, if they follow through all their plans, Nagorno Karabakh is going to be a beautiful place to live and stay and holiday, and it's going to be like he's going to make all the Armenians or all the Karabakh people that left look like stupid people. And they left and go to Armenia and become like not here, not there. I'm not sure what Armenia as a country going to do with this additional population. I don't know. And also Armenia is following the path of Ukraine again. Like becoming pro-West, changing their laws and like becoming like go away from Russia, hating on Russia or whatnot. It's like deja vu again. It's kind of stupid if they go that route.
You have to believe, like, the people in all these countries, as soon as Samantha Power touches down in your country, you should be sending her packing. You know what I mean? Like, they haven't figured this out yet. I don't get it. I really
They
don't
don't
get
watch.
it.
They don't
They
watch
had
DPA
a-
open mic. They don't know.
Well, the thing about Pyongyang, of course, he's pro-Western. He wants to do something. He wants to be the Saakashvili of Armenia. But the problem is, like, okay, Ukraine has borders with European Union. Armenian, for instance, Georgia, when the conflict started, understood they couldn't take sides, and which is impressive, and we should say that. They are completely anti-Russian, their population, but the government understood, well, we have to stay away from this. And it's interesting that we see the Armenians do the other side, but how can they do the other side? Turkey is not pro-European Union at all. That's an history gone. So who are they waiting for support? Well, they have a huge problem actually with Turkey. They also have a huge problem with Georgia.
They have a huge problem with everybody.
They have conflict
no
with
friends.
everybody. It's amazing. And the Russians historically are the only ones that supported them over and over again, even against Georgians, which they used to love so much before 2008. So it's impressive how they are shooting themselves in the feet. But that's the interesting part about it. You see, Pyongyang, he has support from the population, 56%. So the Armenians are to blame. They did voted him again when the first problems with when the first invasion of Azerbaijan, of Karabakh by Azerbaijan, Pyongyang recalled the election. He won again with 56%. So the Armenians are to blame. There's nothing else. But at the same time, the Armenians are not ready economically or geographically or geopolitically to abandon Russia. So they just abandoned the more or less, not officially, but actually effectively, the kind of Russian NATO. Now they are alone. They don't have the support of anybody. Well, France sends some mechanized some cars there. Amazing. What are they going to defend our country with cars? I don't know. Now they are even saying that Armenia is supposed to send 200 Dodge rockets to Ukraine. The moment they do these, Russia will be really pissed off. I don't know what it's like. It's like a schizophrenic country at the moment, I would say.
I think we're gonna have quite a number of this type of country coming in these next few years. Everybody's starting to get very confused. It's like, are we supposed to continue to pro-USA? USA is messing up everything. Yeah. Poland will start to like, are we going to pursue our own shit? We have so many tanks, we have so many K2 tanks and so many HIMARS, we should make full use of it. Then the Baltic states was like, well, fuck, we are all doomed. Because the Ukraine is like defeated. It's like, what are we going to do? We give them everything we got.
I was going to say, there was a whistleblower report last week, supposedly by somebody in the Secret Service, saying that Zelensky's already been given dual citizenship and he's going to be assigned a protective detail and a chef, and they're moving him to the United States at some point.
I saw the cert.
I saw that.
But who knows? I mean, that was dumb if it's true, because I'll tell you right now, if I'm the Ukrainian military or the nationalists, that motherfucker ain't leaving before me.
Well, Vaughn, that's actually one of
like
the
you said,
reasons people
before
have
me.
been saying that he didn't want to elections, because he got British citizenship, all his family, after the beginning of the war.
Yeah,
and that means that he couldn't be actually a candidate again for Ukrainian president.
well, I mean, it's a war. He can do whatever he wants. I mean, I don't know if it's true or not. But
Honestly, if he was really smart, he would create the new election and he would make sure to lose it very fairly, okay? So he said, I lose the election. No, it's
I'm done. Yeah, I'm not the
I
winner.
got it.
I'm
I
not the
lose
winner.
it.
I'm
Really, I'm sorry for the country. I
Yeah,
lose,
I gotta
so I'm
go.
going
I gotta
away.
go produce a Eurovision.
I don't want to be a problem for the next government, so I'm leaving.
Yeah.
How is he going to win the election? There's zero possibility that he
That-
will win the
that's
election.
the point. That's
the
what
plan.
Shadowy's
He has
saying.
to lose
Yeah.
to stay alive.
Yeah, he
Lose
has
the
to
election
lose to
very
stay alive.
cleanly, and he leaves the country immediately.
So, yeah, he have to run away. No, not necessarily. He may lose the election and then he got drafted and mobilized and sent to the front.
That's a good
He can get
That
away.
would be funny.
He can get away as long as he doesn't stop at the border and start monologuing for 3 hours before he tries to leave. But
Can
no,
you
I mean,
imagine
there's-
though if he got drafted? That'd
At
be
the
hilarious.
time, he's going to be in a
Because
state
the man
visit to
cannot
Pentagon.
leave the country, right? So if he's not the president, how is he going to leave the country? It's not so
Well,
easy for him to just leave, right?
That's
No,
what
but the
he's doing
US
to
will-
Poroshenko. Poroshenko
US
tried
will-
to leave the country a few days ago. He was blocked again. He had like a summit in Hungary or something like that, and he was blocked. Poroshenko,
Who?
a former president
Poroshenko,
of
oh.
Ukraine.
He's
Amazing.
been trying to leave for years now. I mean, it's
who
not his
blocked
first
him?
time.
Who blocked him from going to the Hungarian summit thing?
The border security.
Oh. Yeah, I
He's
mean,
fought,
and the thing is he probably can't even trust his own security detail because those guys got to know what's up. I mean, ain't nobody taking a bullet for that dude.
But
Well, and
it's his
here's
fault, right?
the-
He's the one. He's the president. He could have followed the Minsk agreement. He chose to play with the West. So,
Well, here's the thing that I worry about, and that's, right now, Ukraine is still funded, right? Police are getting paid, the nurses, the teachers, all that stuff. They're still getting paid. That money, though, by all accounts, runs out before the end of this year. They're not getting more money.
Are you
So
sure?
that's what's that? Well, maybe they'll get more money, but I doubt it. But let's assume that they don't, right? And we get into January, and people who are living paycheck to paycheck as it stands, they're going to miss a paycheck. They're going to start to feel it. The next paycheck they miss, they start to get angry. You're going to see a revolt. That's what I worry about in Ukraine. I think that the entire country at the beginning of next year is just going to collapse on itself.
I guess.
I think
I
it's
was
not just
going to
the
say,
Ukraine,
I mean, if
but
you look at what the Russians are doing, I mean, that whole scenario you just laid out is something they're probably encouraging with the drone attacks on the infrastructure. Because, I mean, they got to make it miserable for the troops, which they obviously are doing that extremely well. Now they've got to make it miserable for the civilians more than it has been so that they turn against the government. I mean, you've already got the military practically at the government's throat back and forth. I mean, at least, from what we're seeing, and it's probably way worse because, they're trying to quash as much of this shit as they can. Because like I said, I've been following a lot of these units and stuff through their Telegram channels or Facebook channels. And granted, it's Facebook, so you can't say it's like intelligence or anything. But there are people making comments in there, and they're not all getting wiped, about people missing and not having any transparency about what's going on. Every single person in there, it's like, please come home safe. We're praying for your safety. There's there's some inspirational shit, but even that at the end is like, please, no matter what, come home. It's like, it's got to be getting pretty fucking bad because, and there's even commentary about, I think it was one of the units that's around maybe Kremenaya, and they were talking about how they have to do so much redundancy in their communications because the electronic warfare is so bad, and they lay communication lines and they have to constantly fix them because they're getting cut by artillery, and they just, so it's got to be bad because they're doing it as a story about how hard these guys are working to keep the comms up, but you can also read into it that they're having a lot of problems keeping comms just because of what's going on with electronic warfare and just the amount of artillery cutting land cables and shit like that. They can't stay in touch and coordinate.
Well,
Good stuff.
like I said, I'm a person who studies body language, right? And it is very, very bad because when you watch Biden, when he got on there last week, you could tell from his body language that it was desperate. Like he was basically begging people. He was like a crackhead, you know, just, I'll suck your dick. I'll do anything. Just give me the 60 billion. And the reason being, I'm convinced if they don't get that money, Ukrainian society is going to implode. And then that's when you're going to see the military is going to collapse. And that's when you're going to see the military take over the country. That's what I think will happen.
I mean, I don't think the military is going to take over the country, but I do think it's on the verge of some kind of collapse because there's just too much pressure. You look at Wyatt's last report and a few other people. There's places where it's, you know, for lack of a better word, starting to crumble, maybe even collapse. Maybe there won't be a big arrow, but there's nothing really left for the Russians to hold back. Whether it's just their choice, like they're not, you know, if the Russians or if the Ukrainians fade away from a big area, it's not like the Russians are going to pour in because they got to make sure it's not mined and all that shit. But still, I mean, it looks like that's starting to happen in some areas where the Ukrainians are, you know, I know we say this all the time, like when are they going to crumble? I mean, they're crumbling and they're on the verge of crumbling, it looks like. And it's just, it's this death by 1,000 cuts, you know. The Russians are going to turn up the infrastructure hits and put the pressure on the civilians. I mean, they're moving all across the board. The other day, they started pushing out the Robotny salient from the west side. That's where they captured that Leopard 2. And that came from the 33rd Mechanized Brigade, which has Leopard 2A4s. And that was the area they were supposedly operating in. So, I mean, that's just shit I can get off of OSINT. So if I can figure that out, the Russians figured it out. I mean, these guys are getting fucking pounded every day. They're losing ground every day. I think I saw a report where they were saying just from the majority being artillery, aviation, and helicopters, 3,000 dead Ukrainians across the front from Kupiansk down to Kherson. And that's just attributed to air attacks and artillery and helicopters.
I don't know if you guys notice, Wade has become a kind of Korean tank. Yes, Korean tank. Yeah, it looks like that. It's a new look. Very good. Nunia, I think I agree more with Nunia than with Vaughn. I think the problem is in money, not weapons. I also don't see the Ukrainian military. I'm not military express, you, Vaughn, and Wade, you are the guys to talk about it. But I don't see like Ukraine really being without weapons. They still have enough weapons. Their problem is money. And the problem for the European Union, the United States, is to increase that. They can't give more money.
I'm not really disagreeing about the money. I just think that once that money's gone, that's just going to be another collapse point. It's just
what I wanted to say about money was like someone was saying in the well, Nuni explained it in a way that everybody can understand, and someone in the chat was saying, "Oh, they can print more money. Of course, they can print more money." And somewhere in time, the grieving doesn't. It's worthless. It has no money at all. So it's indifferent if you pay the check and you can't buy anything with it in the market. It's the same thing like Nunya was saying in a very easy way to understand. You don't get your paycheck on the end of the month. It's exactly the same thing. And I think what you see now, the fight within the Ukrainian leadership is about how much money they can get from the little money that is coming. That's the fight you see in the Ukraine. And when we see that, it means that the whole hierarchy of that country is about to fall. They are going to fight each other. Yvonne, you were saying the military is going to take over because they also want their part. They are as corrupt as everybody else. Who cares? This idea that the military is like sacrosanct is a myth. They also like money. And
I think when the money runs out, that's just going to be a part where it breaks. Plus, I think it might even be that long because it's going to be losing your paycheck and not having any confidence in the government that you're going to get your next check or, whatever's going to happen. I mean, I think you got the money issue, the confidence issue, then you've got the apparent collapse of the military across the board. At least, they're on their heels at the very minimum right now. They're just trying to figure out where to stop. I mean, they're talking crazy stuff like dropping back a couple kilometers and starting to dig new lines. It's like they're going to bomb you the whole time. I mean, you're literally going to be building trenches right in front of them. I mean, even if you drop back 10 miles, they're still going to bomb you. So, and plus it's winter. You saw the video of the guy trying to dig. I mean, what's going to happen if you show up with a bulldozer or a backhoe?
So
I mean, that's going to be
do you
Lancet
think
time.
they are running? So, Vaughn, do you think they are running out of ammunitions and equipment?
I don't. I mean, I think in some areas they're running low on stuff. I think they're running low in general. But I mean, I just think they're on their heels because they just can't keep up. They can't hold the pressure back. I don't think it's a lack of so much not having ordnance and stuff. It's just there's just not enough guys in the right places to hold up anymore. And they're falling back. Plus, every time they fall back, they lose stuff. I mean, you've seen the videos. I mean, they capture so much stuff or it gets blown up. So, I mean, it's just it's just a bad situation on every level for them. Supplies, where they're at, reinforcements. I mean, they're targeted constantly around the clock, 24/7.
So, Nunia just wrote something.
Please.
Nunia, can you explain what you want to do?
I want to
Sumi?
speak first. I'm going to cut you. So I just want to add something about the lack of ammunition. There was a news article about the new package that Germany is going to send to Ukraine. And in this package, there is 1,750 artillery shell for 155 millimeters howitzer. So basically, they have to count precisely each shell they are going to send to Ukraine. There are absolutely no shell available for the artillery in Germany anymore. That's what it means. Because you don't divide the shipment by 50 ammunition like that. If you have a large stock, okay? You just send, I don't know, 10,000, 20,000, 50,000, not just 1,750 artillery shell. That means there is absolutely nothing left anymore in Europe.
I mean, honestly, that number right there, that sounds like somebody found a bunker with some ammo in it. I mean, seriously, exactly. I mean, because like you said, like that shit comes in big ass bunkers. It's all palletized. Like you'd have an ammunition bunker with like maybe, let's say it's small arms. It could have 10,000, 100,000 rounds cased up. So if you pulled out, I'm just thinking of 155 shell, there's like 2 to a case, and you're only sending 1,000. I mean, that's like that might have been something left over from a unit's annual.
That's what the Russian fire for the brick first.
Yeah, I mean,
20,000 a day, I think, something like that.
Yeah, so you're talking about maybe a couple hours of artillery at best.
That's ridiculous.
Nunia, you picked up something that we have been discussing with Shadovi for a long time. Well, not Sumy, Kharkov, the other city a bit more to the north, but can you you just wrote something like Sumy, ready and waiting for a push into the region. Can you elaborate? Sorry there.
Yeah, somebody was asking in the chat if we had heard anything going on with the troop buildup in Sumy. And what I've replied is, I think they've been there a while and they've just been kind of waiting there for a push. My assumption is they're waiting for a push if and when they get the command to do so.
My understanding is they're moving around. Maybe they're acting like they're deploying towards the border. I mean, I agree with Nunya. They're probably just waiting to see if something happens somewhere to draw more Ukrainians off, or they might push up there just to draw Ukrainians up there from somewhere else. I mean, that's where we're at in this war now. The Russians can just move units around and set up fake offensives wherever they want because they've literally got hundreds of tanks in the reserves, thousands of tanks, artillery, and they know everyone's watching. So, I mean, all you got to do is, move a VDV division over here. All of a sudden they think there's going to be an air assault because you landed 50 helicopters there. I mean, you fly MiG-31s around, they think, and everybody turns on the alarms because they think the Kinzels are coming or something. It's like, they just can't keep subdividing these units and trying to catch every little hole that the Russians are finding. And they're finding them because it looks like they're breaking out around Bakhmut or in Avdiivka now. I mean, every day it's another wood line, it's another field. It looks incremental and small, but they're pretty much taking that stuff with, when they decide to take it with not really a whole lot of opposition. Because look what they do. They walk up and they have drones flying around. Any opposition left gets tagged with a drone, or they get sighted and they know where they're at so they can focus on that position and clear it. And then, generally you haven't seen a whole lot of those guys operating with the drones, attacking fortifications. You haven't really seen a lot of those guys getting hurt. I mean, they walk up and, that one video, they were standing upright. They weren't even really using cover. They were just hanging back and letting the drones do the work. And, it's that.
So do you guys
just across the board, they're just pushing everywhere. It's just a matter of time before they keep finding more holes.
Do you guys believe
I think we have to be
F-16s?
careful about that. The logistical cost to open a second front is very important. So maybe they are right to be careful with that.
Do you guys believe in the F-16?
What?
Will there be any F-16 coming?
Please. That's a good joke.
No, they'll come right before the
Abraham, yes.
Well, yeah,
Exactly.
I'm sure that they're there hiding.
They are going to
somewhere in case.
synchronize the incoming of the Abraham on the F-16.
No, we won't see any of that. Right?
Of
I
course
think
not.
this thing will wrap up sooner than later.
Yeah, I
because
don't
of the
think
money.
you'll ever see F-16 in Ukraine. Like, never.
Yes, they are all going to be sent to Guyana.
Maybe they will give them a few, just for future National Day parade. In the future, after the war have ended, they are just there, just to fly around with no missiles, just to put out the smoke, the white, red, and blue smoke to welcome Putin. Like in UAE.
Well, Shadowy's not wrong. I mean, as soon as this thing with Venezuela and Guyana popped up, the first thing I thought about, and I remember saying to my brother, I said, damn, that means the U.S. is going to go in there because they need a win. They need a win on the world stage. They need to smack somebody around. They've been wanting to smack Venezuela around for a
Venezuela
long
is not
time.
going to go in.
What's that?
I'm not crazy.
No, Brazil wouldn't let them. I think that would
You
be
don't think?
Exactly. Nobody is going to let them, so they are not going.
You don't think the U.S. will go in to help defend?
That would be too much for Brazil. They would lose that little grasp they have within the Brazilians. That would be too much.
I think only if the Venezuelans were trying to mount some large operation, maybe from the sea or on the capital, then maybe the U.S. would intervene to save the capital. But like I said before, I think they're going to try and play that indigenous game with proxies go in and we're for Venezuela now, and then just basically create a situation where now the Venezuelans have to come in and protect the innocent people that just want to be
know
on
what
their
would
land.
happen to the world if U.S. bombers try to destroy indigenous people in America?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's
going
a smart
to be very
play.
nice press for the South world.
Yes.
I mean, think about it. I mean, everyone knows the game in the West. Just claim to be a person of color and indigenous, and you automatically will get sympathy. It's like, oh, look at the Americans are bombing these poor jungle people, even though they said they may not even be indigenous people. They might just be Venezuelan soldiers dressed as indigenous people, pretending to put up flags in these regions to claim it. Their solidarity with Venezuela.
But guys, I don't think the U.S. cares about international reputation anymore. That's clear from the Article 99 vote. Yeah. So I can easily see them go into Venezuela because, like I said, number one, they need a win. Number two, they need oil. Number three, they've been looking to smack around Venezuela for 20 years. So I can see it happening.
I am inclined to agree with you for the simple.
Unpopulated. It's forest, equatorial forest. what they are going to try to hit. It's ridiculous. They will not.
We have to make clear. I think we all agree that if the military Venezuelan army, the real troops, regular troops invade Guyana, US is going to strike Venezuela. Okay, we all agree with that. Okay, but what we speak about is a proxy war in Guyana. What USA is going to do if there is a proxy war?
I don't think there's a proxy war. I think the U.S. would go in there directly.
I'm inclined to see the possibilities there, not necessarily would, but the possibility is certainly there simply because this is within the proximity of the United States. This is just remember the Monroe Doctrine and everything. The United States is, if there's anywhere the United States will be willing to knock hard, it will be the Americas, basically. So I am actually inclined to agree to, it's not a given that they would do so, but they will definitely be more willing to do so than, say, Iraq. Right, so, and they did Iraq, though.
Hey, and on the Sumi thing also, I think if you're going to see any M1 action, that might be the one possible area. And that's only because I think the M1s are up in that area. But that doesn't mean if the Russians cross, they won't run back to Kiev. But if they were to have a fight, that might be an area where that would occur. But that's complete speculation that those tanks are on that side of the river and in that area, but that's kind of what I also think they pulled them out down south supposedly because they didn't want them to get fucked up like the Leopards in the Challenger. So they could be hiding back on the east, on the other side of the river again, somewhere safe in Kiev.
No, directly in Poland.
About Guyana, I would say. Go on.
I just want to respond to one in the chat there. Say, guys, forget apparently that the U.S. already tried Venezuela and lost. That was a very weak attempt from the U.S. compared to what the U.S. will tend to do usually. And when it comes to Guyana, this is a very different thing because the U.S. doesn't have to invade Venezuela directly. It simply has to say, no, we're going to stand up for this poor defenseless country being swallowed up by this evil socialist nation that we have been vilifying for decades. And then we put the troops on the ground. And that's not going to be difficult for the United States to do. And when it comes to, defeating Venezuela, yes, if that was what you meant, we were not talking about that, though. I don't think that was part of the conversation. But if that was what you meant, then I'm inclined to agree. The United States is not very likely to try to make a full-on Iraq style on Venezuela. But
I think they're going to do like they did in Serbia.
It's just a part of
They're
Guyana.
going to destroy everything.
And it's a part that has been.
Yes.
When we're talking about Guyana, it's not the whole Guyana. It's just one part that Venezuela, since its independence, has been claiming as its own. That the United Kingdom, which was still the lord of those lands, claimed to itself, and there was no really a kind of a decision, and the U.S. decided to give those lands to Guyana. But we are not talking. It's half of Guyana. That's true, but we are not seeing. Like someone was saying, like if the Venezuelans are going to attack the capital, why should they? They just have to occupy the area they claim. Well, yeah, I'm not saying it's legitimate or not, but I find it very difficult. If the U.S. intervenes in South America, they are going to lose a lot of friends. And I'm saying, like,
they cannot do
that. Will not go along with it. This would be too dangerous for the U.S. even to try. The Brazilians are really on the brink of losing their temper if something like that happened. So they are trying to resolve the problem. I don't know if you guys listen. On the 14th, Lula da Silva invited the president of president of Venezuela, Maduro, and the president of Guyana, Mohamed something. And sorry for saying that because it's important to say that way. And he's trying to find a solution. So the last thing the Americans would want to is to make Brazilians unfriendly or uncomfortable to a way they will have to say we are fed up with you. So I hope not. I am not expecting that to happen. Sorry. And
the U.S. might not even do that. They might just put some Navy ships off the coast, or whatever to deter it. I mean, like a show of force before they even do anything.
I think the only thing
No,
preventing
I
it
mean,
now.
they could just sail some ships down there. Like if they thought the Venezuelans were going to try to come in by the sea, or maybe, if they wanted to have some Americans at at the airport or something like that, just to like a show of force.
The only thing preventing it now, in my opinion, is the fact that they're so stretched thin with Israel and Ukraine. If they started mobilizing people, even if it's just a couple ships to go offshore, the American people would be like, what? Another what are we doing here? And with the election around the corner, it would get shot down. That's the only thing preventing them from doing it right now. I'm telling you guys, because they don't want to give up that region. They don't want to give up that oil to Venezuela.
Can I just ask a question? Because when I see on the map, Guyana looks like a very, very small country to me. It looks sort of like Israel, but maybe just as an optical illusion from my side, maybe it's much bigger. But as far as I recall, it wasn't actually half. It was like 2/3 of the country. And so I have a question for you guys. How big is really Guyana, and what is left after 2/3? Isn't it really just
nobody lives there? Basically, nobody lives there in that region. There's like 100,000 people. Nobody lives there, and even Guyana itself is not that big in terms of population. But in that region in particular, it's a handful of people, really, for all intents and purposes.
Well, then it certainly makes a lot of sense why Venezuela would. I mean, that country isn't really a country by itself, as far as I can tell. It's like a Micronesia country, no?
The thing is that someone like Nuno was saying, if this happened in Guyana and the US decides to police the situation, somewhere in the world immediately there will something happening, because if they are so stretched up, Ukraine, Guyana and Israel, then everywhere in the world you have little things happening immediately. We blink of an eye, because everybody that is unwelcome and uncomfortable with any geopolitical situation will solve their problems in that moment. So
yeah, and that's what we're seeing with Venezuela now, right? If everything wasn't going on in Israel, if everything wasn't going on, I'm convinced he never would have even gone with the referendum. He's using this opportunity to push forward Venezuela's agenda, which is fine. I mean, he's the president, that's his job. But make no mistake, if the U.S. wasn't as stretched as it is, I don't think this would have come up in the first place. Right.
I mean, it's like I said a long time ago. I mean, ever since Biden got in, if you've got a beef with the United States or a score to settle or a move to make, now's the time to do it, and everybody's doing it. Everybody. It doesn't matter if it's a tiny little piss-ass country or a big-ass country. Everybody's like, I might as well take my shot now because these guys are clowns.
And if you guys noticed, I was talking about Brazil because I'm Portuguese speaking, so I read a bit more of those type of news. But if you guys notice, none of the Hispanic countries said anything against Venezuela in this case. They see the Esquivel area that was annexed by the British into Guyana, in the British Guyana. They see it as one of those colonial examples. Of course, both are colonial heritage, but in the way that they see it like that Anglo-Saxon hand over them, so they didn't criticize Venezuela on the end, which is quite impressive. So the US is definitely here on the losing part if they decide to intervene. But Venezuela as well is expecting their hope for a provocation in order to. It's like what Shadovi was saying. They are waiting for a provocation in order to do something.
Yeah. So to answer the super chat,
this super chat is so interesting.
I would say so. Yeah, I think that these Western militaries have been building up their militaries with quote low intensity or medium intensity weapons, all these smart bombs and stuff, which are low volume but apparently effective. The whole idea of 155 millimeter howitzer shells, that's like 20th century technology. This is what they were thinking. I'm sure of it. So yeah, I would say that they were gauging Russian stocks by their own stocks and saying, well, the Russians can't have, any stocks left if we don't. So, yeah, I think that's probably a fair assumption on your part.
I think that's true to a point, but I also think that Soviet and NATO planners had no clue about the amount of artillery they would have used in an actual war between two peer competitors. I would almost bet if you could go back and look at the NATO plans and the Soviet plans, I bet you they were off by millions of rounds. I mean, I bet you it was eye-opening to the Russians and the Americans, but obviously the Russians were far more ready for it because, like I said before, they've been making the same 125 millimeter gun for their T-series tanks since the 60s. So I would assume under the Soviet days, they probably made hundreds of thousands of rounds in their Soviet factories. Maybe when it collapsed, it went down to tens of thousands. But I would assume just in high explosive 125 millimeter shells, they would probably have millions upon millions of those. And then 152 and everything else. I mean, it's all stuff they've been using for 50 years. So why wouldn't they have just ungodly amounts in stockpiles? I mean, it highlights the complete incompetence of the West. I mean, underestimate, overestimate, nothing works that the Russians have. Everything we have works exactly like the manufacturer said. It's just a comedy of errors.
Did you guys notice the last super chat? Slav Ukraine. Do you see the picture? Do you recognize the guy in the picture? That's Voz do Povo.
Of course it is.
You bastard!
Who was it?
Come to the chat.
Voz.
That's your guy is actually Voz.
I
want to add on.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I want to add on about this. Just now the previous super chat about this ammunition. So this Western ammunition, the numbers simply it can actually be a reflection of how the West is comfortable, that they know that Russia is actually not a threat. They know that no one is going to go to war with them, which is why they build and stock up so little ammunition that is not sufficient for a major war. I think that is a indication of how secure they think they are. And it also reflects another thing, is that the decision to support the war in Ukraine is not a military consideration. It's a political consideration. Because the politicians do not understand the military side of things. They think that, no, we are powerful, because they believe their own propaganda. They believe that they are very, very powerful militarily. So they think that they can support and then they can crush the Russian military. So probably this entire decision to support the Ukraine is not really went through, with analysis with the military and make a real analysis of how much they really need to give Ukraine in order to win the war. So I think that for them to have a miscalculation is less likely because we know the Soviet doctrine is well known. The North Korean doctrine is well known. We know that this Soviet type army is always very heavy on artillery and shells and tank rushes and whatnot. So I think they know, but I think the politicians do not know. Then they make the wrong decisions.
I was going to say something along the same lines. It's I don't think it's actually based on the Western stockpile numbers, because I don't think they even care to assess much what the Russians had, and even where they did assess it, they didn't assess completely, and it probably underestimated to a large extent. I didn't think they made many assumptions. I think just about the Russians. I think they just assumed about themselves that they would be just superior, and that's it. And then, like Wyatt said, the politicians were basically making the calls a lot more. So I guess FCS was before, it was after me, and then Nunya.
Okay. Yeah, and also, what I was trying to add exactly what Wyatt was saying earlier, and same thing Kopin said. I'm thinking as what you're saying, they didn't see Russia as a threat, but I think Russia seeing them as a threat. Russia knew exactly how to stockpile a lot more for these bastards with the come to my shores. So again, with that mentality in mind, Russia know, okay, they better see us as a threat. Okay, there's almost 20 countries against my one. So if I have to stack up, I have to stack up to hit 20 countries. So I think this is why Russia have so much of almost everything because they know the enemies, but as I said, NATO may not see them as a threat. So and they see NATO as a threat, so they stockpile to fight NATO, not to fight Ukraine, and Ukraine having to find out the hard way. So
I remember listening to NATO statements, and they have this paradox. One side, they say the same like Wade was saying about the politicians. They consider themselves much superior. Russia can never go against NATO, and so on and so on. At the same time, they were saying something like this: Russia is not using all their army; they are keeping most of their army to fight us.
Hey
so
guys,
they were afraid.
Just one comment. Coping said something that triggered something in my head to end GS's question around the stockpiles. We also need to keep in mind, this is something Coping kind of touched on. They weren't planning on fighting this war, right? They thought that the economic sanctions would have crippled Russia. I mean, I remember at the time they were saying Russia will be collapsing within 6 weeks. So they thought that they were going to be fighting Russia till April of 2022. We should also keep that in mind too. They weren't planning this at all, so.
You have actually there is I have to disagree slightly on that because it wasn't far into the war. I think it was 4 to 5 months into the war. Both Norway and the EU committed annual budget for up until 2027. So that was fairly substantial. I think the total was around 30-something billion a year.
Yeah, but Coping, that was after they invaded. Right? What I'm saying is going into the invasion, they were saying that I'm convinced that the West thought we're going to disconnect them from SWIFT. That was their quote nuclear option. That was their words, not mine. Right? So they thought this was going to be done and dusted.
Yeah,
they've been faking it ever since, right? You know the saying, fake it till you make it? That's what they've been doing ever since. They've been trying to give the impression that they're more powerful than they are, and now we're all seeing that the emperor has no clothes, right?
So is that why you think they would put this? They would kind of rope in the EU, including non-EU like Norway, to commit themselves publicly into funding, but something they already knew. Like, no, we were not even going to fight that long. I mean, it was going to be until 2027. It's 2024 seems like the ending.
They were done. They weren't looking for money from anybody, right? Until they were. So that came later once they realized that Plan A didn't work.
But what are the actually possibilities? Oh, I guess the super chat answers should be. So I'll have a question for after the. I think Vaughn had something to add to the super chat.
I forgot.
But I can add on. I just want to highlight also one more thing. Sorry, but let me add one more thing. Is that we need to understand that while the Russians seems to have certain problem with no ammunition, like as if they finished their stockpile, we have to remember that there is actually stockpile of ammo for all the border troops that is protecting and against China, against the other, against the Baltic states, in Belarus. All these places have real ammo. They are not empty at all. So it's just that they refuse to give it to the Ukraine sector because they need to protect their borders. So you're not
going to see a shipment of 152s that says we set 1,750 rounds.
1,750
front.
I think the European politicians, together with economists, they kind of figure out an instrument of planning how long would Russia hold. So it's more than obvious, like many other European economists already said, we lost the economical war. It's also about economical military war that they lost, because they were also their information, how many rockets, how many ammunition Russia has, were completely out of dated, or they didn't pay attention to the fact that actually old Soviet material was could still be used, and that's what the Russians did. They used all that old stuff.
I remember. Well, if you think about it too, like Russia was the head of Warsaw Pact, and they were the main supplier, so of course they were going to have tons of extra weaponry. left over. Because I mean, think about it, they were supplying East Germany, Poland, Czechoslovakia, all their satellite states with
Don't
equipment.
forget
I mean, some of those
there were
countries
a
did
lot of
build stuff.
factories in everywhere, like in
Yeah.
Ukraine. A lot
No,
of things were built
everywhere.
in Ukraine. And I
Yes.
know that Romania and Bulgaria have their own ammunition factory.
Oh, I know.
Romania
I
no
know.
longer,
I'm
but
just saying,
Bulgaria
but I mean,
had
they built a lot of that
factory.
stuff.
But
I
had an
was
accident.
I was going a bit further to how they calculated how long they could fight the Russians. What they did not really calculate is the expenses they are going to have in destroying their own economy, since they are not getting things from cheap supplies from the Russians. And this is their biggest mistake. By blocking the Russians to the market, they made all the supplies to themselves more expensive. And in making their supplies more expensive, because the weapons they wanted to build, the munitions they wanted to fabricate, they also were dependent on Russian cheap supplies. So they didn't get anything of that. So the European economy is it's really on the brink of a recession. Because it's just after the pandemic, that they didn't realize that the recovery was endangered by the war, by the sanctions they made. That means that their economic potential was decreased a lot. I'm not talking because the US is important, because the West was the one maintaining the war until now. The Europeans were just aiding it. And now that they are faced with the situation where the Americans may have achieved their limit, the Europeans understand they can't do much. They are broke.
I think another thing too, they, like Putin talked about how they've been, modernizing their military industrial complex, and how they've been sanctioning troops themselves for the last 10 years plus with all the sanctions. I mean, I would assume, I'm just guessing, that this process probably allowed the Russians to weed out a lot of foreign spies and people with mixed loyalties that would have given them the West accurate information on production numbers and stuff, because, the West has made it clear that they're Russia's rival and enemy, and they view Russia as an enemy. So it's probably helped Russia in that sense, that they've been able to get rid of a lot of Western intelligence and spies, out of their factories and stuff like that. And that might be enough, because, there's been stories for all the way back to 9/11 about how the U.S. and the West had gotten away from human intelligence on the ground, and that's how it, came to bite them in the ass. So with Russia basically going to a war footing over a period of a decade plus, it probably allowed them to clean this shit out. And maybe the West really doesn't have any idea what's going on inside Russia, because, they've made themselves an enemy for so long. It's allowed Russia to purge all this Western, intelligence assets out of the country. I mean, you don't hear about anything anymore. There's no spies getting caught. Even that guy that they say is a spy, that Marine, he wasn't spying. I mean, there's nothing.
What, the guy with half a dozen passports?
Ukraine is probably full of Russian spies.
You guys were talking about money, weapons. You forgot the thing Ukraine needs the most. It's not money or weapons. They need men.
Oh, men. I thought women.
They
get over there,
need
Vaz.
men.
Just send them some of your elves, Santa.
They don't have fucking men. This is why we're seeing a lot of women.
They got
kids,
women
and kids.
They got them
in the
shield
front line.
maidens.
Yeah, that's too bad.
Shield maidens of Ukraine.
Money is something UK and USA have a lot. The only reason United States is playing up that approve this money is because they know they're gonna be guilty when they find out how many kids and women died in this war.
Oh, yeah.
I
think it's a good topic to talk about. The woman going into the front line. I think this is quite serious. I didn't expect this to happen.
Can I ask one question? I've been holding
whatever.
a finger for a while, so I was just hoping
Sure,
to
bud.
ask this question before we, because yes, I would also like to talk about the females at the front, but I have this. I just wondered what measures have the West taken in adapting their military production capacity with, because they considering that okay, they started doubling down with the funds and all the money printing, and yes, a lot of it has been squandered in through corruption and whatnot. But have there been taken any measures to increase it? And here's the follow-up for that. Because if the West were to be, while there is certainly the will and desire to pursue the Ukraine war is waning, there's still quite a lot of desire to maintain it. So what would actually be the efforts and means, what measures have been taken and what means can they apply in order to pursue it? Yes, please,
Well,
Manya.
I just want to touch base on one of those things and just reiterate, because I've said this before on here. Keep in mind, that's $60 billion that they are requesting. Very little of it is actually, hardware. Majority of it is to fund the Ukrainian government for a year, right? So, the overwhelming majority of that $60 million is just to keep just to keep people employed. And that's what I'm saying. If they don't get that money, you're going to see chaos there really quickly. And that's why they're pushing for it. They know that if people start starving, they might be upset about it.
The thing is that it's not just 60 millions from the United States. They also need 50 billions from the European Union.
Yep.
And guess what?
We are talking about a huge amount of money.
Guess what, Prata? Zelensky just said they need more than that. They need 400 billion. 400 billion. You see? These people are giving up. They're asking things that don't even exist anymore. He was talking about some kind of weapon I never heard before. Even people in the military was like, what the fuck this guy is talking about? We don't have that shit. That shit don't even exist,
These amounts are so big, so unimaginable. 110 billions they need for 2024. I don't know. How crazy is this?
It's like one payout to, so everyone can cash in and fuck off.
You know, right? In last year in October 2022, I posted on Twitter, because they were talking about the ATAC, the long range HIMARS missiles. So I said, why stop at that? Ukraine need more. I say that Ukraine need at least 4 nuclear aircraft carriers with 400 F-18s, 100 F-22s, then 10 B-2, 10 B-52, 400 M1 Abrams. Then people think that I'm trolling the Ukrainians. It's true. What do you expect? How do you go to beat Russians? Of course, you need 4 fucking aircraft carriers.
Didn't they ask for like
aircraft.
7 million shells, and the German guy was like, "There ain't even that many shells on the whole damn planet."
Yeah. And don't forget the German Minister of Defense. What he said? He said, "We are no partner with Ukraine." He just said that Ukraine is no priority. We no ally with Ukraine. After all the money Germans spend, this guy come on national TV and say that shit. They are running away, They just don't want to admit. They just don't want to admit that we lost. Because come on, all the money.
I mean, if you think about how bad it's going on the ground in Ukraine right now, it's just like when all that shit happened when they thought Zelensky was dead and the bunker got hit and the whole offensive fell apart because the papers got leaked and he was out of the country. And now again, it's the same thing. Zelensky's out of control. We're losing our ass, and boom, he pops up in fucking Argentina. It's like, damn, dude, why don't you just go to Antarctica?
I've seen
like the farthest place he could go.
I've seen Telegram post the soldiers say that we come to Kiev and take care of you guys because we need rotation. You're not doing that, so we're gonna come for you.
Actually, that's one of the biggest problems Europe will have to face. And I think some countries are waking up before it happens. It is real dangerous that Ukraine can ever join the European Union. These people will be inside the European Union. This will be extremely dangerous.
For someone who dislike EU, I want Ukraine in. Yes.
Imagine,
I really
right?
want Ukraine
That's
in.
that's the same reason I want the Ukraine war to go on, because it increases the likelihood of NATO dissolving. You know, because now, no, but think about it. I
They're
know
all
I
traitors,
know that.
man.
No, but seriously, I know this can come off as really bad, but think about it. This war has been the point of actually ending this war before it turned out really bad. That is past. Now, if it ends, it won't be really very conclusive for any. Like, it won't be making a lot of good. It would just be like, okay, Russia has showed what everyone knew. A bunch of Ukrainians and Russians are dead, and that's it. But if NATO is dissolved, speaking of which, didn't Turkey already made a move for leaving because of some? I saw some headline about that, but I'm not sure if that's true. Like Turkey leaving NATO.
I don't think
I
so.
mean, that's
Is it not?
like here in America.
It's
There's a
never
headline
going
every
to
other
leave
week
NATO.
about Texas seceding.
A lot of people in United States and Ukraine, they asking to kick Turkey out of NATO. You know, they want them out.
I want to add a bit.
Yeah, okay, go on.
I want to add a bit. Turkey would never voluntarily quit NATO. It will never happen. The reason is simple, because right, NATO can become a military threat to Turkey. So by being in NATO, NATO can never act on Turkey. Imagine they're out of the NATO and then they go into the war with
They
Greece.
become a target.
Immediately they lose Cyprus, the island
they
of
will end up fighting
Cyprus,
the whole of Europe. So
because
Turkey
Greek
will
is part of NATO. Don't forget that.
Yeah. So they will not quit because they will end up fighting NATO, on their own. So they will not quit.
But let's not forget something. Let's not forget something.
True. Although Turkey has a very independent management of the Bosphorus, of the passage between Black Sea and the Mediterranean, NATO still has some kind of something to say about it. The moment they have nothing to say about those waters, they're also in a very dangerous situation. But like Wade said, the moment that Turkey gets away from NATO, it becomes a target of NATO for many possible situations. It's just like excuses. They have a list of excuses.
Security problems, Cypriot problems.
The same thing is
just too easy.
Members of NATO don't want Turkey out. Just for one thing, the manpower. No country in NATO have the manpower Turkey have. And
I think it's more than obvious.
If they kick them out, they're gonna join force with Russia. This is bad news. This is really, really bad news. The way Russia is producing weapons these days, and they have got the help from Turkey. This is bad news for a country like Germany. You know, how many Turkish live in Germany? You live in Germany.
I think the country that should be more afraid is Serbia, definitely. I think that's the country that should be really afraid from NATO.
No, Greece.
Greece?
From NATO, yes.
I kind of think if Serbia can hold off on anything and keep NATO from getting involved with them until after the Ukraine war is over, then you might see some kind of action in Serbia, especially if the Russians can get Odessa. Then I think it's going to be a whole new ball game there.
When Ukraine is over, I have the feeling the Serbs will have to pay the price.
Bad move. Bad move. Sorry. Whatever's gonna come up with this is bad move.
I'm just saying. I mean, if the Russians are in Odessa, they go up the Danube and drop off their buddies in Serbia, and that's a whole new game.
The thing NATO did, I think they woke up a fucking monster, and they don't know how to make this monster go back to sleep. Russia is getting stronger every day. Plus, they were supposed, like Nunia was saying, they were supposed to kill Russia economy in 6 weeks. Look how the economy is doing. Everyone is surprised. Even Vladimir Putin looks surprised the way they're doing.
I mean, if you look at their military right now, from what I've been able to figure out and read and see, they're putting out like one equipped, trained division every quarter, so every 3 to 4 months, depending on how you want to break a quarter. And they said based on their current projections on how much they're increasing their manpower, the amount of air equipment they're producing, artillery, all that shit, that by probably the end of 2025, based on their current projections of growth, they said you could be looking at the Russians fielding one fully trained combat division with equipment every month.
And Von,
And that's if they want to. And the thing is they have so much money to play with. I mean, people are like, oh, Russia only, has a surplus of $75 billion. That ain't shit. The United States don't have a surplus of one penny. So, I mean, 75 billion maybe not ain't shit to a big country like America, but
I think the most
they paid all their bills, are fighting a war against 20 countries and increasing production, offering great pay and benefits to their soldiers, all kinds of, bonuses and shit, and they still cleared 75 billion. And, we can't even do half that shit and clear a penny.
You know,
So, I mean, they've got a lot of potential growth to really put the pressure on.
Okay, Shadwi.
I think the most important things about the Russian military is that they have basically forged a new system, a new weapon, new doctrine. Today military is way stronger than the military 2 years ago. Okay, it's absolutely not the same army, and I think it's important to understand that today they are the stronger in the world for the ground battle, at least. For the navy, of course, not. On the aircraft,
and they gain a lot of experience,
Exactly.
In this war. I think the next country that can help Ukraine is blocking Ukraine. Is Poland. Poland is blocking Ukraine. They got everything. They got manpower. They don't have the experience, but come on, they got the men and a lot of weapons from the United States, but they are blocking Ukraine.
I think something happened between Ukraine and Poland. Something is not working like before. But wait,
the first time when I joined the open
do you
mic,
think it's being kept under wraps?
I said that it doesn't matter how much Polish people hate Russia, they hate Ukraine more. And now they show, trust me.
I have a question for like the European people. I mean, do you think something happened behind the scenes diplomatically and they're covering it up? I mean, and what do you think that could have been that would cause this rift?
I don't think it's really a cover up. I think
remember what
the Poland people make a lot of effort to help Ukraine, and basically Ukraine just every time use them to make more money. Basically, that's the things. They did it with the grain deal. They did it with truck drivers. They did it with basically everything. Each time you make try to help Ukraine, you help them for something, and they just try immediately to use it for making more money at your own expense.
Well,
at a point,
remember Duda, president of Poland, he said Poland is gonna go all the way with Ukraine. And every time when they see each other, Zelensky and Duda, the axe was like, oh my love. And out of nowhere, it was like, Zelensky is like a drawing man. When you're trying to help him, you need to be careful, otherwise he's gonna take you down with you.
Actually, if you look at all the interactions from the start of Ukraine war all the way until recent months, you realize that the Ukrainians have always been really, really rude to literally everyone. As long as you don't give them what you want, what they want, they will become very rude. They did that to the Germans until the Germans exploded. and it's still Germany have no choice. They have to follow the orders from Washington and continue to give. But I think Poland had enough because the Ukrainians did not control themselves because there's an election cycle coming during those days a few months ago, and the Ukrainians continue to put pressure. And then I think the president just like, hey, just fuck it, man. You're wasting my time. You're making life too difficult for me.
That's about
I
it.
think
And don't forget that
That's about it.
all the farmers in
We
Poland
can make stuff
were
up
basically
about it.
against
but
Ukraine.
What Polish
All the
people
truck
say.
drivers were against Ukraine. A lot of
What
a worker in
we,
Poland had a problem with Ukrainian guy coming to take their job, basically.
The rift was followed.
what we can make stuff
public
up.
opinion.
One at a
But what
time.
Polish
The
people
rift
say.
was followed
Okay,
by
we can
by
make
the
stuff
public
up.
opinion,
But what
by everybody
we
when
can make
Ukraine
stuff up.
brought
But what
Poland
Polish
to
people
the.
say is that
You
it's
guys
all
decide
about
who to
personal.
talk.
Come on, hey.
Just like Wyatt says, it's about personal, egotistic trips of the presidents, Zelensky and Duda. It's about that. What Polish people say about what's the problem between Polish and Ukrainian is about the Ukrainian air defense rocket that killed those two farmers in the beginning. And the Zelensky didn't want to just admit that it's Ukrainian rocket, even though there's like a huge investigation, all the parts were collected and everything. It was proven it's a Ukrainian rocket, not Russian. But Zelensky still didn't want to just say it, just admit it. It's mostly about that. It's Polish President Duda says.
Well, I mean,
he's
if you
just
think
got
about it
sick of
too, I mean, right when that
It's
happened,
funny, but
they were
it's
screaming about
personal
Article.
ego trip.
Vaughn said something. This rift.
Oh, I was just saying, I mean, that might be a thing too, because think about it. When that happened, they were screaming Article 5, Article 5, Article 5. It's like, dude, the missile is still smoking. I mean, the police ain't even got to the scene yet. You motherfuckers are trying to start World War III.
Yeah.
I think that's another thing when you go to them being rude and shit. That cocksucker goes he goes all over the world and talks shit. He acts like a dick. I mean, you see anybody that doesn't give them what they want, like you said, they start writing all kinds of hateful shit.
I represent me as a co-speaker of Ukraine Republic. We also only need to white powder. That's the only thing we're looking for. Money for white powder. That's it.
Fuck off, French.
Vaughn.
No, but I mean, it also seems like, well, hold up real quick. It also seems like he goes to some of these smaller countries like Taiwan and goes, oh, you're like us. Like he's trying to stir shit up.
Yeah.
It's like, give me money and you're like us. You know, like Israel's like us. You know, he always tries to go somewhere and say, oh, you're like us.
Well,
support us. You're like us. We're your brother.
Don't forget
money. But let's not forget, the rift started when Ukraine started a process against Poland, Romania, and Hungary and Slovakia for them blocking the cereals from entering their countries. And that was the moment when Poland said that's too much. And since then, I think also the Polish, I don't think, I would say that it is a bit too simplistic to consider that Duda is such an important person that will go against Ukraine. Zelensky. Well, Zelensky is Ukraine, but Duda is not Poland. What happened was that Poland started to understand that things change in the battlefield to the point that Poland needs to take care of their military, of their so Poland is not arming themselves now. They don't want to give anything to Ukraine. They want to protect themselves. And I think this is the big shift that happened. Well, there was their rift, but there is something happening in the battlefield that made them change completely their position in terms of what's their participation in this whole conflict.
Well, the change was Ukraine can't win. Like we need to forget about all this lovey-dovey. Ukraine's a democracy and we're all united with Ukraine. Guys, 3 years ago, everybody in Europe hated Ukraine. Okay?
Yeah.
Anywhere you go in Europe, They hated the Ukrainians. They were a
They
corrupt
still
bunch
they
of
still
jerks.
do.
They were, yeah, and so like, we gotta forget this whole facade that Ukraine was something worth saving to the people who were sided up with them. It never was. The Ukrainian people were useful idiots to wage a proxy war with. That's it. And now that the news
that
left,
was easy.
we're done.
That was
We're
easy.
done.
You know, these people, they hate them. And out of nowhere, they start saying, Slav Ukraine,
Yeah.
you know. Boris Johnson
You know,
was,
which is
Boris
why it
Johnson
was so.
was angry
It was
out
all
with all these
nonsense. It
people.
was all
Everyone
lying.
was like, wow, they like us now. Let's go, let's fight.
Yeah.
And Victoria
You know,
Nuland
it
was
was
like,
such
you
a-
want a cookie? You want a cookie? You want a cookie? Cookie for everyone. Everyone gets cookie.
Everybody, if
Where
you
the-
take,
Where the fuck is Victoria Nuland now?
do you want Oreo? Do you want fudge? Like, what kind of cookie do you need? If you're going to take a bullet for us, we'll give you whatever type you like. But if you die, the cookies are done. Like, because you're no longer useful anymore. That's all
It was
this
so
is.
bizarre. It was so bizarre when when the war just started, then within the first 2 months, and suddenly like the whole of Europe is like behind Ukraine. I was like, what the fuck happened?
Yeah.
My understanding of Ukraine is that nobody give a damn about Ukraine. Then suddenly like everybody loved Ukraine that much. It's like, wow. I was like,
Well,
what the fuck?
Wyatt, it wasn't just that they didn't give a damn about him. They didn't like him because they were corrupt.
Yeah.
Gangs, all this stuff that was coming over. Like, they were hated. Like, it just wasn't that they weren't tolerated. People didn't like them in Western Europe. Like, so this is all just a.
But that's what you do when you want
I can
some
confirm-
manipulate someone
I can
into
confirm that,
sacrificing
and
themselves. You know.
We in Portugal, we had a lot of Ukrainian immigrants, and they were in the lowest scale of any type of immigrants all over the world. Ukrainians were seen as the worst people you could deal with, from type of character, from everything.
I remember in 2000.
Horrible, but yeah, sorry, Voz do Povo, go on.
Yeah, I remember in 2000, out of nowhere, there were like 500,000 Ukrainians in Lisbon. I was like, where these people coming from? Just, you know, it's like you went to sleep and when you woke up, there is Ukrainian everywhere. And they starting changing Lisbon, you know?
But when you want to manipulate with someone, that's where that sudden overwhelming pandering of Ukraine, as important as all out, you know, it's just a manipulation to let them sacrifice for you, and you know, they will feel proud while getting killed. That's the thing that it happened. That's why it was only manipulation of the population, promising them that they're going to be part of European Union and NATO and all of it, just to do their bidding. That's all. That's all there is. It's just pandering to them.
Just to go back to Ukraine listing of people, right? Just now I think Vaughn mentioned about Taiwan. It was a very funny thing. Taiwanese was very supportive of Ukraine because they view Russia as similar to China, their friends, and then they're all the Western aligned countries, so they're very pro-Ukraine. So then so all the Taiwanese as pro-Ukraine, they are suddenly Ukraine suddenly say that they recognize the one China policy. They tell Xi Jinping, and then suddenly all the Taiwanese support is gone. Like overnight, it's all gone. Yeah. It's ridiculous. Now you try to find a Taiwanese as a pro-Ukraine, very, very hard. Very, very hard.
Let's not forget. I think I mentioned that 2 weeks ago about the Time magazine. They said Zelensky was Man of the Year. Everyone was like, "Wow, this guy is." The same magazine 2 weeks ago said, "This guy is deluded. Needs to be stopped."
I mean, the one thing I've learned just from talking to all the people on the panels and stuff or in voice chat, all the Europeans, I mean, it's almost unanimous. Ukrainian people are very unappreciative and rude and just very unhospitable guests. I mean, they haven't ingratiated themselves to all these countries that took them in. And I mean, it seems pretty clear to me because just talking to all you guys, it's like,
Von,
Everybody's
you
got
understand
stories
that
about
most of the
Ukrainians
Europeans
acting
do the
like
same thing about
jackasses.
American.
Von, there is an MP in German Parliament last week. He said, we go 100,000 of Ukrainians here. If they run out of men, we can send these people. You know, this guy is in the parliament saying this kind of thing.
Oh wait, now get us back to what Wyatt actually wanted us to talk about a while back: female soldiers on the front line, because many of the
Yes.
refugees are indeed females.
Yeah.
I already forgot about it.
Gee, that took a half an hour to get back to the actual question.
Welcome to New People.
I want to add one more
Open
point. I want to add one more point. The only reason, right, you are also anti-Ukrainian refugees, right, is because you guys didn't get a Ukrainian refugee girlfriend. So, no, Ukrainian refugee lover. No, that is the real reason. No, if you have it, you'll be like,
Well, the
you
people
crying.
I know,
Well, why you
I know they're
keep playing
tried.
with your hair, and you'll have 2 Ukrainian girlfriends at
The
least.
people
I
I
actually
know that
disagree a bit with
tried say
whole-
that
the whole
it didn't
Oh,
pass.
Ukraine.
I know some of you guys go a fantasy to fuck a girl with one leg. Your chance is coming.
Okay, so I just want to say one thing though, because while the perception is generally so that
One leg
I
and
know
no balls.
yeah, okay.
Hoping nobody is listening to you anymore. Everybody is fantasizing about one-legged Ukrainian girls.
Yeah, you see, this is how what a BBC does to the open mic. Anyways,
Ukrainian mail order Ukrainian brides, some assembly required.
So I just want to say that
man.
while there are, well, I had just one short little on the ground thing to just point out, and
You
this
guys-
means probably nothing. Plata, please. Okay. So everyone here has been saying like, oh, all Ukrainians were unwanted, just causing problem, ungrateful, and so forth. Well, I haven't necessarily heard a lot of positive things about the Ukrainians in the capital of my region. I have been asking like, based on what I've heard from you guys, what are the situation regarding Ukrainians in my hometown? Now, keep in mind, this is just 50-something thousand people that live in my town, so it doesn't really account for much. But at least at this edge of Europe, we have not heard so much negative about Ukrainian refugees. So I thought that was, for what it's worth, just throw it in there.
I was just talking.
In the war here
I'm not talking
in
about
Croatia,
refugees.
About women in the war. The case here during the war that lasted 5 years. 4 years. A lot of women that were in logistics in offices. Some of them wanted to join the trenches and all of that. So they would go there by themselves, because of the when there's a successful offensive or something going on, they got proud and important, and as part of a unit, they would like to go in a front line in a trenches, but they were never really been in a risky position. There was no many women that were killed in a front line, but they were uniformed women here present. I knew a few of them, so that's
I
what
wanted
happens.
to pick up something else that is from the Ukrainian war, is something very negative as well, which is the fact that many Ukrainian, it started before the war, which was the fact that many Ukrainian women were selling their bodies to create children from everywhere in the world. That was one thing. And the other thing, and it keeps going on. The other thing that's really disgusting is the selling of organs. So people are, women are breeding children in order for them to be open up and steal their organs for other children in the world. They have
Alex
health problems.
Jones in Alive.
This is really horrible, and there are several investigations on course. They tried to publish it. They have been being blocked, but once they really came out, I think Europe will have a big problem of visibility around the world about these things, about stealing organs from refugees, from children, special orphan children. So it's very funny when they say that Russia stole children, when Ukraine has been spotted about using orphan children to steal their organs. It's really bad.
It's
Sorry.
projection.
I don't wanna sound like a conspiracy theorist, but when you see Red Cross in your country, open your eyes.
Well, I just want to say I don't have a problem with women serving on the front line per se. Like, as long as they're physically capable of doing the job and whatnot, like, whether you're a male or a female, I don't see that as being a huge problem as such. What I'm more concerned of is, well, number one, a draft in and of itself, I don't agree with. Like, if you're not there because you want to be there, why are you there? So I'm opposed to drafts, number one. But what I'm more concerned about is the age requirements that they're talking about. If they're trying to pull 70-year-old men into combat, that can't be good. I mean, I just think about me, and I'm nowhere near 70, right? I couldn't fight
Are you
a war.
sure?
No, I couldn't fight a war right now. You kidding me? Oh my God, I'd be killed in an instant. I can't run. I've got bad knees. I've got my ankles being held together with screws. I can't fight a war. Can you imagine some 70-year-old man trying to run in a trench? That more concerns me than the female male.
There's a huge difference between being a stormtrooper or sitting in trenches for days on the end.
Right.
It's completely different when you have people in old age taking care of cooking and upkeep of the material and logistics. But there's stormtroopers that have to run sometimes for mile 2, 3 with under the full equipment that weighs 30, 40 kilos, and addition of all the ammunition, all the the rocket launchers, everything. That's different. But anyone, even 8-year-olds, can sit in the trenches all day.
I just want to
I agree with Nonia about not having a problem with women join the army. This is normal. It's been going on for years now, decades. But the thing is, Ukraine had a proper army when this war started. Russia killed most of them. Why they think women can do better?
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's a forced conscription of women that is disturbing. Well, actually, it is as bad as forcing men in the streets, picking up men in the streets and force them to conscript, to bring. It is bad. But when we see women, we understand the depth, how concerning that becomes. I think it's easier to see women in that situation as more disgraceful, but it's as disgraceful as when we see those images of men being picked up in the buses, fabrics being closed down by those officers and picking up men from inside just like that. This is disturbing, but the eyes of people don't see men as victims. But if they see women as victims in those situations, they might react. And I think the Ukraine, when they are trying to bring it down, they are not trying to make it too loud. I think it was too scandalous for the public opinion to see women being conscripted. And yeah.
I saw a video yesterday. The Ukrainian pickup men went to a holiday resort. I was like, what the fuck? People were relaxing, and they went there like, you fuck, you're gonna go to the front line. I was like, what the fuck is going on there? You are in fucking holiday resort. You are enjoying yourself. And these people out of nowhere.
It was like someplace in the Carpathians too, they said.
Yeah, it was like, wow.
How dare you enjoy yourself when other people is in the front line? How dare you?
Well, these people, they didn't ask for this war, They had a chance. Now
So just
everyone
now,
knows. Now what? Before was just a fucking conspiracy theory about the peace deal. Now everyone knows. They confirmed it. So
Oh,
these people
so
got the right
David
to say no.
David Thompson on the chat is saying that forced female conscription in Ukraine is cramming propaganda because
okay,
Thompson
sure.
didn't understand the talk. Is when we have that forced conscription, people might open their eyes. The problem is that the forced conscription exists for men. It has scandals. This is as revolting as it doing that to women. It's the same.
So
It's
anyway,
this immoral perception that men can be victims and women cannot. There is no forced conscription of women. They have been talking about it, but they do.
Well,
that
the medical women were. Anyone with medical training was.
so give me
Yeah.
a 5-second sidetrack. So what happened was that just now when Nunez started talking, I started laughing because right, Nunez said because before Nunez started talking, we were talking about taking organs out of children. Then Nunez said that I'm actually perfectly okay with. I was like, what? And he said woman conscription. I was like, oh, then I started laughing because I'm perfectly okay with taking organs from children. I was like,
I'm fine with that too. Just so we're clear. It's all level
because I was
with
like,
me.
what?
It's all good. Yeah.
Because we are talking so much about the children organs and stuff. It's like, actually, I'm perfectly okay with. I was like, what?
I'll get one of my kids up here. See if I can get a kid for you guys.
FCS. Remember FCS. Remember remember that meme about white men can't cook, and you said, what did you say?
Well, all I said was I didn't say firewood. I said firewood. I didn't say gas ovens.
Yeah.
You know, I saw a story in the UK, which it just shows you how much more ridiculous this whole women thing is. You remember the first video that came out where there was all the wounded guys in the trench and the woman was asking questions and saying there was a tank coming? Well, apparently now the story is that she single-handedly held off this Russian tank assault, you know, and all this other bullshit. It's like, did you even watch the video? It sounded like they were terrified. They were completely surrounded. We don't even know who released the video. If it was the Russians, that means they're all dead or captured.
Russian released the video because.
Well, then you already know. And it's like, she held off these Russians.
They found the
It was like,
that will be
I
an
watched
excellent
the video, there
example
was
of
like
a
two
bubble
people
that
that
the
weren't
Ukrainians are in. You know, we have access to
Actually,
one of type of information because we look for it, but Ukrainians are in a bubble. They don't know what's really going on. We can see the lunacy of their action based on our information, but their information is completely constricted and different. That's why they have such a propaganda machine that is so successful, and so many are still very hopeful that they're gonna win because they're in a bubble, very, very strong bubble that's not gonna burst until the Russian soldier point a gun in their face. That's when the bubble is gonna burst. That's only, and maybe if then.
If you follow,
it's completely different.
I would like to pick up on that line and remember something. They just killed an Ukrainian MP in Russia, and the Ukrainian media was celebrating it. It's in a way that they didn't realize they were celebrating the death of their own citizen, and that can be anyone in Ukraine that has a different opinion from Zelensky or from the government. And they people didn't. I was surprised. How could they so openly celebrate that? Not of their enemy, but of their own people. It's strange. Minimum.
Well, I mean, look how they acted with the Darien thing. I mean, they always
look at Von Friend, Ladies Grant, what he said. Oh, the best man I ever spent. And now he's saying he's not gonna vote for money to go to Ukraine.
We're not going to send no money to Ukraine until we secure the southern border.
When you see that guy say no to Ukraine, you know thinks is fact. Because that guy, he loves war. This is why Takakasu said, this guy is almost 70, has no kids, so he has nothing to lose. This is the guy asking for a little nuke. Let's just give Ukraine a small nuke so they can.
Well, even
nuke
worse
Russia.
is, he was an army lawyer, so it wasn't even like he was a tactician or the leader of men or unit commander or anything. He was a lawyer. I mean, his job was probably trying to bust soldiers for a DUI or say I committed a war crime or some bullshit like that. I mean, he wasn't no soldier's friend. I mean, we wouldn't have been his buddy. We wouldn't like, fuck that mother. If he was around, it would have been like, hide, because he's a piece of shit. Just like a real life lawyer in civilian world. Just a military one.
That guy is fucked up. He
is.
He makes America look bad,
On Ukraine. I think Lindsay already flipped on Ukraine. The last talk was how the Israel is the really important thing, and that Ukraine is no use anymore. That's I think, or maybe that was AI generated this talk. But
no, I recall the interview you're talking about, and I think he was kind of caught off guard by the question about Ukraine, because he was kind of like, "Whoa, that's not my talking point. I'm supposed to be on Israel now." So he kind of like blubbered through the response. But yeah, it was clear he doesn't care about Ukraine anymore. He's moved on.
He's just like, yeah, I hate Russia, but I hate Muslim even more. So fuck Ukraine. Let's move to Israel and let's kill some Allah lovers.
Yeah, he's probably like, killing Muslims, the best money I ever spent. Pretty soon he'll be saying, but killing Venezuelans, the best money we ever spent.
Anyway, what happened to President of Venezuela? No Maduro, the other one, the fake one.
But as he's saying that with the hard wavy, like killing
he's waiting for
Ukraine's
Zelensky.
No, I don't know.
Guaido is waiting for Zelensky. So I heard a recent report about Russia actually doing the military cooperation with China about providing the Kinshal technology to China. That will be a biggie, I think. There's a rumor that all these military correspondence and meetings that were happening last month between Russian and China's generals, it could be that because this is kind of from Putin on this award ceremony with DPR heroes. So it could be, could be something just insinuating that.
I saw a video yesterday, and it looks like there's Cuban troops that have taken Russian Ministry of Defense contracts, and they're all in their Russian flora camouflage with their Russian flag and their Cuban thing, and they're all holding up Cuban flags, speaking Spanish. So, I mean, I have wondered, since they have closer relations, I wonder if the Chinese have had any, not troops like in Bakhmut or nothing like that. I mean, just liaisons, like observers, just to see how they do their command and control and stuff like that. Not anything up at the front, not anything secret, just to see how they operate in a real-time environment. That's friendly cooperation, and you're not really giving away any technology. You're just letting them see how it's done for real. I would assume they have that. I mean, I don't know. Maybe the Chinese army would encourage some guys to take contracts to come back.
No, I don't think there are Chinese there, or there were ever Chinese people there. But observers, like you say, yes, it's quite possible.
Well, I mean, like maybe not like up front, but like in a learning environment or an observational environment, something like that.
Most for sure. Most for sure, because Chinese can pass as Siberians, so it's very easy to disguise themselves within everybody that's there. But on the other side, let's not forget there were like that scandal about the Chinese opera singer singing in the ruins of the Mariupol.
But that's media. That's almost like more media than like military person. I don't think it is
What
in
happened-
Russia's interest to give or share things with China in that kind of intimate way. And I don't think Russia will as well. Because ultimately, you have to understand that if, let's say, United States go down, who is the biggest threat to Russia? It's going to be China. So like, for example, just like the talk about,
What you
giving
mean by a
Kinzhal
threat?
technology to the only
What
country
do you
that can
mean by
destroy
a
Russia
threat?
will be China.
Yeah, that's true.
Threat, military threat, like literal threat.
If you guys
So this
understand, geopolitically, Russia is doing everything for India to go up. They are supporting them in all possible ways. You see, they are trying to balance situation within Asia, supporting India in a way, almost free of charge. And they, for instance, that thing about selling with discounts to China, that's pretty much of a lie. It could be a little bit of a discount, but the discounts they gave to India were single ones. Well, like amazing.
Someone being
if you
stronger
really look
militarily
into-
than you is only Western mentality. It's not. It's not necessarily
No.
whole world mentality.
It's-
That's what
it's
you're
a
talking
whole
about.
world-
Western mentality. Someone is stronger militarily, so it's a threat to us. That's how United States talk, not
That's
usually
all country. That's
rest
how
of the
all
world.
country thinks. That's the reality. Throughout the whole of human history, that's the reality. As long as you have a neighboring power with superior military strength than you, it is a threat. The unique balance between Russia and China is that China have more manpower, but Russia have better technology. That creates the balance, so they don't fight each other. But if you give that technology to China, China will overpower Russia immediately. There is no way Russia will give the hypersonic technology to China. Impossible.
Never.
They don't even give it to the Indians. The BrahMos missile, that is not even hypersonic. That's just ramjet. That is a different technology. So they didn't even give India the best technology, because what if you give them Kinzhal, what do you have left with? What is your strategic advantage? You have nothing. There's nothing left. Whatever the Russians have in terms of hypersonic, not avant-garde, all these things though. These are all hypersonic, the same type of technology. This is the only edge that the Russians have. If they give it to the Chinese, Russia is doomed, 100% doomed, because China can produce these things. Once they know how to do it, they can produce it 10 times, 100 times faster and more than Russia. Russia will be doomed, and then China will dominate the world 100%, because no one can defeat the hypersonic right now. So what Prata said is correct. Russia has been trying to boost India up. They share fifth gen fighter jet technology. They try to build up the Indians, because India is someone they can trust, because India really have no aggression, like zero aggression. So no, they like the Indians to come up. The Chinese, they don't trust as much.
Like
But they have no choice now.
Like Trevor Noah said, you're never gonna see a villain Indian in a movie, because India, they are too kind,
Well, this
they
goes
don't know
back
how
to
to
our
be bad.
conversation.
Kind.
This goes back to our.
Let's not create a saint when there is no holy. The Indians have their problems with their neighbors, have their internal problems, but it's true they tend not to be aggressive. Well, they have their problem with Pakistan. It will be a long-term problem that will stay.
No, trust me, there is a big difference between Indians and Pakistan. I live in the UK and I can tell you that India are nice people. Pakistan, not so much.
Well,
There's
guys,
a big
this goes
difference
back.
between these two people.
This goes back to our conversation at the beginning of the show, where we were talking about the evolution of multipolarity. So, and I'm sticking to what I said back then, which was, the next 50 years or so is just a feeling out process. So, like, in a boxing match or UFC, when they start the fight, first couple rounds, you're trying to feel out your opponent. That's what's going to happen the next 50 years. But make no mistake, eventually we're going to evolve into yet another hegemon. My question is it going to be China? Probably. Could be India. Who knows? But it's going to evolve into some of that. We'll long be dead, but that's where it's going to go for sure.
I think,
I
Nunia,
suspect
you
that
see, the
we will be
hegemon of
seeing-
the United States, the United States has become the hegemon because of colonial past. They just took it over from the British. That's it. The British disappeared and the US took it over. The colonial might was not over. It took 20 years to die. It was in the 60s that colonial history really started to die. So the US started picking it up. If that wasn't that story, the US would have never become hegemon. And even during the colonial times, and this is because China was destroyed by the Second World War. I think there is no, you see, the problem is that some people in the world decided to create this idea they are superior to others. Human beings can be intelligent all over the planet. Well, I wouldn't say everybody, but most of human beings all over in all continents can be as intelligent. So they can surpass their adversaries, or can. Yeah, that was the biggest mistake of Europeans when they started portraying Russians as stupid, and they lost the war. It's obviously. This is their biggest mistake.
They didn't start. They did it for hundreds of years
Russians
doing
are
that.
not able to
But
create ideas or to compensate to whatever aggression we will create to them. So the thing is the same. The Chinese can't become
completely
the
wrong.
hegemon because
It's
we have
completely
very
wrong to talk
intelligent
about
people in Europe, we have very
multipolarity.
intelligent people in India, we have very intelligent people in China and Russia that will compensate whatever aggression there is. The fact that the US could have become an hegemon had just to do with the Second World War. It was an opportunity, and I don't think that opportunity, unless we have a Third World War, will repeat itself again if we get rid of it.
I hope you're right. I hope you're right, but my view on it is just the human
What's so wrong?
experience
What's so
has
wrong
shown
about
that
talking
we're
multipolarity? If I may.
Let him finish,
It's completely wrong to talk about multipolarity. There's no single country that can compete with United States. Still, today and next 30 years, it still cannot compete militarily, economically with United States.
That's not
You
true.
cannot have multipolarity.
This is
You
just
can have
propaganda.
only
This is just
bipolarity.
propaganda.
Okay, just a second.
Yuri,
This is just propaganda.
the United States is
Sorry,
done,
Just a
my
second.
friend.
You
Sorry,
can have
No, they're
only
done.
bipolarity.
Nah, they're done.
United,
I go to the United States all
Russia,
the
and
time.
China
They're done.
You know,
competing
Wait,
against
let
the
your
United
make his point.
States. That's only option for next 30 years. Okay, next 30 years, if the United States keep on going on this trajectory of weakening itself, losing the power, that's only option. Still, it's overwhelmingly powerful over any single country, over the Russia, over the China by itself. Only Russia and China together can compete against the United States. And every other country ask for cover
for the
from
love
them.
of God.
That's
For the
the
love
only
of God.
way you can think about it. It's bipolar world. Every other country has to ask for protection from those two countries or United States. That's why the bipolar, two poles. Not every region.
Nobody's listening
Is there
to the
any
United
power
States
in
anymore.
Africa
Nobody.
Union? There's no power. No country
Nobody's
has
listening to the US anymore. Not a soul.
Civilization is much older than our moment in history. Civilization is much older than our moment in history. Bipolarism, like we saw during the Cold War, it's a small little moment within the history of mankind. It happened for once in thousands of years of existence of mankind.
It was
so
because
I don't
the other
see...
side of the world was not known. Europe didn't know much about China and its own hegemony in Asia. Yeah, so we didn't consider it as bipolar because Europe is by itself. Roman Empire by itself.
Asia and Europe have been in contact for thousands of years now. for some climateric situation in the 1300s it stopped, and then the Portuguese can turn Africa and connected the world again. But we have been in contact for many of thousands of years, and we'll keep being in contact. That's not the point. Bipolarism is a production of the Second World War. It's unique. It happened. The time, the construct of the Second World War is over. We see now the Security Council doesn't work anymore. It's the relic of the Second World War. Times are over. So we have to create a new world where it's more compensated. We had bipolar. I don't see China being able. I think if we talk with our Chinese friends, and I think Wade will kind of confirm or not confirm. He has to answer now. I don't see China ever be a hegemon. I find it very difficult. They are too concentrated in within themselves. Go on, Wade.
And I hope
you're right.
I hope so.
Wait.
So I want to share. So my opinion on multipolar world is actually more violent. Once you go into a multipolar world, what will happen is that you'll be depending, so-called, protection from China and Russia. But look how Russia protects Armenia. They don't. You look how China protects Myanmar. They don't. They don't protect anyone. They just let you do whatever you want. That is the multipolar world. In the future, United States will do exactly the same thing because they have no means of protecting anyone. They can't afford. Because any major power entering into any war, even if it's a small war, they will other superpowers will start to side with the other side to make it a Vietnam. And that's exactly what happened during the bipolar war between USSR and NATO. Anytime a war starts, you will see that both sides will take sides and then they will drag each other down the sink. In the multipolar world, it's the same thing. If you look back in history is there cannot be a hegemony or there cannot be a bipolar world because in terms of travel, it's not possible to go around globally until the colonial era. So it's very hard to look at the ancient world to understand the bipolar or hegemony. I think a good way is like what you wrote say. You look at the Roman Empire. The Romans met with what's the Hannibal, the empire. So then you have a bipolar. Then what happens in the bipolar world is that they fight. So that's exactly what happened to USSR and the West because they fight. Just that they don't dare to fight because of nuclear weapon. So they use proxy war. So it becomes more violent. Most of history, if you look at, be it in the East where you have China, all the different kingdoms and empires within China and the barbarians in the North, so the nomadic people, it's always fighting. Once you have made a lot of major powers all around the place, multipolar, they fight. They just keep fighting. And in Europe, it's the same. When you have a lot of power centers, they fight. So my worry is that it will become a more dangerous place. That's my worry.
The world is dangerous because of the United States.
For now.
No,
he always been. Look how many wars. Look how many wars they've been involved.
I can qualify a bit. So imagine the Roman Empire, okay, and then you are the Gothic, or you are the Jews, or you are the Egyptians. You think that the Roman Empire is evil. Everywhere they go, they start war.
Vaz, I'll let Vaz go into any art museum in
What did the
Europe.
Romans ever do?
They're not all holding hands. They're all stabbing each other to death. Right?
What did the Romans ever do to you?
The thing we just witnessed this week, Vladimir Putin in Middle East or in the Arab world. This is a message for United States. We don't care about you anymore. You see the way they receive Vladimir Putin. It's like the king of Arabia. Everyone was like, what the fuck? These people were supposed to be isolated. What the fuck they doing? They send a message to United States. we don't give a fuck about you anymore. So fuck off.
So thank you.
Famous
Let the boss
Monty Python
speak.
sketch. What did Romans ever do for us?
I have
Let
to
Craig
say something
speak.
like this. The problem is that United States have destroyed the system they created. They viciated it, is what it is, and people don't want it anymore. And it's more than clear that most of the world don't want the unipolar world anymore. They want something different. In that process, until they find a balancing, be it the post-Napoleon, be it the Second World War, being the UN, whatever, they will fight. Yes. So I agree with Wade. The multipolar world doesn't look very, very peaceful. But they will fight. But if the process goes without a major war, when the US accepts that we need a new governance, perhaps we'll find a new architecture of peace in Europe where it's more balanced. It's not so extremely violent, but it will be for a while. And in that balancing, things will be a bit more fair for everybody. That's the hope. We all should agree. But there is no way that the unipolar world is going to stay longer. No, it's over. People are fed up of it. They want to get away of it, and that's it. That's nothing to do. What we can hope is that the process until there is some balance is not too violent.
Can't agree more.
Real talk. Real talk.
Prato said that
all I'm doing is agreeing
hegemony
here.
is over, so we should take it.
I mean,
we should accept it. Yeah, go ahead, Craig.
I'm impressed.
I'm just agreeing with you guys. I mean, going through the list, I mean, Vaz is right. They've lost Africa and they're losing Arabia, right? So that's pretty clear. That's a big loss, Africa. I'm agreeing with Prada. The world has understood that rules-based order means the U.S. rules over you. It puts bases near you. It orders you around. Rules-based order. They figured it out. It's over. Done. World isn't putting up with that anymore. I also agree with Wyatt that Asia doesn't look at itself in some kind of pro-anti-West way. It's probably more kind of commercial, like who's giving us the best deal. And I also agree with Wyatt that there is some risk of serious violence as the world rebalances. But we had a test run. We had Trump, right? America was defaulting on leading the world while Trump was the president. He clearly couldn't lead shit. Couldn't lead itself out of a paper bag. And the world actually was fine. The US didn't start any new wars. And the world didn't fall apart, and the diplomatic corps kind of routed around him, and it was fine. The problems came when Biden came back and said the U.S. is ready to lead again. Well, nobody wanted the U.S. to lead again, and nobody ever will. It's over. So they can accept that or not, but if they don't, the kinds of military technologies that are in the labs now are not things you want visited on yourself. Not with present knowledge of genetic and biological engineering. You do not want a serious war with the WMDs that can exist with what we know today. Aircraft carriers are toys. That's kiddie stuff. Fighter planes, toys, kiddie stuff. Even artillery, although that kills a lot of people, it's nothing. I mean, if you had a people that decided to wipe out another people today, they would use biological methods. And it is so terrifying, it has to not ever happen. The nukes are already at that stage where they're too proliferant. And we've got to rein in the nukes primarily so that we don't get 50 countries researching biologicals. So we are right at the limit, and the violence is potentially exponential. And the only solution is what Prada says. The United States has to come to the acceptance that the unipolar world is over, has to cease escalating technological warfare by doing things like gain-of-function experiments on possibly weaponizable viruses. And, you know, to be optimistic about this, I think China is kind of looking at this almost exactly the right way. They're very measuredly looking at like 5 major trade routes they have. The North Pacific out past Japan, South Korea, the South Pacific out past like Philippines, Indonesia, the Malacca Straits or Kra Canal or Myanmar. They can use any of those 3 ways to get to the Indian Ocean. And then the northern route out through Russia, through the Siberian River, something Prada did a great analysis of a while back, And the famous Belt and Road Initiative across land through the stands to the Caspian Sea, where they meet the Russian INTSC at the Caspian, on the South Caspian Sea. So they've got a bunch of ways out. And I think if you've got a trade partner on the other end who wants what you're sending, who wants to sell you things, it's very hard for the U.S. to interfere. If you're selling stuff to South Korea, then they're going to get to a South Korean port. And from then on, you're interfering with South Korea's trade to U.S. or Canada. If Philippines wants to buy something, the ship will go to Philippines, and from there it'll go to New Zealand or Chile or something. And if Myanmar wants to buy something, then they'll train it to Myanmar and then put it on a ship there into the Indian Ocean. And India can't mess with that without messing with Myanmar. And it's just going to be like that. And Iran is pivotal because that's where the Russian and the Chinese trade networks meet. So I heard Glenn Beck today, this is just wrapping this thought. Glenn Beck actually laid it out fairly intelligently. He said that the American sort of establishment plan is to weaken Russia and weaken Iran so that China doesn't have them as allies in some inevitable confrontation. But we're already past that. China knows that if Russia falls, it will have Americans in Kamchatka. It will have Americans, in all of the stands. It won't let Russia fall. And it also won't let Iran fall, because they know that if that were to happen, they could never have that crossroads on the Caspian. The Caspian would be full of Americans. So it's not possible. Iran and China and Russia will both be backed up to the hilt by China just because they have to geopolitically, which means Israel is really, really screwed. It built its entire strategy on keeping the United States engaged in the Middle East, continuing to scare Americans that the Middle East was threatening to them, and constantly hoping for that takeout strike on Iran. I honestly don't think it can happen now. And that Netanyahu goes away and the Palestine situation just has to be legitimately settled. And if it isn't settled quickly, they lose all of Arabia, as Voz is suggesting. The Arabians aren't scared of the Americans, just like the Africans aren't. So to wrap this thought, I think now we might want to think a lot harder about some of the marginal situations, like why is Venezuela moving in Guyana? Is Syria going to take the Golan Heights, which is legally its own, according to the UN? These are the opportunistic sort of takebacks that could happen with a weak United States. But the big one is still going to be Taiwan. Now, I look at 4 whole big situations in the world as similar. Taiwan is part of China. The Good Friday Agreement, by which Northern Ireland has the right to decide to join Ireland and leave the UK. The Oslo Accords, by which Palestine is supposed to be a state, and the Minsk Accords, which were supposed to settle Ukraine. If the Western world does not honor the intention of those 4 agreements, then it's clearly the Western world picking a fight and causing the chaos. All 4 of those agreements settled long-standing, difficult, terrorist, self-determination struggles. And if you're not able to sign an agreement like that and let Northern Ireland go back to Ireland and let Crimea decide its own future when it was autonomous and let Palestine be a state and respect that Taiwan is part of China and not arm it to the hilt to fight China. If you can't respect those 4
and Singapore, don't forget Singapore.
Well, Singapore is, I don't know as much about it, obviously, as many people here.
I'm joking.
But Singapore's determination is its own to make. But seriously, it's not going to let itself be stupidly trapped in a proxy situation. And I think neither Taiwan nor Singapore are stupid enough to let themselves become cannon fodder the way Ukraine has, and the way Israel could potentially become. This is a bad place to be, the U.S. proxy in a hostile region. So I think there's no way around it other than either, I don't know if Biden can realize it or if he even matters because he seems almost senile, but Blinken and Sullivan and these idiots, they just have to go. And if they replace the American president with somebody who at least understands this need to pull away from the unipolar, or maybe it's RFK Jr., maybe even DeSantis would realize this. I don't know, but it has to be somebody who is not Nikki Haley.
Nikki Haley. She's the woman.
No,
so that's about it. I think
it doesn't have to pull back from unipolarity.
Just so you can get it in your head, it's going to be Trump. So just go from the point of Trump being the next president, and then you can figure out what world plan you need after that.
And then
It's
we're
going
gonna,
to
be Trump.
then we're gonna have
United
people
Because
like
it ain't gonna be Biden. It
we're
ain't
gonna
gonna
have
be none of
people
those
like
dumb fucks in debates.
we're
if
gonna
it's
have people.
Trump, though,
It
if it's
just needs
Trump,
to turn back to benefit others.
Trump's
You know, it
rhetoric
just needs to
on
turn back
China.
to benefiting others. That's how United States became hegemon, by benefiting
Okay,
the world. That's how
I
it
agree.
got the
Yeah,
power. So if it
I
turns
agree with that.
back to benefiting the world again,
Yeah,
it's gonna return to unipolarity, and everyone
yeah, but
is gonna accept it. But when it's
where's Harry Truman and
punishing
George Marshall?
everyone,
You need a Harry
yeah,
Truman and a
yeah,
George Marshall to do that, and you don't
yeah,
have a Harry Truman and a George Marshall, or even a
exactly.
MacArthur.
You don't
You got
have
none of the
that.
guys that did that, right?
Can I
Can Trump
chime
find
in?
people like that? Maybe.
Can I chime in here on the regard, since we're talking about the multipolarity
Yeah,
and
I'm done.
stuff?
I'm done. That's
Yeah.
months worth of backed up thinking
Yeah,
on this.
thanks for the liberation. Nice to see you again, by the way.
Yeah.
I had a question that I want to push over to FCS, and it's simultaneously also an answer that actually circles back to before I entered the open mic. But I listened in before I entered. It was something that Vaughn said. He had a question like, where would the superpower in Africa be, for example? Like he referred to China and Far East Asia, maybe Germany and in Europe and such like that. But I think it would be more appropriate to kind of view Africa similar to like the Eurasian continent, but smaller. Where, as far as I can tell, the regional hegemon of the South would be South Africa, no contention with its neighbors. The other one would be, historically, this has been Ethiopia, but it is also a matter of constellation with Kenya and Uganda and Rwanda, because Rwanda is a kind of quirky thing that stands a little bit out among the whole crowd. However, what's worth noting is that they have included now Congo in the East African Economic Community. And so if that situation, the conflict there has been actually, even though they said the Congo war was ended in the 90s or something, the conflict has actually been going on in a fluctuating degree for 30 years or so. And now it's been ramping up more than recently, where Rwanda has not only been backing rebels, the paramilitaries there, but actually putting their troops there. Now, just to cut for the sake of brevity, if the conflict in the Congo ends, then that economic bloc by itself sets a precedence for making itself the regional power of Africa. Whereas on the West Africa, I'm a little bit unsure about Nigeria, because I'm a bit unsure like its actual influence on other countries. But it is no doubt the more populous and like it is the biggest player in the West African sphere of that. The thing that might be the more effective countenance to that is actually the announcement to, and this is where I get into the question for FCS, the Sahel Confederacy, because if that entity actually managed to federalize, we are talking about a population of closing up to 100 million. They have battle-hardened troops. It doesn't have to be a big army, but they have experienced quite a lot of conflict. They have a lot of investments and going in with from Russia in particular. So this is where the China and Russia, they're not necessarily teammates. My observations from the little I have managed to go, and this is by far exhaustive, but usually it's more like when Russia and China actually start engaging, then the West simply doesn't, the Western corporation, they simply don't care, because they usually operate with the profit margins and regular, whereas the Russian corporations, they're often state-owned, that they are willing to expend financial capital for political gains. And here comes in like also, there's a lot of development going in with the uranium power plant coming into play. And, I think a tug of war with Russia and China on this, who would have most favor in the Sahel Confederacy is actually quite likely. Not a war. I think it's going to be more like an economic tug. But yeah, Momieni, they have also announced that they have plans to federate after the Confederacy. And by the way, people, Confederacy, there's no such thing as a Confederacy in modern terms. The last one was quite a while ago. And so this Sahelian Confederacy is actually a unique geopolitical entity. Okay, my ramble over. Thank you for having me.
Is Algeria part of that?
Just
no.
one
Mali,
quick,
Burkina Faso, and Niger.
one quick thing. Congo is not East Africa. Congo is Central Africa. And
right,
by the way, you know Africa better than me.
But yeah, but just to comment on what Kopin was saying earlier, when it comes to Africa and power play or push sharing, it depends on who's backing you. Liberia is a very small country. Liberia in the 70s, 60s, and 50s was one of the superpower in that place because it was fully backed by US power. So African, they can be as big, or Nigeria or South Africa, even South Africa, they may have modernized weapons and everything, but still doesn't hold enough posture to intimidate the neighbors around them. So African countries, depends on which Western countries is backing you, determines your posturing. But in the context of the Sahel Federation, if they do work out and they can get Togo or Guinea involved because they need access to the coast, and ECOWAS will always bully them if they have no access to the seabed. But if you can get Guinea and Togo to join in, because again, population-wise, as you said, it's a very huge landmass, and population is very tiny. But again, livable places also it's not much. The rest of it is mainly desert and barren land. So where people can live, as well, we're having about 100 million, or let's say about 80 million, 90 million people. That's 100 million. As you say, again, also it comes to military, but they can actually be a threat to the entire Africa if they do work as one. Because that region, they've always been as one throughout history. These countries, there's nothing new to these people. They speak the same language, same culture, same religion almost. And they've always been as one for the longest time in the European scheme and divide them into several countries. So they have the historical ties among themselves. So if they can unite under one agenda, West Africa is theirs to do as they want to.
I agree, but that's why I asked about Algeria, because Algeria did back them against the French in the confrontation earlier this year, and Algeria would be a sea link then. So they don't actually need necessarily the seaward West African countries to get to an ocean if Algeria is friendly.
It's easier to get, it would be easier to walk with Guinea and Togo than to Algeria.
I agree, it's easier,
yeah. When push comes to shove, Algeria can always say, hell no. But Togo is so small that 8 of us here can seize Togo tomorrow morning.
Better, for sure.
Let me ask you, Craig, what did actually, because as far as I can tell, Algeria didn't actually do anything to actively support Niger or any of the Sahelian states, apart from the ordinary security arrangements they have with the banditry and whatnot going on. But they did also refuse to blockade Niger and whatnot. So, and this is very characteristic of Algeria, though. This is why I don't think they will actually be a part of this confederacy, because it's a vastly different culture, and they're also very, from my understanding of Algeria, they're very neutral and kind of introspective. Like they don't really want to be involved in anything that can get to a war. They're very war fatigued from this. They still have like the civil war and stuff in mind. So the general sentiment is, even with Morocco, like they acknowledge the animosity they have with them, and the issue with Western Sahara and the Sahrawis and so forth. But they still so when will a war with Morocco and Algeria happen? And from Algeria's side, never is what I've heard from the.
Well, you just described the perfect regional power, one that actually is willing to accommodate to never be the cause of a war, one that tries to prevent outsiders from manipulating things in its direct neighborhood. I mean, Algeria becomes a linchpin of stability under that description. I think they did a bit more than you suggest to help Niger, but I think that West Africa can be very stable and good influence on the rest of the continent for autonomy if things continue as they are. Yeah.
Well, they have.
I think you're looking now Algeria from the French argument, but when it comes to Americas and come to other European countries, Algeria is not as don't mess around kind of place. When it comes to the French, Algeria will always say no to the French. But when it comes to the Americans and other places, if Americans have any serious interest in Niger or Burkina Faso, Algeria back down. So,
but they didn't, right? The Americans didn't back France to stay involved in West Africa. They basically told the French they're on their own, and now they're out.
Exactly. And that's why I keep saying this must be an American sponsor, kick the French in the nuts out of Africa kind of movement. So
this is why
maybe they even helped organize the takeover.
America put order in the world. America has no friend.
Oh, America will always serve its interest first, in which I don't blame them. That's how everybody should do. Serve your own interest. And I do not. America may be a bully. America, yeah. Again, if it works for America, it's good for America. It's good for Americans. I don't blame them from that. If
But
you do not take the whole nationality,
the thing is, what America does is not good for America. It's for people.
Actually, I want to add something to what Craig said here, because you were talking about and Momian is actually more correct, because Algeria is a force to be reckoned with, no doubt about it. But it's not a regional superpower. It's not. That's not really. It's.
I didn't say superpower. I just said a good stabilizing.
Right. Yeah. That I would agree with. That I would agree with. But the one that is actually the real powerhouse in the northwestern Africa, at least, that is Morocco. It is indisputably the most dominant force there. It is backed by the U.S. It has a fairly substantial army occupying West Sahara. I mean, if you can look at the satellite pictures of the berm, you will see it's pretty extensive, and they have much of their fortifications actually crossing the Mauritanian border. So they can directly destroy the iron trade, which will account for 50% of Mauritania's economy. That's exactly how the Polisario front actually took them out. So that neighbor is no threat at all. Also, then you have Algeria. You can look, what they basically have is the Sahrawi refugees, but they don't have any significant military installations. In fact, I saw more military installations near the Mali border than I saw between northern Western Sahara and Algeria, but except on the Moroccan side, it was very powerful. They're the bases actually that was connected along the berm, because I'm not sure, for those who are not familiar, this is considered one of the longest minefields and the longest militarized fortifications in the world. It has you can see it from space. You can see it on the satellite pictures. The whole berm is connecting several outposts of various sizes, some with helipads, some with signaling towers, and they're connected to the supply bases behind that again in several lines. And when you get close to the north, close to Algeria, which was the primary backer of the Polisario front, you will see that's where the Moroccans also put most of its fortification, because Morocco has also been actually at war with Algeria. So they have a long history of like competing with each other, but they kind of have managed to sort of see eye to eye, not to get into war. So I think like most of the biggest changes we are likely to see, they're going to be the Sahel nations, and whatever follows, like the coup in Togo, for example, that will be it. Because one of the principal transport routes that Niger has goes actually through Togo, and Togo has been ripe for a cup of coup for quite a long time.
Okay, and this is why the Togolese guy is actually working with the AES group, because once Benin closed out, even as yesterday or so, or before yesterday, the Niger guy Tiani was in Togo to meet with the Togolese leader, and that Togolese, they've been in power for almost 40-50 years. They've been in power ruling Togo. So he definitely know he's up for coup, and so working with these rebels in the north is actually in his interest. It's a bigger group, and they've challenged ECOWAS and won, and so if he aligns with them, they can protect his dictatorship in Togo. In exchange, they have access to the sea, so he's more protected working with these people than abandoning them. In the court of Benin, there's a coup coming in Benin. I always tell you guys, so far I'm 2-1, something like that. Watch out for Benin. And Sierra Leone is coming also for a coup. Just keep watching. Sierra Leone, this other coup was not a coup. That's a coup coming in Sierra Leone also.
I'm surprised there is no a coup in Liberia.
No, because Momieni actually pointed out something which has actually a very reasonable rationale behind it. If you are one of the ECOWAS countries that are ripe for a coup, who to better coup than those who have been coupping a coup, so they have experience of how to coup, and they've also been having coup attempts against them and prevail. Now they are aligning themselves in a way where they are preventing, where it is becoming increasingly difficult to actually take them out by a coup in the first place. And so for a country like you don't have to be a full member of the federation. Maybe they will have some, lesser confederacy, or maybe they find another constellation for, newer members or something like that. They can iterate. But the deal for Togo is, hey, we can help you stay in power. We can show you the tricks we got in our book, right? If you just give us access to the ocean. But to be fair, though, I'm not so sure they necessarily need to be negotiating or trying to leverage Togo that much. considering Guinea, right? Isn't Guinea still kind of fairly close? Like they're still liable to actually still become a part of the country. We're not a part of the federation necessarily, but
Guinea, as also said the last time, Guinea is a Western-backed coup, so Guinea is 100% French control. The reason why they should get Togo under their control, because if they don't, the French or the Americans, to subjugate the AES, they will do a coup in Togo, and now they're completely landlocked. The same thing they did in Benin. Benin is 100% another subjugated country. So Benin definitely, right now, will be a difficult. But Togo is good for them to kind of somewhat control Togo right now. For Guinea, it's going to be the population of Guinea definitely will love to join the federations. There's this yearly thing between the youth where they walk from both countries and they meet, or they come and pass each other there's a walk from Conakry to Bamako. They walk the entire hundreds of miles of treks on their foot. Just people from both countries do this yearly because we have to reunite. We have to the reunifications of the fatherland, they call it. But anyway, so they do these matches. But when it comes to the government level, the current leader in Guinea is another French puppet, another Western-backed coup. So definitely it's going to be a hard sell for him because his masters will not allow it.
I definitely find that to be a valid argument, but these things can tend to also change fairly quickly, and especially when you're talking about the savvy coup leaders already, then they could probably do some influence here. And one of the reasons I think that maybe Guinea will be more likely in that regard than, for example, Togo and Benin. First and foremost, Togo and Benin are completely different people. Like compared to, they're more closer to Nigeria and Ghana. And Ghana and Nigeria have pretty clear stances against the Sahel Confederacy. And Guinea, however, that would be more easy to manipulate because it's still the Fulani people, and that's why they have generally had quite close ties all across the board. So if they were to be making a move, yes, I get that maybe this is perhaps a slightly taller order because it's Western backed. But the West has, as we've been talking, they have been waning, and they don't have much. They're losing their, like Macchiati said in one of our talks, they're losing their ability to connectively interject anymore. And whenever they do, it's always at a tremendous cost. And who are they? And what are they gaining by? But I remember, Craig, once you told me you made this point, which I thought was actually a very good one. Because whenever the United States is actually making these military interventions, this is at a cost. Sure, they might end up with enslaving the country again, and then they have back the economic resources and whatnot. However, for China, this never changes, really. For example, or Russia, for that matter, is also getting more increasingly involved, especially in the Sahel Confederacy. So whenever this is not necessarily incurring a big loss for them, whenever the United States feel compelled to kind of like retain its way of domineering. And so, I think, I guess there was one commenter here who commented back when I asked regarding why the U.S. would not be actually building up its military production capacity, and he said it was because they did not have the sufficient trust between the political and the financial and the industrial class and military and so forth to actually invest and commit in the long run. And so I'm wondering, is the U.S. really in such an inertia that they really cannot, even if they kind of see like they need to adapt their strategy? Are they internally in such an inertia that they are like? Can anyone?
Yes, I think they are. I think my view of it is this: the United States and Africa are both, in some degree, or North America and Africa maybe, are trapped on either pole of a 20th century kind of problem, which is resource scarcity driving industrial and productivity and the things that keep your population happy. We are out of that era now. There is actually no resource, not oil, not iron, not uranium, not lithium, nothing that actually prevents the continual expansion of your economy, your population, your life support abilities. Like, in a way, you could say we were in the situation where there was, right from the Bronze Age, when you had to have tin and copper to make bronze, right up until basically the last 5 years. But I tell you, I spend most of my time looking at technology because technology determines what resources or minerals or materials you need. And I'm telling you that you need nothing today, nothing. Totally common elements, carbon, sodium, iron. You can do anything. I mean, there's a battery plant coming online in China right now, 30 gigawatt hours a year of batteries, sodium ion. They're made out of salt, 6 kilograms per kilowatt. And by next year, 5 and then 4. Nobody needs lithium for anything. Nobody needs uranium. Wave power and wind power, much cheaper than nuclear. There are no resources it's worth fighting a war for. But the United States built an entire machine to control the flow of resources, and Africa is totally organized as a bunch of people who basically with colonial sponsorship to grab and sit on resources. So both of those forms of organizing are totally obsolete. And the Americans probably partly realize it and have abandoned trying to control South America. I think they've abandoned trying to control Africa. But you still have a legacy in places like Africa where, you know, the power structures still expect to get outside backing if they can only control the resource. And I think that is no longer guaranteed. So Africa could have as difficult a transition as the US because the organizing methods that assume if you can control the mines, you can get a foreign sponsor and stay in power. That's not true anymore. It's not worth it for the West to pile in and help. If it wasn't worth it for France, it won't be for the US or the UK.
Well, I was thinking, like, for one easy thing that's from top of my head seems like, I mean, a very low-hanging fruit would basically be what the U.S. tends to do when it comes to money printing and so forth, except what it does with it, because it still has the reserve currency position and it still has a fair amount of power simply by being on top of all those institutions, especially in Africa when it comes to the IMF and the World Bank. It has and also the WHO and all that. It really has quite a extensive grip that you know, even we think about it here in the West, all the with the globalist institutions. In Africa, it's actually a whole different level. So the US could, you know, having all these instruments of power at its control on the continent, it could actually, rather than trying to keep pushing and negating and trying to maintain it and clawing it in the way that it the obsolete manner, so to speak, just to keep it for sake of brevity, it could also just twist it over to say, well, you know what, we noticed that you guys need to have these kind of manufacturing capacity, right, to replace China. Right, it could choose to make that strategy. You know what? We need to, if we're actually going to get out of China, we need to have a low-paying labor market, just like the one we had with China before. We can go in for developing Africa in that regard, and we can own their factories. We can do exactly the same as we did with the mines, but we can get most of the revenue from the factories, and in addition to having cheap export. And you know, that could be a strategy they could choose to employ, which, you know, seems like a very logical you know, next step. But they seem to have been very, very slow at initiating something like that. And now you see China and Russia, they can definitely do exactly the same. They seem to be actually more prone to that because they already have, like Russia in particular, already has the resources it needs. And China is facing a demographic crisis where its industrial capacity may actually need to be offloaded, and it can do so by still using private property mechanisms and stuff that are still very much favorable on the African continent. And thus, you know, this is the way they can move in. Now, if this
they
is
know how
they
to do that. They know how to do that. I would argue they did do exactly that with countries like Guatemala or to some degree Turkey and Pakistan and Malaysia. Like, there's a bunch of countries where they pretty much employed more or less that strategy of let's help them become integrated into the industrial machinery of the world, and so then they will want to be on our side. But you hit the crux of it when you said the U.S. is used to controlling institutions like the IMF and the WTO, and Africa has been controlled by those institutions. And so that leverage is there, but will they use it for the benefit of Africa and say, this is for your own good? I think when you see actual Africans becoming the board of those institutions and making those decisions on a kind of peer level, maybe, but I don't think it can work all that well if it's all directed out of Washington or by even African Americans who aren't from the continent. So again, it's part of this paradigm where the US is used to being on top of this system and Africa is used to being on the bottom of it. But those institutions, the reserve currency, the loans, all of that is still tied into a kind of a system of resource scarcity. I would say the US's only power come now from being able to project force anywhere in the world and intercept sea trade anywhere in the world. And if it turns out they can't do that, they don't really have a lot of power through these financial or strictly paper-based institutions. So it's possible what you're suggesting, it has happened, but I think you would need a consortium of Africans to come to the US and say, these are the terms of your engagement on our continent. Either you accept them or we go to China and Russia and get a different deal. And I think if all those powers, instead of approaching as colonizers and controllers, were to come in as bidders and say, here's the deal you can get, and Russia does that, and India does that, and China does that, and Europe does that, and America does that, that's great for Africa. But it has to have kind of agency, and you have to be sure that one group of African countries won't sell out the other and let a military base go in to harass the other. So it requires some African unity even to get to the ask. So it's possible, but you got to see a lot more political maturity in Africa for it to happen. And I don't mean to slight the Africans I'll defer to you.
One important point that you touched upon is why United States was benefiting the world before in 50s, 60s, 70s, is because it had a competition in the form of the Soviet Union and the communist ideology that was competing. So that's why now, in the next few years, 10 or decades, seeing the unity of China and Russia competing with alternative, it can actually trigger the United States to come back to terms of the and seeing the danger of competitor, and finally start to offer the benefits and create development of the African and help the developments have to actually organize.
It's too late.
Just as they were saying previously, that
we're not allowed to talk about communism
it's
here.
too late now.
It could happen.
Just to comment on Craig,
necessary to happen, but it could.
Resentment.
So that could turn.
Just what Craig said earlier. Hold on.
Resentment is too big.
Hold on, brother. So what Craig said earlier, it's easier for America to get what they want from Africa this way it is right now than trying to, say, develop Africa or any other way. So if I was America, I'd take the easy route. The easy route is to have a puppet government and give you what you want when you want it. So in the context of trying to the Russia and China movement and this whole BRICS thing, if you look, if Russia can get some form of control over this Sahel Federation, not control, but be one of the favorable partners in this Sahel Federation thing, he can basically control the entire West Africa. Because Nigeria may be a puppet for the West, but Nigeria only survive if it doesn't have somebody else not threatening. And if the federation, that federation works, they can literally be the power or overthrow almost everybody in those regions. And so far, the core member of this federation, they want nothing to do with the West. If they survive, if only they survive, the other people just fall in line easily. And so when it comes to they cut also this American building factories and things in Africa, it doesn't. That's a long process. It does not work for America's interest. It doesn't work for West interest. It's too expensive. It's too risky for them, because in the long run, a West stable developed Guinea will tell the French, get the fuck out. Or West stable developed Senegal or Western any country in Africa will tell the West, get the fuck away from us. And they can afford that. Or very destabilized or very chaotic countries will benefit them the most. And if I was them, I would take the route of instabilities and chaos. But to comment on what somebody said earlier, in the 50s and 60s, the reason why Africa developed me, because there was no, as I said, they were competing with the Soviet Union and the Chinese, so there was no, so they didn't have, so there was a lot of coup happening to see who can control what. Then when the Soviet Union basically disappeared, they had no competition. They had some puppet government that stays in 20, 30 years. There was no coup happening. Now we are back to the 50s and 60s again, where the Soviet Union again wants interest, and we're going to have these coups going on for a very long time. But to segue to Vol's questions about Liberia coup, the reason Liberia did not have a coup because America basically dictates what happens in Liberia, and Liberia did not want this guy. Liberia did not want this guy.
Let's not forget that the end
this
of
is
the
why
Soviet
this is why
Union
I ask you that, you know.
Africa,
this is why I ask you that.
Like Vosh many times explained, the end of the Soviet Union in Africa brought misery to many countries, especially the ones supporting the Soviet Union. Then they were target with all kind of bad deeds they could do to those countries. Angola is Angola and Mozambique actually were both extremely target for before working in close ties with China and the Soviet Union. So it's not that the unipolar world brought something good to Africa, because there were less coups. There were civil wars everywhere. But what I would like to say about Africa is that they don't need a hegemon. What the Africans need is the freedom, the competition for people to come and offer deals, and they pick up the better deal. They don't need an hegemon to tell them that's my deal, you have to accept it. They need to the other thing that I would like to say, if we look at the millions we talked about today, the millions that Ukrainian received and Ukrainian need, if we invest that money in the poorest countries in Africa, Caribbean, South America, these countries will live much better. We will solve the problem of the migration.
Africa have received tens of billions of dollars. What have they changed? They haven't changed anything. Supposedly on record,
they were not serious about
the money never went to Africa. You know,
we don't need the money. What we need is a fair deal. Like example, like Guinea, right? Iran was going to give 100 buses, transportation buses, and America told the Guinean government, if you accept those buses, we will sanction you. And the Guinean government refused to accept the buses, and the American government didn't give nothing to the Guinean in return. So that's the puppetry I'm talking about.
I have a point here regarding Russia being sanctioning proof, right? And there's other countries that aren't entirely sanction proof, but all things considered have done fairly well, and that is Zimbabwe, which is one of the few countries on the African continent where you will see that most of the mines and industries and so forth are under the government and not by some foreign corporation or something like that. And we're speaking of Iran, because I thought that was interesting. They tried to have like tractor factories and stuff set up and this makes sense for Iran, right? Because of their isolation as well. They want to have bilateral relations to complement their industries and, maybe attract, big deal, get political capital. In Iran, Iran took in Zimbabwe, and this is very indicative of how the Muslim world is somewhat operating differently on the African continent, because the recent memorandum of understanding between the United Arab Emirates and Iran shows a very different strategy. The United Arab Emirates, they go in for they take 1/5 of Zimbabwe for a carbon credit scheme, so they can have on the stock trade and whatever, and greenwash themselves in the process to the tune of a few billions. But that's not a lot when you consider the amount of But this is Zimbabwe is a vulnerable country, so it takes kind of like, okay, this is a temporary thing, nothing happens there. So, but I get some inject money. However, Iran has a much more long-term strategy where it sets up tractor factories and many other small light manufacturing industries, in exchange for other things. And in Zimbabwe, this was not denied. This is already like, okay, we're ready to start setting up these things in our political agreement here on the ground. Memorandum of understanding with letters of intent, of course, following and so forth. So I thought I just wanted to throw that in there, considering you mentioned Iran and tractors, and we don't usually think of Iran as like a much of a player. It's usually considered like most just in the Middle East, but it definitely tries to kind of North Korea and the Sahel Confederacy. It doesn't seem like a grand power scheme, but these things are happening, and I just thought so.
I never want to disagree with Africans on Africa, and I like when they tell me I'm wrong. So I want to make a kind of a strong assumption statement here. I don't think any African country really is going to approach the United States or Europe or Australia or Canada or whatever as an equal power negotiant, a vendor with power, until they have three things. And the three things they need are Chinese railways, Russian weapons, and investors from like India, Iran, and every other country starting with an I, that are independent enough to tell the US and the EU to screw off. If they had those three things, Then they could say take it or leave it to the US. They could say take it or leave it to Europe. Then they could go around, and even if those countries were hostile, they could still sell to Mexico, to Guatemala, to Brazil, who would happily buy things from them. But the three components you need are you need investment from people that only care about getting their money back. And there's three I's: India, Israel, and Iran, that only care about getting their money back. And you need infrastructure from a country that understands infrastructure and ruthlessly standardizes it. So ruthlessly, they would kill people who violate the standard, which means China. When they build a railway and you try to mess with their spec in order to save money, they'll kill you. And that's what you should do. And the Russian weapons, the Russians are the only people on earth who sell weapons to people who then turn around and can successfully use them against Russians. So that's the ultimate marketing for weapons. So if you had Chinese railways, Russian weapons, and investment from these other countries, then you can tell the US and the EU that.
Okay, Nunia, go ahead. Nunia, go ahead.
A couple things. I want to address FCF's question and then Coping and Craig's points on investment.
Nunia, Craig made a point specifically asking of FCS a question. So let's just keep the continuity and have FCS answer Craig's question.
Okay.
And Vaj as well. He asked the Africans, yeah.
Craig, the reason I'm saying is right now, China was supposed to be, I think, like 8 tracks railroad systems in Guinea. And that track initially was supposed to be by Rusal, the Russian mining company that's in Guinea, been there for the longest. And they never did it. So they had the Chinese president had agreements with the president that got cooled to basically continue. I think they built 3 tracks, remaining 5 more tracks. Then guess what? He got cooled. So again, he was negotiating with both for the West and China and Russia on these things. Like, okay, that's why he got cooled. So as you're saying, there's many African countries that want to take that route. Chinese build infrastructures, Russia, you give us the weapons, and other people will bring the investment. Then, hey, America, what do you have to offer in exchange of all of this? They never succeed. They never survive it. So it have to be what's happening currently in the Sahel federations. Example, Liberia is it's a very tiny country. Doesn't take much to develop that country at all. Anyway. But Liberia is currently pseudo sanctioning Russia. As funny as that may sound, they're actually aligning with Ukraine because whatever America said do is what they do. But right now, a few years ago, one of their finance minister and the president were in China for some summit, and they came back with some very lucrative deal. Okay, this is not 100% fact, but this is what I picked up from somebody close to that information. Is he lying to me? I don't want to believe. I really trust him not to believe it's true. China was supposed to. There's currently 1 railway track in the entire Liberia going to the mines, the bond mines.
Yeah.
So they were trying to expand that railway track to the other counties because some of these infrastructures will be very expensive for road. They will be cheaper for rail. So they're trying to expand this rail. That's the deal they got from China. But the moment they get that deal, when they came back from that deal, all of a sudden, the immediate governmental officials get sanctioned by the U.S. government.
Right.
And this election, all of a sudden, the guy that was very popular in the country, he lost the election. He lost the election with a point something put margin. But anyway, we know that election was compromised and the U.S. government had their way. So what you're saying is definitely is a workable thing, but you have to have something in place to protect that. And that's what the Sahel Federation, I think, is able to do. Yeah. They have the Russian military presence to protect those things. Then you can negotiate with the West. But if you don't have somebody to protect the administrations, the West will always come and sack them. And that's the problem.
So you're saying the governments that want to do these things need some explicit protection from Russia and China, maybe to the point of having Wagner there or something, so that you can't just be cooed every time you sign a railway deal. I mean, if you look at the actual map of Africa, the railway map of Africa tells you the whole story of colonialism. It is incompatible grade mining things that go just from the mines to the coastline. It is not there to develop Africa. It is there to loot Africa.
In every country.
Every country in Africa.
Every country in Africa. The railway goes straight.
I would like to add that this dichotomy between the West and the East in Africa is bullshit. So, for instance, I would like to give an example. The Portuguese are building new railway tracks in Nigeria. But all the machinery is coming from China. all machinery, new, everything from China. The West and the East can work together if they want really to help someone. They can. They don't need to be enemies. This is a bullshit. This is a narrative of stupidity.
There is a good guy West, and the good guy West is Portugal, Ireland, Spain, and have I missed any?
Oh, Craig, hold on, okay. What Prada has mentioned is this, yeah? The IMF loan.
Hungary.
I mean, honestly, what the fuck is Portugal and Spain gonna do?
Prada, well, what you're saying is this: if Nigeria take a loan from the IMF to build a railway station, it's possible part of that loan came from Portugal. So Portugal have to send engineers. Chinese have to provide the materials. So that's the problem with IMF loan. So they take this loan for some project here in Africa, but the people that service those support industry, they pay 10 times more work than they can do the local contractors to build these things. So that's a problem. So they may be there building this track, but for that same amount of money, if they had left Africans to fund their own people to service these tracks, it could be 10 times more. That same amount of money could give you 10 times more than what you can get hiring European companies to come and do the same thing you can do locally. So that's the problem with this loans. So those are.
Yeah, excellent. Because I just want to add a little bit of the spin-off effect when it comes to like these, like you mentioned, for example, Portugal and whatnot. Where you have Sweden, you have Norway as well. They're also involved in the continent. For example, you have, where you have, for example, Endeavour Mining and many others. You will find various other smaller countries specializing in special toolings and mining equipment and draining and what have you. So you have, for example, a Swedish mining equipment company situated in some of the mines in Burkina Faso and Mali, I think it was, and also in the Congo, which was, this was such a surprise to me. It's not very significant, but it's indicative. It's telling of like when you have the biggest corporations coming in, they will usually have, if not subsidiaries, they would have affiliated partners coming in to do the specialized tasks that they themselves do not involve in. And here you get suddenly so many nations involved that, this is one of the reasons it's quite entangled. So I just want to throw that in as an.
I give you a throw in another country that matters, and I'm not going to claim they're one of the good guys.
Nunya had actually held a finger for quite a while, and he was actually one.
Go ahead, Nunya.
Oh, I was just commenting on your discussion here. FCS, on your point of where does the money go and all that, I think we all know. I'll share an anecdote with you, a personal one. About 15, 20 years ago, I was in Kenya, and we were on this road outside of Nairobi, and they got the World Bank signs up everywhere. This road is built by the World Bank, and half the budget was spent on these signs, I'm sure of it, because the road was shit. I was like, we're on this, and they weren't potholes, they were craters, and the asphalt was already coming up. It was a complete mess. And I said to the guy, I said, how old is this road? He said, oh, it's barely 6 months. And I said, are you serious? And he said, yes. So that's where the money goes. But getting back to our point about investment and what we're talking about, another thing that we need to look at, and what we're seeing here, when Putin and Xi met back in February and they had that famous meeting, one of the things that came out of that, and one of the things that they kind of implied in that meeting is, we're changing, the world structure for the next 100 years, and we are going to enable people to come along with us on that. And what you're seeing with China and Russia, I absolutely believe that they will help support these countries, which is what you're already seeing in Burkina Faso, for example. As Craig mentioned, maybe, it's a Wagner thing, who knows? But we're going to see a lot more involvement in these nations than we have. So I think they're going to be a backstop for these African nations to help, prop them up while they negotiate these deals. Because another thing that we need to remember, we're already seeing a lot of investment in Africa. Quite frankly, we don't have anybody else where young people to build things anymore. Like outside of Africa, the demographics just aren't there. So I think you're going to see a ton of investment in Africa, if not just for that, the human capital. That's all
I can mention a couple here, lesser players, but they are still very relevant. Saudi Arabia and India. So India actually has a fairly dominant position within the generic pharmaceutical market. And this has to do with some patenting changes that occurred in 2005, which, yes, there have been quite a lot of issues with them as well, but it has made for affordable medications that account for, I forgot the billion amount, but India is a big player there when it comes to the pharmaceutical, and they are a very valid, like they are a big threat actually to the ordinary Western big pharma that operate with their pricing system, right? And what was the other? Saudi Arabia. So Saudi Arabia actually has like a very multi-tier, multi-pronged approach. It goes with several more smaller investments, but it is definitely more or less across the whole of Africa. And these tend to be like still infrastructural, but they're not like in extractional projects. They are more of the developmental kind, where I suspect that it is what they want to do is a little bit what kind of we're alluding to here. The demographics of Africa is actually enabling for in industrialization in a manner that is conducive for the economies that have otherwise been kind of shaping themselves in a manner that it makes it a little bit difficult for them to, let's say, Saudi Arabia industrializing itself. It has extremely high wages, and it won't be competitive with anyone else, which is one of the main reasons it hasn't done so. But if it requires ownership and requires political capital on the African continent, where the demographics is going to be, whether you like the Africans or not is completely irrelevant. They can still do what you want for them, and they get happy because here they get actually something else and just some potholes on the road and some craters or whatnot, which I have seen when I've been in Ghana. It's like there's some roads that are so bad you really cannot, like some cars cannot drive there, just impossible. What do I see next to many of these roads? You have sandbags with the UNICEF or something like that on it. It's like, okay, well done.
Yeah. Voz do Povo, go on. You wanted to say something.
Yeah, I forgot what I want to say, but I've been waiting for 30 minutes, guys. Come on. But one thing, don't you find this really strange that the richest continent in the world, Africa, needs help from the poorest continent in the world, Europe, to survive?
Okay, I disagree that Africa is the richest continent in the world. In Europe.
Oh yes, it is.
And so it has a lot of resources. That's very true. A lot of resources. That's great. But Africa does not have navigable rivers. Africa does not have accessible coastline. By that I mean, if you look at the elevation map of most of Africa, similar to India, actually, there's a sort of a small coastal strip on sea level of land, and then there's a big escarpment that goes up immediately, and then most of Africa is on these plateaus. Similar story as Brazil as well. Also, Africa has a lot of diseases and jungle diseases, right? Like the tsetse fly and everything.
Hold on, just a minute. I'm starting to doubt this kind of disease, because
Ebola.
These disease,
Ebola.
And
the monkeypox.
They always come up with
Ebola
a new disease in Africa, and this disease always come to place they want to change.
Hey, I'm talking about malaria. I'm talking about
Archimedes had a good point, but Archimedes are some.
The same thing, the same thing came. Asia has the same problem.
I'll give an example where Vosh is actually correct here. This is pertaining to malaria vaccines, which the West has simply given up on. And so what they focused on were prophylactic and cures and such like that, which, okay, if you're a Westerner just visiting, but if you're an African, then you're going to be cyclically subjected to this. So this means that you have to pay expenses.
However, vaccines are a very modern invention.
However, I'm almost done. However, when it comes to malaria, there are several countries, notably Ghana, South Africa, and I forget who they were, who had managed to successfully develop a vaccine against malaria, which they have now gotten into not only human trials, but they're beginning to roll it out as well. So the disease factor are indeed real. That's you actually have an absolutely true point there. But these factors are getting mitigated by various means. For example, like the generic pharmaceutical market, making it more affordable for people to fight malaria without having to go through, more expensive means and whatnot.
When Angola was part of Soviet Union regime, in communism, there was a lot of malaria in Angola all the time on the news. Malaria here, malaria there, and then malaria disappeared. And then when the Chinese started going to Angola, the malaria came back. You see, I'm starting to get this kind of thing when they come. Oh, there's a disease. There is always disease in Congo. Always. At the same time, Congo is the country with the most European military. And
but for some reason, it's the most unstable places in Africa.
Yeah. Why? Why?
Okay. I wanted to go back to the critique of Archimedes, which is a very valid one. But the problem is that it is not so true. There are several rivers in Africa that are navigable, but they are not explored. We have the Congo, the Kwanza, several rivers in Africa which could be navigable. There are several rivers in Africa that are navigable inside of the continent, like the Zambezi, which is navigable in between almost the frontier of Mozambique to Zimbabwe. So there is a lot of potential to create.
You can create them, right? I'm just saying that if you're talking about which country is the rich or which continent is the richest,
no. I'm not discussing to you. I agree with what we said. I just said one of the problems in Africa. That's what I wanted to come at. Is that we see it with the eyes of today and the eyes of the past, and not with the eyes of the progress. I also don't want Africa to become too progress, because it's such a beautiful country. It's such a beautiful continent. If we touch it too much, it will lose all that charming. But that's up to the Africans to decide. It's not up to me. But I wish they don't make it too industrial, because it will be such a pity. But nevertheless, there is a lot of potential.
But basically, you want us Africans to keep buying rice from Europe.
Yeah, but the Niger, for instance, is navigable in extreme way inside of the continent. There are no roads, but people can navigate the river between Mali and Niger. There is a lot of potential. Things are needed to be developed. I also would like to remember, for instance, there are many things the Africans can't do for themselves. But if someone helps them, many countries in Africa can't do for themselves. But if someone helps them, they will have an explosion in development. And I'm talking about dams. I'm talking about little things. They don't cost much. It's 1 billion euros, most of them.
Do you know my suggestion? My suggestion is leave them alone. If they die off. Don't help them. Exactly. Don't subjugate them. Don't destroy them. Leave them alone. Leave us alone. If we die, we die.
Exactly. To decide what they need.
Can I make a point on that?
And FCS, one of the biggest problems is that many times the Africans know what they need. They ask money for what they need. They don't get it. And this is disgusting, because we know that these projects will help people. I'm sorry if I keep touching in the same place, which is the dams, because that's mostly what Africans have been asking for. Dams, so they have electricity, so they can irrigate fields, so they can develop further. And these are not too expensive. The African Development Bank has been developed for a long time. Nobody wanted to give them money. It was like a project or not. They wanted to be independent from the World Bank. They could not. They were not allowed to. They could, but they could not. They were not being allowed to. And these are little things, as I said. $1 billion for one dam can change a whole country in their development. It's nothing. A country for themselves is very hard to get.
To be honest, To be honest, we don't want that money anymore. We don't want no more loans.
All European
That's not
countries
how it works.
needed this type of investments. They needed to ask.
They don't need any money.
We don't want that anymore.
They need organizational skills. They need
That's
organizational
okay. They will
skills.
get it. They will get
That's
them.
the
That's
problem.
not the problem. The
That's the
Africans
problem.
need to
No.
Yes, the
You're
Africans
talking
need-
about getting
the
the
Africans need
dollars.
to decide
You're
that what the
talking about
FCS
getting
is saying.
dollars
The Africans need
to
to
get the
decide for themselves
technology
what they need.
to do
And
it.
once they decide what they need, which they
Okay.
have already, in many cases, countries
They
know
can
what
build
they
it
need.
themselves.
And they ask for it.
They
But
can
those
build it
projects are
themselves.
never
Why they
financed.
don't build
What
it
is
themselves?
financed is bullshit. It's not really what they
Why
ask for.
they don't
And
build
this
it
is the point.
themselves?
And when African countries
Building
see now
dams
that so
is
much
not a
money
big
was invested in
technology.
the war in Ukraine,
To answer Europe.
was invested in the
Building-
war in
building
Ukraine, they
dams
could have
is
invested
not
in
a
those
huge
projects they have been
technology.
waiting for
100
tens
years
of
old.
decades. We are talking
Building
about
dams
projects in Africa
is
that have been
100
waiting
year
for
old
decades
Shut up.
to be
Everybody just be
invested
quiet.
on.
Brother, hold on.
European countries don't
It's
see
not
What
them
the
as
necessary.
hell?
viable.
Take turns.
Even if the African countries say they are
Small
viable.
country.
And this is the disgusting thing about
Rata, you
it.
keep
I'm
talking
sorry
bullshit.
that
It's
you
not
don't
gonna help.
understand what I'm talking about.
It's a
I'm
small
go-
country.
I'm really sorry you don't
Small
understand.
country
That's
like
why our world
like
is so
Yugoslavia
bullshit.
was building many dams. It's not a
Brata, you are
huge
really
leap in
African.
technology. It's all
Sorry?
about
You
organizational
are real
skills.
African.
You
To
don't
answer
need
Europe.
dollars. Okay, you don't need dollars to borrow to build it yourself. But you need organizational skill. You need the development of technology to build it up
Come
yourself.
on. Yuri, I
Okay?
give
You don't
I
need
give you an
dollars to do it.
example.
You
I
know,
You
give
can
you an
simply do it.
example. I give you
Jordan,
an
It's
example.
Jordan,
a
The
problem
Renaissance
when you
dam,
Jordan,
the
when you
Renaissance
go for
dam in
dollars for
Ethiopia.
loans.
The
Jordan,
Renaissance dam in
Jordan,
When you
Ethiopia.
go,
The Ethiopians were able to finance the Renaissance dam just to build it, but the turbines, they had to import the turbines, and nobody in the Western
nothing so
countries
difficult.
wanted to finance the
Nothing so
turbines.
difficult.
They had to get the
It's
money from the
100-year-old
Chinese in
technology.
order to buy the turbines. You see, that's where you're
100-year-old
that's
technology.
where you're fake. The problem is that the Africans can do a lot of things, but they need also information from
Brata,
outside.
it's a
And when I say
100-year-old
the
technology,
Renaissance dam is
nothing
one of
new.
the biggest projects in Africa ever. They
100-year-old technology.
build it without even
You
knowing
don't have
the
organizational skills.
influence it will
That's the
have.
problem. That's the problem. You don't have organizational skills.
They are
It's
the
still tribal.
Ethiopians are very organized
still
and they
tribal.
build it. The Ethiopians
It's
are
still
very
tribal.
organized and
Rata,
they
stop
build
it.
it.
You're talking for 20 minutes and you didn't
No,
put
I'm
together
not
a
talking for
single
20 minutes.
meaning.
I'm not talking about 20 minutes. I just
Yes,
don't
you were talking
agree.
for 20 minutes.
Sorry, there are
Yeah,
intelligent
about
people
Euro, because you're wrong, Euro. You're wrong. That's why you keep triggering Frata.
Who wants to go? There are intelligent
I'm
people
not.
everywhere.
You're wrong.
Because I don't let him
to the
talk
Jordan,
forever.
you are so
But
wrong.
like
There's always intelligent people
just-
everywhere. And I give you the
trigger him
example of
because he
Ethiopia.
talks bullshit.
It's an
I
amazing
call it
stuff.
out. That's what
They
the
built
problem
the
is.
dam without
Look at
no
him.
help from
Look
the
at him.
West. And when
Frata,
they
hold on. Frata, hold on. Euro, Frata, hold on. Frata,
Let
hold
me
on.
explain.
Euro is wrong. Euro, I want to ask
Let me
you.
explain. No, I
Oh,
didn't.
no, hold on. Let me ask you a question.
explain.
Let me ask you a question.
I wasn't
Explanation.
able-
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
There
Let
was
me
no
ask you a question. No, I
There
want
was
to
no
ask you a
question.
question.
I
Digi,
was
explain.
trying to
Digi, explain.
something.
Hold on. I want to
It's
ask you a
all
question.
about
Hold on.
organizational skills.
I understand.
Okay?
It's about organization. Hold on. When did Burkina Faso had an organization to develop in 4 years under Sankara? Where did that come from? Which organization scale? Where did they inherit that skills from in 4 years to develop under Thomas Sankara in the 80s? Now, Neke, go ahead and explain. He said they don't have it. He said they don't have it.
All you're talking about borrowing the money.
No.
It's not anathema.
No. I'm talking about where. Okay.
It doesn't have to be borrowed money.
No, leave money
It doesn't
alone.
have
Go
to
to
be borrowed
organization. He
money.
said, I'm asking you, where did Burkina Faso get organization skills to fix most of the problems in 4 years under Thomas Sankara? Where did it come from?
Themselves. People are intelligent everywhere. There are people intelligent
Let me answer
everywhere.
that question.
I can't
Let me answer the
realize
question.
people so intelligent
You don't
like
have
you.
organizational skills.
Shut
Let me
up,
answer the
Plata.
question.
Shut up.
There are
Shut up.
intelligent people everywhere in
Shut
the
up,
world.
Plata. You're talking
You need
stupid
organizational skills. You need people with brains. And there are brains everywhere.
Oh,
Hello,
please,
guys.
please, gentlemen,
Hold on.
please. This
Organizational
is
skills
getting
has
completely
nothing
Can I
to
out
do
say
of
with
one
hand.
thing
brains.
really
You don't
quick?
need.
Vaughn, please.
Everyone is
I
smart
want to jump
everywhere.
in.
Please,
But
Vaughn,
when
go.
it's people feel tribal,
I want to
you
jump
need
in.
to
Let's
have
Yeah.
organizational
Can I?
skills.
No. We gotta
You
Don't
move
need
say
on. We gotta move
tribal.
on.
I just
No.
want to say one thing
Vaughn,
real
speak.
quick.
If you cannot stop interrupting
I've
each
been
other, we're
waiting.
clearly going nowhere. Please let us just move on. If you
in
guys cannot
order
take
Yeah,
one
let's
at a
move
time,
on. Seriously, I mean,
yeah.
it seems to me like
in order
we just spent a half an hour arguing about Africa's got plenty of money. They got all the money they'll ever need to fucking pay for whatever they
exactly.
fucking want. They got all the people. The problem is they can't get the money to where they need the materials, goods, and services. There, end of discussion.
That
That's the
comes
fucking
from
problem.
And actually,
organizational skills.
I want to
To
jump
point
in
They don't
money
need
something.
to borrow
to
money.
where
They
it's
they
needed.
just they have a
This
problem
guy,
with having money and not getting it
Organizational
where they
skills.
need to go. That's all you need to say about it.
okay,
Hold on, guys.
time,
To get
Please, guys.
money where it
time.
needs to go, not to
Guys,
be
guys.
stolen, is about organizational skills. For organizational skills to be
Guys,
developed, you need to have
Hero,
national unity.
Exactly. There, we're
National
done. We're
unity.
done.
If you don't have
Exactly. You know,
national
the money's
unity,
Hero,
here, the
then
problem's
Hero.
over here. They can't get together. End of
come
story. They need
on,
organization.
come on. Everyone is
Guys,
talking.
Yo,
Can
Craig.
you shut up for a
Hello.
little bit so I can talk? Hello. Shut up for a
It's
I
little
just a
love,
bit.
repetition.
I
It's just
love,
circles.
I love when,
Organizational
I
skills,
love
you need.
when European, I love when European try to
Come
tell
on.
African what they need.
Okay, this is the problem with people are talking
You
about
need
here right now.
national
People, hello,
unity,
guys.
feeling of
Hold on, Hero, hold
nationality,
on,
but
1
you
minute.
cannot have when you have such tribal meaning, overwhelming, and everyone is for themselves.
Hero, hold on 1 minute.
Yugoslavia
Hold on a
was
minute.
having a dictator after Second World War that directed all of it towards the benefit of the people, not for himself. He he died without any properties, nothing having nothing to leave for anyone because he didn't have nothing personally. Okay, he was a dictator, but in order to direct people to organize themselves, to produce, to create, to invest, to develop new technologies that weren't able to get it procured from anywhere, but getting some from Germany, but mostly develop it itself. It couldn't get loans for developments because the money wasn't convertible into dollars, so it couldn't get loans. Okay, it's about national unity or having a dictator that's pointing to what needs to be done. It's about organizational skill, how to control the money flow so it's not stolen. Proper planning.
Incorruptible leaders.
You need.
Hero,
Even
hold
China
on.
spent
Let
so
me
many
stop you where you are.
years to develop technology of high-speed rails,
Hero,
of the building construction. It took so many failed attempts, but it
hold
learned.
on, Hero,
Keep learning.
enough. Let me explain something. I understand what you're saying. I'm gonna bring it to life now. I also understand what the Pavi was saying. Let me bring it to life right now. This is the problem we're having around all over the world that people don't pay attention to. It's not like people are dumb or stupid. Okay, I always say something in this world, even to the people where I live. Like everybody in this world are smart. The moment you start to say somebody is dumb, that person is a matter of stupid. Nobody is dumb in this world. We're all smart. Okay? That's the first thing we also have to know. The reason why some countries have a bad development in the world is this. Not because they are stupid. See, the moment they start to organize, try to, like you say, try to bring technology to life, like, or copy this. See, this is the other thing. People they will say, oh, they start to go after them, say they are copy them. Look at the Chinese. They keep saying, oh, Chinese are copy American. If you not start to copy, if you do not try to do piracy other people technology, you will not be able to move forward in life. And if when the West or others see you start to doing that, you know what? The next thing they do, they start to find way to eliminate those people, try to find way to destroy that organization. Okay, either to throw money to them. When they realize Chinese how good they are, they say if you can beat them, you join them. That is why Chinese is enjoying all this technology they are giving to them. And again, they are using that to distract other companies. Because let's say now you want to start manufacturing things in your country, right? The the thing is, okay, this is the problem I've been saying about Russian. This is how they destroy Russia from inside out, right? They will give you so much cheap rate that you cannot compete. You will not be able to compete because of the cheap. The amount you're going to get it from China is going to way too cheap that because West is the one that bring the technology to China to join the Chinese to make sure that all this thing is developed. So now, if you want to develop those things in your country, it will cost you like almost 10 to 20 times to do it. Something you could easily get for $1, you could get it for like almost $100. I mean, by the time you finish manufacturing, it's $200. So it's going to discourage you. Now you want to rely on the buying instead of keep developing. And if you start doing that, you're going to start go far behind. You're going to fall. Okay? That is the problem people are having. To manufacture things, it's not because they are stupid. Because the cheaper one is going to be destroy them. And again, and those who are making cheaper, they keep bringing new technology into the market. And the more the new technology comes, the more you cannot compete. And if you cannot compete, why do you want to do that? You cannot compete with the game. So it's not like they are stupid or they are dumb. So there is a system that the West are using, especially in America. It's not that look at the dollars. America, in fact, if the economy is going by the GDP and everything, American economy should be flawed, completely crashed right now, right? British economy or the European economy, due to what they are doing right now, they should have completely crashed. But the system they set up is what they are using. This is a game. I understand what Euro is talking about, but it's not, I also understand what both of you are talking about. It seems like you both are saying the same thing, but in a different version. Like you guys, it's more difficult to understand each other. That's what they call understanding. That the people, the best thing to destroy people is to first distract make them not to understand each other. As long as you guys are not understanding each other, it's more difficult for you, to move forward. And that's the thing in life. And secondly, let me go by the Russian. Okay, this is what I'm about to say. You guys said something earlier about the Ukrainian people that when they went to other European countries, that the people are telling them that they are not a good people. They are really. I'm gonna say this thing right now. Ukrainian people and Russian people are good people. The ones that I knew, they are really good people. Okay. Now, when I see all the people that put the Ukrainian flag and they start all these things, make them lose their home. Now they go to that country. Now they want them to start to do nonsense. So people are saying, oh, everybody start to complain about them. Oh, they are so nasty. They are so this. No, Ukrainians are good people. So the Russian people too. They are all good people. My mother always says something like that. The moment you point finger to somebody, say that person is racist, you already become a racist yourself. Okay? The moment you point finger to somebody that person is a racist, you already become a racist. And that's the fact in life. Ukrainian people, they are really good. I don't want people, because people that lose their home, lose all their livelihood, right? Really not. It's not easy for them. Not easy for them. So, for the people to criticize them, I don't want that. I want to respect. I want us to respect them. They are struggling. They are struggling to survive.
I got lost. Why suddenly you're talking about Ukraine? I want to leave already.
I gotta go, and I wanted to close, and I can close actually on that point. I mean, I agree that every time you get into some kind of rhetoric that a particular kind of person is a bad person, you're making a profound category mistake. But what I wanted to say just before leaving was that there is a kind of a category mistake that I hear sometimes, including in this group, and that is that there are people in this world who are facing the stresses of being able to live their lives without the ordinary protection of a state, a government that feels their lives has to be protected to the hilt, their human rights have to be respected, and so on. There are stateless people in the world who are denied the coverage of a state, including when they live within a border. As is true of the Palestinians who are controlled by Israel. It's true of the Rohingya controlled by Myanmar. It was true of the Donbass people trapped in Ukraine, which didn't respect them and said they were not real Ukrainians. And so when you have people in this stateless position, I want to caution against ever using a word like terrorist. I will never describe stateless people trying to establish a state with that word. Never. They are freedom fighters by definition. by definition. Doesn't matter what they do. They have to achieve that state to protect themselves collectively so their population rights can be asserted. The state itself doesn't have rights, but the population does. And I'm very consistent across the Nazis in Ukraine, the Zionists in Israel, the Christian Zionists in the United States, all of these bigots, even the Buddhist bigots in Myanmar, all of them are fundamentally falling into that racist trap that says that a religion or a national history makes these people not belong here and therefore they're stateless. And you'll always find me on the side of the people who are denied that protection, right back to the Jews of World War II who were told they weren't real Germans and so on. So this is the caution I offer on any kind of rhetoric. Let's really never fall in the racism trap. And let's be incredibly careful about the most vulnerable people on the planet, stateless people, ever calling them terrorists. When you're stateless, the United Nations is supposed to stand up for you and back you to the absolute hilt until you have a state to protect you. You're wards of the UN. This is why the UN is so strongly on the side of the Palestinians, because they are stateless. If you want to criticize them, give them a damn state and then haul them to the carpet for behaving poorly as a state. Until then, it's international law, and until you have a nation to represent you, you can't be guilty of a war crime. You can't be a terrorist. So if that one understanding, combined with the idea that it's not the nation that has the rights or a state that has it, it's the population and the people, a whole lot of conflicts in this world just become much clearer. And the prejudices go away and we stop thinking emotionally, and maybe you have to start thinking a little more like lawyers. So in that sense, the Palestine-Israel conflict is illustrative of this problem. We can take the lessons learned in that, apply them to Ukraine, apply them to Myanmar, and maybe get that more peaceful world quickly. I hope.
Agree.
Nice closing. Great. Thank you.
Thanks,
Craig.
guys.
So anyway,
pleasure to be back. I'll be back when I can.
Great. Come on. Come back to voice chat.
If you do a voice chat briefing on technology issues, maybe I can be in that. That's what I've been spending most of my time researching.
Yeah, we miss you. I need
a
communist guy, you know.
I want to thank you, Vaz, and actually, it's a real pleasure to have a conversation about neglected topics in Africa with Africans. I specifically want to thank all the Africans who come to this chat, because this is like utterly neglected topics in the West we never hear about, and it's so useful to hear about.
Hey, you know, Greg, you can't have these topics to talk about without thanking the colonizers in the room too, because without us, you wouldn't have these issues to talk about.
Wouldn't have the issues to talk about. Oh man, I miss you, Vaughn. Okay, guys, I gotta go, but thanks for being here and thanks for fighting the good fight.
Safe.
Man, I jumped in to talk about Taiwan because Craig mentioned it, but fucked up.
Yeah. So anyway,
no one cares about Taiwan anymore.
No. We need to prevent the riot from closing. Another topic. Let's talk about Africa.
The first ever 24-hour open mic.
To one, let me just say, colonized have been colonized by now.
Who's colonized? What?
The colonizer has been colonized again by now.
The colonies were never. They never were decolonized. No. I didn't get it.
No, so the colonizers are being colonized.
Oh yeah. That's true.
Basically, Burkina Faso and Mali are colonized France.
Hey, Trail. Venezuela's got F-16s. Yeah, baby.
Guys, this is why I love Vaughn. You know, he always come up with these young shit to make us laugh.
I believe somebody is lying to Venezuela.
Man. Never change.
To start a war.
Guys, I'm about to go back to Ukraine. I'm about to, and you know me, I'm a negative guy. I'm about to say Russia might lose this war.
Okay? Whoa, come on,
man.
I have my own reason why.
Mike, do your closing, please.
Okay, I understand why Mike is saying that.
Let me explain it to you guys. Let me explain to you guys right now. Right? I think you guys don't pay attention to this war. What is going on right now? You guys thought mostly what Ukraine is heavy artillery. West are read this game carefully well, and they understand what Ukraine needs. This war is not about heavy artillery. Heavy artillery have less to do in this war. This war is based on, like I said before, it's based on the FPV. Is the name of the game, okay? And the Russian are still stuck like I don't know. When I see most of their things they are producing, it's like they're still buying all those FPV. They still buy Autel. They're still buying DJI. Whereby Ukrainian and now they have the best night vision radar. In fact, everything you could ever name, right, on their drone, smaller drone, and the way they are targeting Russian personnel. Russia are counting on equipment. Ukraine are counting on the personnel. That's the two things you guys don't pay attention.
Mike,
yes,
sorry,
it's
Mike,
a closing.
sorry
You
for
cannot
interrupt.
interfere. You
Wait.
cannot.
No. Just a quick note. Those videos you will watch, those were Russian videos attacking Ukrainian points. You know that, right?
No. I watched both of them.
See?
I'm watching both of them.
Closing. No replying. No responding.
You see, if you pay attention to Ukrainian drones, what they are using now. In fact, two things that about Ukrainian drone, the bomb they attack their drone is packed more punch than Russians. The explosive, when you see it, you know this is big bang. Like Russia might have a smaller bang, and the way the Ukrainians are targeting Russians, you will not believe. This is unbelievable, another level entirely.
I don't know where you watching your videos, but Mike,
come on, man.
You
are closing. No responding. No responding. You cannot respond. Yeah.
You don't watch
is a closing.
If you see on a Telegram what these guys are posting, you know that the way Russia is losing men is way higher than Ukrainian. Right now, it's a different level. We have to pay attention to that. And that's the thing that people don't count. I know Russia are pushing forward, but they are losing men. And these people, they are somebody's father, somebody's brother, somebody's uncles, somebody's son. Okay? And they are dying in alarming, both in Ukraine side. Okay? And Martin is that soon it might be one of us, the way this war is going. It might be one of us in that situation sooner if this thing does not stop on time. Because this thing is going to the point that people don't even pay attention to it. That it might be one of us that's going to be attacked by drone when the time comes. So we just have to know that those people that have been there, that are brave, and I respect them, and God, those who already lost their life, they should rest in peace, and God should always watch over them. That's what I can say.
I miss you, Mike. I miss you.
For my closing, I'm going to trigger Mike, but Mike don't answer to me. He can't answer to me. This is my closing. Ukraine is going to lose, and going to lose very hard, unfortunately. But to proceed, again, this whole conversation earlier, but what you were saying, what Craig was saying, for me, when it comes to Africa, is people have when they leave out of Africa, even in Africa, most Africans have that colonial educational systems, and they don't even know the town next door could actually answer some of their questions. Even some Africans don't even know about Africa, so I don't even expect those out of Africa to understand what Africa is like, what Africa is capable of. But again, when it comes down to reality, what we see today, of course, anyone can make an assumption on based on what they see. So I don't blame people for making these assumptions. But my own belief would be this: leave African alone to do how they please. If they die away. Let natural selection take its course. Don't interfere with them politically, militarily. Don't give them food. Don't give them water. Don't give them anything. If they die, they die. If they survive, they survive. They've been around for the longest. I think so. Scientific sciences. That's where we started from. Okay, they did it in the 1200, in the 1300, 1400. They've succeeded. They've had many civilizations throughout history. There's some of them in records. Again, let them survive. If they die, they die. Don't interfere with them, and let's see what happens. Clean open playing field. Don't interfere with them. Leave them alone. Let's see how it turns out for everybody. But all this, oh, they help, we don't need help. Oh, they didn't know, we don't need it. We don't need any of those things. Let's just leave them alone, because something I've learned in life, traveling around the world and traveling so far, is the only person that gives you free food is your mother. Everybody else wants something in return. So whatever help comes from Europe is not a help. It's a help that have another thing attached to it. Whatever comes from Russia, whatever comes from China, they all have a string attached to them. Leave Africa alone. The same way you abandon your civilians in a state, abandon Africa the same way. Just leave them alone. If you want to deal with them, I say, yeah, come deal with business. You want business with them? Okay, we have our mind here. Here's our percentage. Don't go kill the guy that says your offer is too low. Don't kill the guy that says we don't want to deal with you, want to deal with China. Leave them 100% alone, or deal with them on the fair field, and let's see how life turns out for the continent. The continent disappears or they go forward. But to close it out, again, another long open mic. It was always nice meeting you all, and may the Sahel Federation hold tight. Again, this is a perfect example. Leave the Sahel Federation alone to either crumble or to succeed. Do not interfere with them. But again, I guarantee you, the U.S. and its cronies, I'm currently in the state, by the way, I'm currently in Texas. Yeah, back in the state. They can go back. The battle start. If they see this Sahel Federation is actually holding grounds, you're about to have another problem again. The U.S. is transferring a lot of weapons to Africa, but you guys are not paying attention to that. Who is it going for? What is it going for? I don't know. But the U.S. is transferring a lot of weapons to Africa, and somebody in Africa about to get it, and it's very soon. Till then, nice meeting you all.
Thank you, FCS. Atrio.
Yeah. So I quickly jumped in because I actually wanted to discuss the Asia part, but unfortunately I missed it. But jumping into the screaming of the colonizers and the colonized wasn't the best timing, I guess. But yeah, no, actually, from this perspective, it's interesting to hear because I'm a product of colonization, but it's a topic I would recommend for the VCs rather than the open mics. But either way, I think the OM was nice, was interesting. A lot of regions were discussed from South America to Africa to Asia. I hope we can do this kind of variety to go around the world more often. And especially now, since a lot of regions are heating up and a lot of untold stories, for example, with Myanmar, it's a war that has been going on for quite a while. I think these topics need some highlights too. And then, it was nice seeing you guys again. It's been a while, I guess. So, catch you on the next one, I hope.
Thank you, Atrio.
Yes. Well, great to be able to join you today. Actually, it's the time of the year where I'm extremely busy, so unfortunately I have been able to take part in these discussions. It was a pleasure. We spoke about really amazing stuff. This open mic. It's a very long open mic, so there are many topics we discussed. One of the things I would like to say is, fortunately, for the good sake of the world, Ukraine is not going to win. It is unfortunately for Ukraine, but Ukraine as a nation made mistakes. It chose wrong, and it was manipulated by other powers that had other intentions than help them, really. But that's another question. Then we discussed something what is about the unipolar world, the bipolar world, and what is coming next. And I have to say, what is coming next is an enigma, and it might be even more violent than the unipolar world was. But the unipolar world was something that it was a bad thing, that people are fed up. There is a lot of resentment within the poor countries because they were promised development and they didn't get it. And now they are getting it because the promises of a different type of world with competitors is helping them to develop. And then we had something, I am sorry if I disturb some people, especially the ones watching, when I start screaming, but it's something I can't agree with. It's not the Africans can't have organizational skills. That's not even the point. The point is that they have to decide what type, each country, it's not just the Africans, it's everywhere in the world. Each country has to decide for their own what kind of development they want for themselves. And they are the best ones qualified to do that, not somebody else. And what we have seen by Africa, and if we really know about what's happening in that country, is that most of the countries have discovered what type of projects and developments they need, but they haven't been able to find financing for it. They have been asking for it, and they have not been able. And there are many examples when we give the Africans like stupid, unable to develop, unqualified, and analphabet. That's it's excused. There are many examples in history of Africa, which is a very short one, because we just know Africa after this colonization, really. And when the Africans took up the destiny, the direction of their destiny on their own hands for a very short time. Most countries in the world exist longer than African countries exist. It's a very problematic. We could discuss all over how African countries come to be, but that's not the point. Even in that short time, there's many examples when Africans were able to do a lot of things, a lot of organization. But let's Africans decide first what they want, and I'm sure they will be able to organize themselves and get what they need. And what I know is that there are many projects in Africa who are really important for those people, and they are not the ones being financed. What is being financed is something just to explore Africa as much as they can, not what people need. And I would say, in the world we live in today, one of the most important things for everybody in this table is electricity. And when you have so many capitals in Africa, they have just 1 hour per day of electricity. I'm sorry, you don't know what you're talking about when you talk about Africans need organizational skills. Coming back to the idea that the world is it will take a while until we'll find out what kind of balance we need, until the new hegemon comes in. I don't know, because you see, the idea of an hegemon in the world is very recent. It didn't exist in the past, and the world was connected with each other. So we have to believe that the world will be able to come together and understand that we need competition. We need big powers as well. We need them in order for them to present good projects to the ones that are not so big, and the ones that are not so big need to be protected. And the competition normally that works very well, because you are the one unprotected that can choose the best projects. What we need is a more fair world. And that's where I think the BRICS as a project, which is not consolidated at all, we don't know how it will going to become, at least offers something better. The United Nations, although I never believe I would say this, I always believe the United Nations will be the big organizational structure around the world, is failing big time. Is failing big time like never before. And this might be their own declaration of that. And then what we don't have much more. So BRICS could be an interesting project. I still believe that the United Nations needs to be reformed. And this is very important. And we have 5 big powers in this world. The United States, an amazing country that made so much things in so little time. China, one of the world's oldest countries in the world that has preserved in time with the most beautiful things on history that we ever done in the humankind. Russia, that immense country that is able to renovate itself times and times again. India, a very old civilization that never existed as a single entity, but is able to preserve millennia after millennia. And Brazil, a new construct where many peoples on this earth come together in a mixed people and are able to survive side by side without conflict. So we need these 5 people to come to sit on the table, not France, not England, not the European Union. These 5 big countries need to sit on the table and give assurance to the rest of the world that we have someone pulling the strings. We are not living in a world of chaos. Because now you are living in a world of chaos.
Okay, Piotr, I have no idea how many hours you just went on with it, but it's closing. It's over 6 hours with the open mic. Please show, like, why it looks like he has to put his tired face on now, like, even though he's not human, but you have to play it, right? And look, this is the progression of what. Okay, this is not my closing, but Piotr, wrap it up.
He's done.
Okay.
Yeah, he's finishing, no? So, Prata, okay, good.
Yeah, I finished. You start talking when I was...
hard to tell.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Like,
It
why?
was hard to tell. I'm sorry, it was hard to tell. It looked like you were about to start again, so.
Vaughn, closing. You're muted.
Yeah, I was just going to say I like this open mic today. I know it was long, but it was good to cover all the topics, especially starting out with Venezuela and kind of getting that figured out. And then kind of going over everything else. You know, as always, like, subscribe, and share. In Ukraine, you know, just keep an eye on around Avdiivka. Obviously, that's the big spot. And then, you know, I think up around Seversk and Kupiansk is another area to watch. So we'll see what happens. Y'all have a good week.
Thank you, Vaughn.
That was incredibly short.
Yes.
Yeah. When contrasted with Prata's, it's like...
And we love it, Prata. Short.
Euro.
Yeah,
this is a long one. Another long one.
I
You
will
need to
do
fight
it
back
now.
Prata,
Yes.
what Prata said.
I will do it, a long one. It's called for. Yes, it's very difficult to talk about organizational skills in a conservative environment. This is pretty much a rightist leaning, except was rightist and a conservative leaning crowd. Nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying. I just want to say it's very difficult to say what organizational skill, because the conservatives hate the state because it tramples upon the wealthy. It's only power above the wealthy that can trump them. No, but nothing else. So the state is the one. The administration of the state is what provides organizational skill to prevent corruption, to organize production, to organize economic development. Something called the 5-year plan or 20-year plan or something like that. But that's what organizational skill is. It doesn't need money. The state usually doesn't need foreign money unless it's very advanced technology. Only for this advanced technology that takes 50 years to develop, that's what you need the foreign money to buy from the foreign. But that's not usually what you need for electricity, for the roads, for the trains. You don't need really high advanced technology. It's 100-year-old technology, 150-year-old technologies to create that. Yes, you need steel technology, which is a little bit complicated, but you can start small, small dams, small things like that. But when I hear someone say, only everything you're going to get from your mom, nobody else, everyone else demands something else from you, that's exactly mentality against organizations to build something, to think about future, because it shows how such thinking is basically your interior thinking. It's not how reality is, because the state provides so many free things for the people. So many things, because it's organization, power of organization to do that. It's providing for free so many things. Okay, it's unbelievable. When you stop hating it and try to learn about it, which is conservative, don't want to learn about their enemies. Don't want to learn about it. That's the problem. When you hate the state, you will never learn what it is. When you hate communism, you will never learn what it is, because you're not allowing it. You just have a cartoon picture about it. That's all. And a huge level of propaganda, 50 years of propaganda about it, is what prevents you from trying to learn about it. It's created your hate of it, hate of the state, and collectivism. Collectivism by itself is bad, but individualism by itself is bad. It needs a mixture, proper mixture, depending on level of organizational skills. You can have that much. But if you don't want to know your enemy, you will just hate it and be afraid of it. You will never learn about your enemy. Try to learn about your enemy. Just like when Mike says that Ukrainians have the more advanced FPV drones. Yes, they do, but not in such a huge numbers. They do have better thermals, better cameras, better navigation, better connection to call in for the artillery. Yes, I read from some Russians talking about how they reduced from about 20 to 30 minutes drone communication with artillery, with the shell coming into the spot. And the Russians got used to that 20 minutes period for the artillery duels. But now they're 6 to 10 minutes. And that change, it fucked them up. But it's not everywhere. They don't have that many numbers as Russians do. Russians don't have technologies, such numerous advanced technologies, but they have very practical mass FPV drones. And they are expanding the state organized expansion of education of the drone operators, creating the groups of the drone operators to educate and keep expanding to new groups and providing massive drones. Yes, the explosions are stronger. They have stronger explosives in Ukrainian FPV drones. They have numerous technologically advanced drones that can be directed somewhere in Russia, and they hide. And Russia is good to hide those damages from the drones. But we see that organizational skills of the Russia state is much better. They never destroyed. They rebuilt the state and their organizational skills since 2000, since Putin came in and picked up the pieces. Now it shows how they work. They can work when they're organized. That's the power of the state. Conservatives hate the state, but it shows what can do. Russia shows what the state, organization of the state can do. Does it matter? It doesn't have to be only motivational by money and profit like the United States does. It doesn't work always. It works in some ways, but not always. When specifically we're talking about war, Russia's organization works better when it's not about profit, when it's not about the motivation. It's by orders. That's the difference. And that's a big thing. But I would like everyone to initiate to learn about your own enemy and bubble that we are in. Everyone is in a bubble. Everyone supports its own bubble, and we can learn from it. We don't have to compete who's the smartest or who has more to say or anything more opinionated. We don't have to do that. We are here to give our viewers our opinions, different opinions, not to compete against each other here and be smarter than someone here. It's not so personal. We like to give our opinions and share it. Maybe someone have more global opinion. Maybe some have only local opinion, very small. And that's why it's a difference, because difference in how global and local opinions and point of views work. But this is great thing to keep doing. and it's original, I would say, and very good for the future of humanity. That it expands, and communicate more people together all over the world, and put communication together after the COVID. Actually, all those quarantines and sanctions just split us apart, kept us apart. Now we have to rebuild that communication all over the world, and this is very good point to do it. This is very good way to do it, even though it can be confrontational, but it's still good. Thank you all.
Yes, friend.
See, if you all let Euro talk, you all have
Question,
understand that
friend.
actually his point is all right, you know.
You know,
Boss.
that was long and that was educative. Thank you, Jordan. And by the way, it's my turn. Why? Thank you for doing this open mic on UK time afternoon. I told you when you do that on Sunday afternoon, you're gonna get more people in because it's the best time. The Americans, they are waking up and they got time for everything. Look how many super chat you got today. I think it's the biggest super chat you had so far. Yeah. And about Africa, I hate when Europeans are trying to tell us Africans what we need. We are tired of that bullshit, you know, because you've been there for, whew, only God knows. Even before we knew we were African, and now you done fuck all you did in Africa was telling us that our language doesn't work. We need to speak Portuguese, French, or English. They even change their names in Africa. Look at my name, my full name. Oh, fucking Portuguese name. Yeah. Why? Because the Portuguese said our name is too difficult to pronounce. Yeah.
Well, you have a very
And,
nice name.
and about the war in Ukraine, I think it's time for them to give up, you know. A lot of more people is gonna die. I just want them to stop dying. It's a lot of people dying on both sides. Please do a deal, wherever the deal is. Please do it before they do another civil war in Ukraine. If there is a civil war in Ukraine, it's gonna be bloody because everyone now got guns. There's like 3 groups between them. They want to fight between them with the Russia on their backs, on 3 of them. This is really, really bad. That's all I gotta say.
I stand with my colonized brother, Boz, as a fellow colonized person.
Just to correct, this open mic is not the biggest. In fact, this open mic will be loss making.
Really?
Right. Really. But it's okay. It's okay.
I saw like 30 or 35 super chat.
So Archimedes.
Yeah. So I got a couple things to say. I've been in the open mic for like an hour, but this has been a very emotional open mic, and nobody's provided me any space to talk because we've just had people yelling at each other. It's okay. It's fun to watch, So I want to say about Africa, first of all, that I think the problem with the African countries basically comes down to the fact that they are effectively, right, they've been colonized, that the state structures that are in Africa are not representative of the actual societies in Africa, the way that, because states are not just some arbitrary thing on top of the society. A state represents the epitome of the social organization of that people, right? That goes all the way from the family to the tribal groups to local government and all the way up. Now, Africa needs to go ahead and earn that independence and rebuild their societies. Now, I disagree vehemently when people are saying that, we were just going to go and let them be on their own. We're just going to leave them alone out of the goodness of our hearts. That's not what's going to happen. Africa is going to have to take its independence and its space for its independent development. It's going to have to take that for itself by force. Nobody in the world is going to be allowing them to develop how they want to. No, they're going to make them, if they have the power, they're going to extract from Africa. This doesn't matter if it's European or American, South American, Indian, Arab, Russian, Chinese. I know a lot of people here seem to think that the Russians or the Chinese are going to be a much nicer hegemons than the Americans or the Westerners. It's not true at all. Not even the Indians. Nobody is going to be any nicer than anybody else, because that's simply how power works. That's how humans work. If you're going to say that there's something special about Westerners that makes them able to be more uniquely evil than the rest of the world, that is not a path that you would want to go down, my little colonized friend. Okay, because then you can start saying that there's differences between racial groups, and somehow Western Europeans are somehow more evil than the rest. It's not true. Okay, the history worked out the way that it did. The point is, Africans are going to have to earn that for themselves. If they earn it for themselves, great. Maybe they will. Maybe they won't. I think imperialism is going to be the way of the future. But with any luck, it's not going to be a single uniform imperialism of unipolarity as we've experienced in the last 20, 30 years. It's going to be a multipolar imperialism where the power centers of the world, the independent power centers of the world, are going to expand their influence into their hinterlands and force their weaker neighbors to submit and to form international institutions and economic relations in such a way as to benefit the independent power centers of the world. That's what multipolarity means. It doesn't mean that everybody's going to sit around a table and be nice to each other. It doesn't mean that they're going to be. I disagree with you, Prata, when you say that somebody's going to be in charge. There's going to be adults in the room, right? Effectively, that there's going to be a Congress of 5 powers that are going to make sure that the world goes well. It's not going to happen. It's going to be conflict. It's going, maybe I disagree, but we'll see. That's the way I see it. Now, in order for that to happen without a brutal war, well, right now we're living in a world where the American globalist regime is trying to hold on to hegemony over the entire world. In order to go into a world where there is sort of an even distribution of power along the world's land masses, that is going to require a withdrawal of the American globalist regime from hegemony. Okay, so for that, I see Trump as being the number one most important thing to happen, and not just Trump, but the whole Trump movement, because Trump is an old man. I mean, it's going to be Trump but that whole movement of America first, that whole movement of focusing on the interests of America and not the interests of our globalist elite. That shift is going to have to happen in order for the globalists to not fall in a terrible war as these countries that they're trying to keep down are rising up. India, China, Russia, the Arab world, the Africans, they're all rising up. We need to withdraw. And we need to consolidate. And in order for that to happen, I think that it shouldn't be sold as a negative thing to Americans. It should be sold as a positive. It should be sold as instead of trying to focus on being the hegemon of the entire world, we're just going to focus on being one pole in a multipolar world. That doesn't mean that we're not imperialistic. That's the key. America still gets to be imperialistic, guys. Okay, that's going to be the very fun part of the Trump era. We're going to withdraw from the world and let Russia and China have their empires. We're going to let India have their empire, and we're going to let Africa develop. But then there's going to be a direction where this new Trumpist America, right? Not necessarily under Trump, but under the Trumpism, that new America is going to be imperialist in a more constrained way, and that's going to be a pretty glorious time, right? The Roman Empire expanded for a while, and it kind of just remained at its territorial peak for a very long time, and yet it still called itself an empire, and it still conquered, and it still subjugated people. So that's going to still happen. Okay, there's going to be plenty of opportunity for American power projection. And the last point I wanted to make on that is that we're going to see a total change of the left-right political spectrum. One thing that Yura is always talking about is how, you know, we're all rightists here, right? We're right and he's left, right? Because he's a socialist and we're all, you know, right-wing people, more or less, or majority of us here, not Vaj. And I'm not sure about you, Prada, and Coping, but I know Vaughn is. The point is that framework of left versus right, I think, is breaking down as we speak. That old framework of left of the right being Ronald Reagan, right, and Margaret Thatcher, that right is falling apart as we speak. It's splitting in two, right, as we're seeing, and the left as well is splitting in two. So the entire left-right spectrum is changing, and the old ideas about socialism, about communism, nationalism, and liberalism have to be recalculated in light of the new world. So that's my closing. That's what I want to say.
Thank you, Archimedes.
Just one thing.
Can I say a word? I think Archimedes' closing was amazing. Just to finish something, we need a new narrative because the US is an amazing country. The Europe as a civilization was also amazing what they achieved, but we even need a new narrative where we understand our place in the world. It is a good place. We need to show people what worked for us. It might be good for them, and they can decide if they want what we had, how we had, as they wish. But we should stop trying to impose to the others. Yes, it is imperialism. Imperialism will still work, but we need a new narrative where we belong to this world. At the moment, the narrative we have is like everybody against us, and this is stupid. Sorry for that, Archimedes.
Yeah, I just want to add one thing, you know, because you said Trump is old, so if he wins, he only gonna just one term is 4 years. So I just hope
he only have one term.
Yes, left, and plus he's old.
Yeah.
I just want to say on this. Well, go ahead, Vaj. I'll respond.
I just hope Vivek is gonna be his vice president,
maybe.
and he can go on because the guy the thing he said the right thing for me. I will never ever vote on the right side, but trust me, that guy is saying the things I want.
Trump might have just one term, but it might be a lot longer than 4 years. Okay, so I sure hope so. But he'll last good enough. He's not going to live 20 years more, you know, maybe 5-10 years more.
So just now I wanted to respond to Voss one more thing, which I forgotten when I was trying to, after he finished, was that Sunday timing. The problem is just now Elon in the group chat was complaining he's in church, so he cannot join because he go to church. So, you know, not necessarily, good for the Americans. So
yeah, Vaughn, what are you doing in the open mic all day? Did you go to church today? Come on, man.
I was at church when it started. I was sitting in the parking lot when it started. I had just gotten done. I know I wasn't gonna miss it.
And
I didn't go to church.
Why? How was the views? I believe you go like 1,000 plus.
In fact, in terms of views alone, we have combined two channels, 2,000 plus. But of course, but that's usually quite normal. But the active watching, at the same time, we didn't really touch 200.
The thing is, when it's afternoon in Europe,
I'll see y'all. I gotta head out.
It's afternoon in Africa. It's afternoon in some countries in Asia. So basically now it's midnight in Russia, I believe. So it's good.
So sometimes I have to do the American timing because
now it's afternoon in America. So a lot of people get to. I feel bad for the Australians. It's too late for them. I think they're just waking up or something.
Yeah. Because it's 6 a.m. right now here, 6:30 a.m. now in Singapore. So so the whole of Asia will not be able to watch it. So that's why there's the American timing, because then you'll be Asia morning. Coping, right? Closing.
Okay, go on. Politics.
He just like the he's like shit.
Yeah, I made an extra one because I saw this was going to take a while. Well, it was a nice open mic. I haven't really had time to look into a lot of stuff, let alone talking with the guys. So it was nice to, we got like everyone mentioned, we got a bunch of topics. We got the routine Pirata and Euro having their little butting their heads against each other and all that. This is starting to become part of the tradition. You know that's going to happen when those two are going to get on, and just take it for what it is. A little thing on what Archimedes said, and I actually tend to just agree across the line there. One good example would be, for example, the gold refineries that Russia has now made a very clear intent of building in Burkina Faso and Mali, as well as nuclear power plants. Now, the gold refineries can be fairly easily explained by the fact that they can acquire the refined gold cheaper in those countries than they can acquire back at home. And because they're gold producers as well. And they would want to have that to consolidate their BRICS currency and trading and whatever. The other thing when it comes to nuclear power, and so the nuclear power, that could be for other reasons, because the thing when it comes to nuclear mining is that it's subject to a oligopsony, which means that the buyer has a predominant power over the market. This means, like, for example, France, China, and Russia, and the United States will be like one of those few countries that will be having the centrifugal abilities and the refining abilities of the uranium in order to, and so that's who are going to be the primary buyers anyway. And this limits kind of, so without getting into too much detail, while there's definitely going to be many fundamental changes occurring with the Sahel Confederacy in particular, with these refinements, because that's going to increase their capital, enabling them to buy and acquire arms from Russia, which is going to be, these are battle-hardened people already, so they're going to be doing well with advisors for Russia, Wagner and whatnot, which is going to benefit Russia because they can circulate the money that they're acquiring that is generated in the Confederacy. But beyond that, now what will be their interest? I think if you really want to see them making a true uppercut into the underbelly of France, that and any opponent here, that will be to, I'm not sure how achievable it is, because as far as I know, it's very difficult and very costly. But if they make a definitive move, which if they were to do so, it will be 5 to 10 years, maybe 20, when they see the Confederacy is stable, they see that the industries that they've invested in are working as planned and bringing in the revenue and all the political capital they required or wanted. And then if they then decide to do more, but this I think is much more contingent on their relations with other, like for example, say France, because France is pissed off Russia, and they are justifiably going to get a retaliation for this. So if they really want to knock France out of the game, because these are one of the few like special keys that France have, especially over the African continent. So if we see that move, then we're going to see some radical changes occurring. But multipolarity doesn't have to look, because a strong ally for Russia, even if it were to be stronger than Russia, that's no threat for Russia. It just makes sure that it has its interest there. So I'm pretty sure multipolarity can very much go in that direction. That being said, I think we have all been bringing this open mic for quite too long. So I want to just thank all my fellow panelists for joining on and having a very enjoyable conversation as always. And the super chats, of course, we love you. And the same goes for those who financially support DPA on Patreon, Ko-fi, Locals, and Boosty. Yeah, very sexy. And of course, we do appreciate those of you in the live chat as well. I often casually just muse over. You sometimes have some amusingly funny things to say. For those of you who do miss the live stream, do leave a comment with whatever input you want to give. And yeah, we like you a whole lot more if you press that like button than if you didn't. But all things being equal, thank you all for watching Defense Politics Asia, the Open Mic channel.
Yeah, don't forget, Slav Ukraine. God bless Angola and the rest of the world.
Oh,
such a heretical speech. Look, it's Slava de Pani. Okay, end of discussion. Bye everyone.
It was a great open mic. Take care.
Yeah,
bye.
it was.
Bye.
I enjoyed that.
Cheers.
Take care, man. Take care. Take care, boss.
Yeah.
So, yep, this is the DPA Open Mic episode 56. we really, I think this is one of the open mic that we really went all around the world, talk about really a lot of different issues. So we did not really get sucked into a specific topic alone. And yeah, largely is very, very positive. I really like that we covered all the different things. I think it helps because in the beginning we have lesser people, so we managed to stay on certain topics for a longer extended period, and people get the chance to say their views. And then as we get to 10% on screen, that's when chaos start to appear a little bit, but it's all right. No, that's the DPA open mic. There's something unique. And just now someone mentioned, how is this channel not having more people to more people watching or subscribe? Yeah, so I just want to explain a bit. Ultimately, we are a bunch of nobodies to people who are uninitiated. They did not watch DPA open mic before. Then it will be a bunch of people that is unknown, just strangers, nobodies. Even myself, my subscriber level is actually very low on the grand scale of what YouTube is. And so a lot of people come upon DP open mic, they're like, no, I'm not going to listen to random people, and so it is a very hard sell. So which is why it really requires your help, to build this community. Like I always say, DPA open mic is actually your community is for the people, for the DPA community. It's a lot of ground up initiative, and the stars of the show is not me, it's you guys. So and then to create this forum and this platform, to have discussion with people from all around the world. I think, if I'm not wrong, DPA open mic is the only show of its kind. Of the entire of YouTube, I think this is the only show of its kind where you have people from all around the world, like literally all around the world, different continents, and from every continent is represented. I think a lot of countries are represented, and to share their views and discuss about geopolitics, war, and philosophies, or economics. So it is very, very unique. So, but it is a very, very hard sell, for people who really don't know who I am, who do not know DPA, to really get into this. I think a lot of the DPA subscribers on the main channel or war channel, they are still just war fans. So they're not less interested in geopolitics, which is quite clear from the views I get, when we talk about geopolitics and whatnot on the main channel. So because that, it is also partly my fault that the main channel, is not bigger in terms of the geopolitical subscribers. So yeah, it's going to take some time because we are siloed into a Ukraine war. So it will take some time to build DPA main channel into a geopolitical channel, where YouTube recognize this as a geopolitical channel. So it will take some time. And I think hopefully by then we're going to have more people. Just to talk a bit about my goal is that now we have around maybe 100, 200. Sometimes on a good day, we have 200 plus to almost 300 people watching at the same time across just talking about YouTube, the 2 YouTube channels at the same time. And my aim is 100 times. So every time we go live, we have 10,000 people watching, 15,000 people watching. I think that will be awesome. I think with that kind of base that we have, then we'll probably talking about, like, now open my channel, we have 5,000 subs. So 100 times is like 500,000. So I think that will be, as far as we can go, from my opinion. But and it will make us bigger than the Duran. So but of course, I'm a practical person. Don't dream too far first. But that is the aim I'm hoping to get. I think with that kind of clout, I think we will become very powerful, and we will be able to influence more things. Like, for example, when you look at Duran, or look at some of these bigger channels, they actually have significant clout and significant influence on the global discussion on certain topics. So, and the biggest one that I know is just the Duran, and in terms of, like, having all these guests and talking about geopolitics. I think geopolitical discussions don't have a lot of very big channels. I think the Duran is the biggest. Unless there's someone else you know that is bigger, you can introduce them to me. Then I can check them out. I think Duran is the biggest in terms of inviting guests and talk mostly geopolitics. So I think it is an achievable goal for DPA open mic, but you're gonna take some time. So if you're gonna get there, once we get there, I think it's gonna be quite amazing. But it will be ridiculously hard to get on the show because there will be so many guests that all want to come on. So we shall see how this goes. If we ever get there, then we'll deal with the problem as it comes. But for now, I think it's still important to just spread the words, to get more believers into this free speech, free expression kind of ideology, sharing of information and debate, and shape our minds and sharpen our thoughts. So anyway, I think not to drag on anymore. So thank you everyone for watching. Thank you for all the super chats, and I just want to show them all again. Thank you, Da Silva. This is Voss de Povo, in case you do not know. So he dropped a lot of money in. And then thank you, NGS. Thank you, Atui. Atui is actually a trio. Thank you, NGS again. Da Silva, NGS, Da Silva. Acting Sane, thank you, Acting Sane. Thank you, Tamit. Tamit is actually Archimedes. So thank you, Archimedes. Thank you, Wallace. I'm the sexy lady in the top left, and thank you, Voss, and one more. Yeah. Oh, this was the one. No, thank you, Da Silva, for the coffee. Thank you so much. And so I hopefully eventually we're gonna get to somewhere bigger and really help. And who knows, one day, we have so much influence that we can inspire new generation of young people to think of the world differently, not get duped by all these fake news. And we definitely are not there yet. The Israeli-Hamas war has proven to me that I failed so far. I haven't really changed people's mindset enough. So hopefully, over the next few years, I can do more and help to inspire people to don't get affected so much, think in the big picture, and then this will eventually lead to people, DPA members, going into politics, or getting people who are in politics to believe in the our philosophy here, and hopefully can change the world in that sense, in a little bit you get there. So thank you for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next update. Bye guys.